Chapter 2089. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan was dumbfounded. Looking at Qin Yu, he asked, "So, you don't have the complete 7 points black tortoise array?" He couldn't help but look disappointed. After all, without such an extraordinary spirit array, no one in the Dao Source realm would dare to trespass into the demonic Qi seal, unless they were tired of living. "I do, but it's not the same as the original," Qin Yu said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Duan Yuanshan asked. Qin Yu said, "My Qin family's ancestor was an extraordinary talent. Although he only learned 1/7 of the spirit array, he often practiced it with his brothers and sisters in the sect, so he had some understanding of the other parts. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, my ancestor fled to the Southern Territory and spent the rest of his life to complete the 7 points Black Tortoise array with his own ability and knowledge of spirit arrays. However, my ancestor also said that with his ability, the 7 points Black Tortoise array he completed was just a lousy version that couldn't be compared to the original." "Your Qin family's ancestor, what was his cultivation?" Duan Yuanshan asked. "Second Order Emperor Realm," Qin Yu said proudly. Duan Yuanshan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Even in a big sect like the Black Tortoise sect, a Second Order Emperor Realm cultivator was considered an elite. He might even be able to hold some important positions like deacons. However, even with his powerful Second Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he couldn't restore the 7 points Black Tortoise array to its original form, which showed how profound and powerful this spirit array was. Although this spirit array isn't as good as the original, I think it should be enough to deal with the current situation. Moreover, it's easier to learn. If we don't consider other factors, it's more than enough to defend." Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan took a deep breath and said, "If we really want to do this, we'll have to inform Brother Qin." After all, Qin Zhaoyang was the person in charge of the Qin family. If he really wanted to use the 7 points Black Tortoise formation, if they really wanted to use the 7 points Black Tortoise array, they would have to get his approval. This spirit array could be considered the Qin family's greatest treasure. If they were not forced to do so, who would be willing to make such a formation public? "Don't worry, Uncle Duan. I've already sent a message to the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor will be here soon," Qin Yu said. As she spoke, she seemed to sense something and turned her head to the side. She smiled and said, "He's coming." In the distance, Qin Chaoyang was flying over with a solemn expression. Landing in front of Yang Kai and Duan Yuanshan, he cupped his fists slightly. Duan Yuanshan didn't waste any time with him and directly said, "Brother Qin, I won't go into the specifics of the situation. I'm sure that you has already told you everything. Now, we're going to use your Qin family's 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array. What do you think? This matter concerns the safety of Maplewood City. The Qin family naturally can't stay out of this." "I agree to this matter," Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. Duan Yuanshan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qin Chaoyang would agree so readily, causing the persuasion words he had prepared to be completely useless. He had a lot of dealings with Qin Chaoyang and knew that although the other party wasn't a petty and sinister person, he wasn't an easy person to talk to. Especially when this matter concerned the Qin family's greatest wealth. He had thought that Qin Chaoyang would make some excuses. After thinking for a while, Duan Yuanshan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Qin, if you have any requests, please state them. If they aren't excessive, this Duan will agree to them all." Qin Chaoyang chuckled and said, "City Lord Duan, there's no need to be so formal. We're all making a living in Maplewood City. If Maplewood City is in trouble, my Qin family will naturally not shirk our responsibility. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get any benefits. Since City Lord Master is so sincere, this old master will reluctantly state a request." Qin Chaoyang had a helpless look on his face, as if he was being forced into prostitution. When Duan Yuanshan saw this, he couldn't help but want to punch Qin Chaoyang's face. After this calamity, this old master will take over all of the Jiang family's properties. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Duan Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that your appetite will be too big and hurt your stomach? In Maplewood City, Apart from the city lord's mansion, which represented the highest authority and dignity, the Jiang family was the largest and most powerful family in the city. Now that the Jiang family had reaped what they had sown, with all of their high-end forces being annihilated and turned into demons, all of their properties and resources naturally becoming ownerless. At present, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic qi and demons, so the patriarchs and old ancestors of the other families weren't in the mood to compete for the Jiang family's inheritance. They were only working together to resist the demon thought, but once this matter was over, they would shed all pretense of cordiality and fight for it. With such a large family property, anyone who obtained it would be able to increase their strength in a short time. There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal benefits. The city lord's mansion was naturally very jealous of the properties left behind by the Jiang family. But now, Qin Chaoyang wanted to take them all in one gulp. Even if Duan Yuanshan was prepared for Qin Chaoyang to demand an exorbitant price, he still couldn't accept it. Not to mention that he wasn't willing to agree, the other families in Maplewood City wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous request. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of if you have a big appetite? Isn't City Lord Duan sheltering my Qin family? You even want to scheme against the City Lord's mansion?" Duan Yuanshan's expression immediately became sad and indignant. Qin Chaoyang chuckled, "City Lord Duan, what are you saying? It's just that my Qin family is in decline now, so I want to use the City Lord's mansion's prestige to show off. After all, without City Lord Duan, my Qin family wouldn't be unable to take those riches." "You old fool!" Duan Yuanshan cursed on the spot. "How can you say that? As a city lord, don't you have the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young?" Qin Chaoyang rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, you clearly heard the city lord's master scolding me just now. This old man is very angry and will lose 10 years of his life. I won't let this matter rest. You two continue chatting, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly tried to escape. He didn't want to get involved in the quarrel between the two of them. After all, he was just a passerby in Maplewood City. Just kidding. Qin Chaoyang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Little brother Yang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If we really want to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, we will need your help." "I also have a part?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, I should have said just now that this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array needs 7 people to work together to display the might of the Divine Spirit, Black Tortoise. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so little brother will naturally have to be counted in. Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, count me in." He was extremely curious about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. If he was able to learn such an extraordinary spirit array, it would only be beneficial to him. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Qin Chaoyang's face lit up with joy. Looking towards Duan Yuanshan once again, he said, "City Lord Master, there's no problem with this Qin. What do you think?" Duan Yuanshan's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Brother Qin, although my City Lord's mansion is the #1 force in Maplewood City, you should know that those old fellows are not to be trifled with. City Lord Master's divine technique is unrivaled, his strength is outstanding, and his connections are excellent. Why would he be afraid of those old fellows?" Qin Chaoyang smiled and shook his head. "This old master doesn't believe it." Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Okay, we'll do as you say." "Great." Qin Chaoyang laughed and said, "Since that's the case, City Lord Master, please arrange for 7 people to come out. This old master and you, will teach them how to set up the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. I'll give you an answer in 2 hours," Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Qin Chaoyang nodded and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes before bringing him and Qin Yu away. Not long after, the 3 of them returned to the city wall that Qin Chaoyang was in charge of guarding. When they arrived, Qin Chaoyang's expression suddenly turned solemn. He handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang, please destroy the information recorded in this jade slip immediately after you've comprehended it. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask you." Although she's far inferior to you in terms of cultivation, she might be able to help you in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Yang Kai's expression changed as he received the jade slip and said, I've already comprehended the exquisiteness of Spirit Arrays, young Lady Qin. Saying so, he sent his divine sense into the jade slip and roughly scanned it. His expression changed slightly as he raised his head to look at Qin Chaoyang in surprise and said, Old Mr. Qin, this is... The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was formed by 7 people working together. In order to prevent this secret spirit array from being leaked, the Black Tortoise sect only taught a part of the spirit array to each disciple. Only when the 7 of them worked together could they form the complete spirit array. Yang Kai had originally thought that the jade slip Qin Zhaoyang had given him would contain only 1/7 of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, after taking a look at it, he discovered that the jade slip actually contained the complete 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array's formation method. This was obviously not the original version of the spirit array, but something that the Qin family's ancestors had comprehended. Even so, it was still a top-grade spirit array. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out why Qin Chaoyang would do such a thing. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, Little brother Yang doesn't need to think too much about it. It's just that Maplewood City is in danger now. If we can't survive this calamity, Maplewood City will be finished, and my Qin family will also perish. When that time comes, I'm afraid this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array will be annihilated in the long river of time. Now that I've given it to you, perhaps there's still hope that it can be preserved. After all, this is something that my Qin family's ancestors spent the latter half of their lives comprehending. This old master can't bear to let it be buried with my Qin family. If the city really can't defend itself, I may not be able to escape from here, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Little brother is too modest. Qin Chaoyang smiled meaningfully. With your ability, you should have been able to leave Maplewood City long ago. Although I don't know why you haven't left yet, since you're willing to stay and defend the city, you must have your own reasons. This old master only has one request for you. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, What request? If little brother Yang really wants to leave Maplewood City, please take you with you and ensure her safety. Qin Chaoyang's expression was solemn as he earnestly pleaded. Chapter 2090. Qin Chaoyang had seen Yang Kai use the great divine technique of the space secret technique when defending against the invasion of the demons. With a single move, he had opened up a black hole and swallowed up countless demons. Thus, he concluded that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Qin Chaoyang wasn't sure how strong a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was. However, he was certain that such a cultivator would have a unique advantage in escaping and pursuing. It was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. He felt that with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, if he really wanted to leave Maplewood City, it wouldn't be difficult. Giving him the complete 7 points Black Tortoise formation in exchange for his promise to protect Qin Yu wasn't a bad deal. All right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He glanced at Qin Yu standing to the side and said, As long as I don't die, Qin Yu will definitely be fine. He had the confidence to do so. After all, he had a trump card like the sealed world bead in his hands. Qin Chaoyang smiled happily. With little brother's words, this Qin can rest assured. You can stay here and comprehend the formation method. This old man will be responsible for guarding the city walls. Yang Kai nodded and immediately found a quiet place nearby. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into the jade slip, carefully comprehending it. Time slowly passed. Yang Kai was completely immersed in the mysteries of the 7 points Black Tortoise formation. He found that Qin Yu was right. Although this formation was completed by the Qin family's ancestors and couldn't be compared to the original, it was easy to learn and effective. He didn't need to spend much time to comprehend it. He didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. However, the 7 points Black Tortoise formation was different from ordinary defensive and offensive formations. This set of array formations was based on the combined efforts of warriors. The complete Black Tortoise 7 points array could even reproduce a portion of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit's power. On the other side, Tao Source Realm Masters were constantly flying over. They obtained jade slips from Qin Yu and went off to find a place to study them. Qin Yu handed it over to those people. Clearly, it was not the complete formation method. Instead, each of them had handed over 1/7 of the formation method. A day later, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and immediately received a message. Impressively, it was the message City Lord Duan Yuanshan had sent to gather his men. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. The latter gave him a slight nod. At the same time, a fat figure descended from the sky. Who else could it be but Drunkard with a big cyan gourd hanging from his waist? Drunkard stood on the city wall and waved to Qin Chaoyang, "Go." Qin Chaoyang smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble Vice City Lord Master to guard this city wall for me." Drunkard raised his eyes and glanced at him, "Old man, be careful when you go out. Don't die outside." The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just winked at Yang Kai. Taking Qin Yu with him, they flew towards the gathering place. After a short while, the two landed somewhere in the city. At this time, there were already 4 people gathered here, all of them Dao Source Realm Masters. Among these 4, Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuanshan and Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan were among them. As for the other 2, Yang Kai didn't recognize them. One of them was an old man with a pale face and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them and landed on the beautiful woman in shock. Because he discovered that this beautiful woman was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm Master, even stronger than Duan Yuanshan. Moreover, her aura was restrained, and the power within her body was faintly discernible, making it difficult for others to grasp. Since when did Maplewood City have so many 3rd-order Dao Source Realm Masters? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had seen a male master of this level at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza 2 days ago, but he didn't expect to see another one now. He didn't know where these 2 came from, but he was sure that they weren't local cultivators. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak, containing a captivating light. Kai Yang's heart suddenly became alert, and he quietly averted his gaze. "Brother Yang, Brother Qin, you've come." Duan Yuanshan cupped his fists when he saw the 2 arrive. Vice City Lord Zhuang Pan coldly snorted, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai and didn't want to see him. Yang Kai didn't care. Last time in the City Lord's mansion, he and Zhuang Pan didn't get along well, even breaking the spirituality of his artifact. At this moment, the other party naturally wouldn't give him any face. "City Lord Duan, this lady is..." Qin Zhaoyang landed on the ground and looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. The formation method of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to these Dao Source Realm Masters by Qin Yu. Qin Chaoyang didn't intervene, so he hadn't seen this beautiful woman before. He also knew that it was impossible for there to be a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City, so he immediately asked this question. "This mistress is Hua Qingxi, greetings." The beautiful woman took the initiative to speak without waiting for Duan Yuanshan to introduce her. "So, it's Madame Hua." Qin Chaoyang furrowed his brow as a strange look flashed across his face. The other party had only introduced him by name, so he didn't know if it was real or fake. He couldn't guess her origins. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, "Madame Hua isn't a cultivator of my Maplewood City. Before the demonic qi besieged the city, she happened to be working in my Maplewood City. When she heard that we were going out to repair the seal, she volunteered to help. This Duan is very grateful for Madame Hua's righteousness." Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "City Lord Duan is too polite. Now that Maplewood City is suffering, this mistress is just trying to protect herself. There's no need to talk about righteousness. This should be Brother Yang, right? This old man is Du Li Shun. We had a simple exchange before." The beardless old man seemed to be interested in Yang Kai and stood up to introduce himself. "So it's old Mr. Du, nice to meet you." Yang Kai returned the greeting indifferently. He also knew this Du Li Shun. He was the old ancestor of Maplewood City's Du family. Like Qin Chaoyang, he was also a 1st-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although the two had never met before when they were defending Maplewood City together, they had a simple communication through the communication artifact, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other. On the other side, Qin Chaoyang saw that Du Lishen was trying to curry favor with Yang Kai, so he quickly changed the topic. City Lord Duan, we are still short one person. Don't tell me you want you to be one of the 7 people? You will only be responsible for repairing the seal this time. There were originally 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators gathered here, but including him and Yang Kai, there were only 6 people. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, let's wait a little longer. That person should be here soon. While speaking, a stream of light rapidly shot over from the distance. Judging from its direction, it seemed to be coming from the city lord's mansion. After a short while, the light flashed and arrived above everyone's heads, revealing a figure. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because he discovered that the last person was actually the middle-aged man with the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm cultivation he had met at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Plaza a few days ago. After this person arrived, he just swept his gaze down, pausing for a moment on Yang Kai before saying indifferently, this king is late. His carefree attitude made everyone a little unhappy. However, due to his shocking cultivation level, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Only Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and giggled, making her look a little pretentious. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned cold and focused on Hua Qingxi. But after discovering that the other party's cultivation was on par with his, he couldn't help but reveal a strange look, as if he hadn't expected that there would be another 3rd Order master in this small Maplewood city besides himself. For a moment, he couldn't see through Hua Qingxi, so the middle-aged man could only coldly snort. Brother Fu, you came at the right time. Duan Yuanshan chuckled. It was obvious that there were 2 more people in this group whose strength surpassed his, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. More importantly, these 2 people had taken the initiative to come to him and said that they would contribute to repairing the seal, so he couldn't refuse them directly. City Lord, Master, once we leave, Maplewood City's defensive strength will be greatly reduced. Will the rest of us have any problems? Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly. After all, the Qin family's foundation was still in Maplewood City, and if the city was breached, they would suffer a great loss. With Drunkard and the old ancestors of the other families, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term, but we have to hurry, Duan Yuanshan quickly said. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Saying so, Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and took the lead to fly out. The others also hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the city wall, there were already people waiting for them. Open the array. Duan Yuanshan's gaze was deep as he looked at the churning demon qi and the demonic creatures that were constantly moving about outside, before he shouted out in a low voice. Hearing this, the array masters beside him hurriedly controlled the array plates in their hands. Under their control, a crack slowly appeared in the impregnable defensive array. When the crack was large enough for one person to pass through, Duan Yuanshan took the lead and rushed out, shouting, "Let's go!" Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so they naturally had a good grasp of timing. After flashes of light, the 7 of them had already rushed out of the city. Qin Yu followed closely behind Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, not daring to take even half a step away. As soon as the 8 of them left, the array masters at the city wall hurriedly closed the defensive array. Outside the city, the demonic qi was churning, and the wind was whistling in their ears. They could vaguely hear the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which made their blood run cold and made their blood boil. Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale, while her tender body trembled slightly. Even with Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang working together to protect her, with her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still unable to bear the pressure of entering such a dangerous place. "Set up the array!" Duan Yuanshan shouted from the front. In the next moment, everyone rushed to different places in a flash, and each of them kept making seals with their hands. As their seals changed, an indescribable connection gradually connected the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators together. The source qi around everyone's body started to churn, before spreading out and fusing together. An extraordinary aura suddenly appeared out of thin air, before spreading out in all directions. It drove away all of the demonic qi, causing the area where the 7 of them stood to be temporarily empty. Chapter 2091. The source qi within the bodies of the 7 Tao Source Realm Masters churned and churned, before gushing out like a river from a broken dam. The speed at which it flowed out caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Qin Chaoyang roared out in a stern voice, "There's no need to panic. This spirit array should be like this before it's formed. Everyone, you must work together." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly calmed down and continued to form seals. The surging source qi could be seen with the naked eye as it gradually converged together. After a short while, the embryonic form of a malevolent-looking colossus was formed. It had a dragon's head, a tortoise's back and a snake's tail, appearing extremely mighty and unparalleled. It was the body of the divine spirit, the black tortoise. A sensational pressure suddenly radiated out, causing even the 7 people in the spirit array to feel incomparably shocked. At this moment, the black tortoise divine spirit formed from the condensed source qi of the 7 people appeared extremely lifelike, with its head turning and tail swaying, just like a living creature. However, compared to the real black tortoise, it was undoubtedly much smaller. Despite that, it was still a colossus. Among the 7 people, Duan Yuan Shan was at the head of the dragon, while the other 4 were scattered across the 4 limbs. The middle-aged man surnamed Fu was at the tail of the snake. As for Yang Kai, he was at the center, with Qin Yu at his side. Such an arrangement was naturally deliberate by Qin Chaoyang. The reason why he had arranged for Yang Kai to be at the center was so that he could protect Qin Yu. At this moment, the 7 Tao Source Realm Masters seemed to be hiding within a translucent black tortoise divine spirit. When the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was formed, the continuously flowing source qi of the 7 people finally slowed down, causing their speed to become extremely slow. Looks of joy appeared on the faces of the 7 people. None of them were in a hurry to take action. Instead, all of them closed their eyes and silently sensed the mysteries of this otherworldly spirit array. Demonic qi surged out from all directions, surrounding the 7 people and quickly engulfing the translucent black tortoise figure. Countless demonic creatures attacked from all directions, borrowing the cover of the demonic qi to launch their attacks. Just like the waves of the sea, wave after wave came. In an instant, the black tortoise figure disappeared. On the city walls, countless pairs of eyes revealed looks of worry, watching nervously and anxiously for fear that these 7 Tao Source Realm Masters would die here. Suddenly, a low roar came from the demonic qi. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the roar of a beast. It resounded through the heavens and earth. Along with the roar, a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth suddenly erupted. The demonic qi surrounding that area was cleared in an instant, and countless demonic beasts that were pouncing over were sent flying in midair. They exploded into clouds of blood mist. The illusory image of the Holy Spirit reappeared, and the 8 people hiding in the illusory image remained unharmed. Duan Yuan Shan laughed heartily. With the help of such a miraculous spirit array, why would we need to worry about not accomplishing anything? Set off. After experiencing the profundity of the 7 points black tortoise formation, his confidence increased greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. The others followed closely behind him, maintaining the operation of the formation. They had a good grasp of the distance. Along the way, whenever a demonic beast came to obstruct them, the illusory image of the Holy Spirit would wave its palm, which was bigger than a door. With a single slap, none of the demonic beasts could withstand it, and all of them would be sent flying, turning into a pool of mud. Maplewood City wasn't too far away from the mine, only 2,000 kilometers away. However, if any of these 7 Tao Source Realm Masters were to fly there, it would be impossible for them to escape. Only a few of them would be able to reach it safely. But now, with the help of the spirit array, the source qi of the 7 people combined into one, transforming into the illusory image of the Holy Spirit. The highly corrosive demonic qi couldn't do anything to them and was blocked outside of their bodies. On the other hand, the endless number of demonic creatures had somewhat slowed down the group's progress. This spirit array is really a good thing. Everyone pushed forward without any pressure. Hua Qingxi, who was at the right limb of the illusory image of the black tortoise, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes looked to the left and said, "I wonder if old Sir Qin has any plans to sell it to the outside world? If you have such intentions, this mistress can." "Madam Hua, there's no need to say more. This spirit array is something that this Qin's ancestor worked hard to complete. This Qin will not sell it to the outside world." Qin Chaoyang didn't wait for Hua Qingxi to finish and said with a dark face, "Old Sir Qin, don't be so decisive. Everything in this world has a price. After this matter is over, this mistress will find an opportunity to have a good talk with you alone." Hua Qingxi smiled. Obviously, she didn't intend to let it go so easily. As she spoke, her eyes were like water. Even though Qin Chaoyang was old and weak, when he was looked at by this pair of peach blossom eyes, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The blood in his body boiled and his throat became dry. Secretly cursing a vixen, he hurriedly protected his mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. This lord is also very interested in this spirit array. When the time comes, count me in. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted, his tone not allowing for any rebuttal. This master's words are really unreasonable. Hua Qingxi immediately felt somewhat unhappy. With a snort, she said, "This mistress was the one who suggested this to old Sir Qin first. If master is interested, shouldn't you wait for this mistress and old Sir Qin to finish our discussion first?" "You're talking about first come, first served?" The middle-aged man shot an indifferent glance at Hua Qingxi and sneered, "Do you think that you're buying buns from the marketplace?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. However, a faint smile remained on her face as she said, "Master, are you clearly trying to bully a weak girl like this mistress?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "You're not convinced?" The exchange of words between the two had already caused sparks to fly. At the front, Duan Yuanshan shouted out, "Both of you, the most important thing right now is to repair that broken seal. Everything else can be discussed in the future. Can the both of you give me some face and not talk about this matter for the time being?" Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word. On the other hand, the middle-aged man continued to speak in an arrogant and cold voice. "Why do you need to interfere in this lord's matters? Do you believe that this lord will leave this spirit array right now and make it so that you won't be able to return alive?" Upon hearing those words, not only did Duan Yuanshan's expression change drastically, even the faces of Qin Chaoyang, Zhuang Pan and Du Lishun turned ashen. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array required the cooperation of 7 people. If the middle-aged man really did not care about them and left at this moment, with his powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm, he might be able to carve out a path of survival. However, the others did not have the same ability as him. At the very least, the few people from the first-order Dao source realm did not have the confidence to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi for a long period of time. It would not be long before they were turned into members of the demonic creatures. Although there was still Qin Yu present as a substitute, Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. How could he coordinate with the others to unleash the spirit array? If he really did so, it would only take a few breaths for Qin Yu to be sucked dry of the strength in his body. It could be said that if the middle-aged man really left, at least half of the remaining people would die. "Master, there's no need for you to do this, right?" Zhuang Pan's face turned pale from fright. He had not come here of his own free will, as Duan Yuanshan had specifically requested for him. His strength was inferior to drunkards, and Duan Yuanshan needed drunkard to take charge of Maplewood City after his departure. Therefore, Zhuang Pan could only count him in. At this moment, seeing the arrogance of the middle-aged man, while feeling fear and bitterness in his heart, he began to rain curses on Duan Yuanshan, blaming him for not being able to see through people. He did not even know where he had found this idiot, who did not even have the slightest bit of moral bottom line. This was truly infuriating. "That's right. Master, you must not be rash." Du Lishun also started to advise him. "Let's talk things over properly." As he said that, He shot glances at Qin Chaoyang, hinting for him to think of a solution. Yang Kai did not bat an eyelid, only looking at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Previously, the middle-aged man had come from the city lord's mansion. Therefore, Yang Kai had naturally assumed that this fellow had some sort of friendship with Duan Yuanshan, and that they were familiar with each other. However, from the looks of it, that was clearly not the case. This middle-aged man did not place Duan Yuanshan in his eyes at all. Or rather, it could be said that he did not place anyone in his eyes at all, and had always had a sense of superiority over everyone under the heavens. Does this fellow have a great background? Yang Kai secretly guessed. Only a cultivator with an extraordinary background would have such an arrogant and unyielding temperament. Discuss? This king has never discussed anything with others. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Qin Chaoyang. Old fellow, are you going to sell this 7 points black tortoise formation or not? Give me a straightforward answer. His appearance of wanting to immediately withdraw if he was unable to obtain a satisfactory answer caused the hearts of the others to feel incomparably anxious. Pairs of eyes shot towards Qin Chaoyang, pleading looks appearing on their faces. Master, how can you do such a thing? A look of disbelief appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face, causing him to feel extremely pained and hateful. On the other side, Duan Yuanshan was also infuriated to the extreme, with his fists tightly clenched. It was not because the other party did not place him, the city lord, in his eyes. Instead, it was because this fellow had actually kicked him while he was down. If he had known that the other party had such wild ambitions, how could he have agreed to let him form a part of this spirit array? If not for the current bad timing, Duan Yuanshan might have immediately fallen out with this middle-aged man. This king doesn't have much patience. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to sell it or not? The middle-aged man was overbearing, not giving Qin Chaoyang the slightest chance to breathe. Old Qin. Du Lishun started to panic as he looked anxiously at Qin Chaoyang. Brother Qin, it's better to look at the bigger picture. Zhuang Pan also started to persuade him. After saying that, he added, it doesn't matter to the few of us. However, without the protection of the Great Array, your Yu will? He had a worried expression on Qin Yu's face, appearing as though he was extremely concerned about Qin Yu. A look of resentment and unwillingness appeared on Qin Chaoyang's face. After all, he had taken the initiative to provide the Qin family's Great Array. Furthermore, he had personally led his precious granddaughter, Qin Yu, into this dangerous place with the intention of alleviating the crisis facing Maplewood City. However, he never expected that his hot-bloodedness would be drenched in ice-cold water here. How could he be willing to hand over the Great Array? Fine, I'll sell the 7 points black tortoise array to Brother Fu. After muttering to himself for a moment, Qin Chaoyang knew that there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, a wise man submits to circumstances. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You're pretty good, old fellow. Chapter 2092. I'm willing to sell this spirit array. May I know how much this master is willing to pay? Qin Chaoyang asked furiously. Seemingly prepared for this, the middle-aged man raised a finger and replied, 10 million. Why don't you just rob me? Qin Chaoyang roared furiously. Everyone else was also looking at the middle-aged man with incredulity on their faces. Although 10 million source crystals wasn't a small amount, it was too low for the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. During the auction, a single Dao source fruit could be sold for 10 million source crystals, not to mention such an extraordinary spirit array. If such a spirit array were to be auctioned off, there would definitely be many great sects vying for it. Selling it for tens of millions of source crystals wouldn't be a problem. A mere 10 million source crystals was truly not something Qin Chaoyang could accept. 10 million, not a single cent more, not a single cent less. The middle-aged man ignored Qin Chaoyang's fury and gave a cold snort. If you continue to be so long-winded, there won't be such a price left. Tisk Tiske, this flying Saint Palace master is truly domineering. You've really opened this mistress' eyes. Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a tender laugh. Flying Saint Palace? Zhuang Pan cried out in surprise, while Du Lishun's expression changed. As for Duan Yuanshan, His face was similarly filled with astonishment. On one hand, it was due to the sudden discovery of the middle-aged man's origins, while on the other hand, it was naturally due to Hua Qingxi. Although everyone had guessed that the middle-aged man's origins weren't small, no one knew his exact background. Only Hua Qingxi was able to point it out, and no one knew where she had gotten the clues from. Upon hearing her words, Yang Kai grew extremely vigilant in his heart. Shooting a stealthy glance at the middle-aged man, he secretly felt that this fellow had come with ill intentions. That day, he had killed the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuancheng, who had been possessed by the wood spirit. Although he had been forced to do so, it could be said that he had indirectly killed the other party. After that, he had seized Ning Yuancheng's ship and refined it for his own use. From the looks of it, it wasn't a coincidence that the middle-aged man had appeared in Maplewood City. He was most likely here to pursue the cause of Ning Yuancheng's death. A few days ago, this middle-aged man had definitely noticed the ship outside of the Spirit Pill Plaza. He was afraid that the other party had already determined that he was the murderer. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face darkened slightly. After Hua Qingxi exposed his origins, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the beautiful woman and said, "This madam's eyesight is not bad. Where are you from?" Hua Qingxi reached out and stroked the hair by her ear. She chuckled and said, "This concubine is just a stray cultivator. What's there to talk about?" Naturally, the middle-aged man would not believe Hua Qingxi's nonsense. While he was secretly bewildered in his heart, a faint sliver of fear finally flashed across his eyes. To be able to see through his identity so quickly, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he was used to being arrogant, so he didn't think much of Hua Qingxi. "Have you made up your mind?" The middle-aged man turned his head towards Qin Chaoyang once again. Qin Chaoyang sighed, "Can't the price go any higher?" In this current situation, he was like a fish on a chopping block. He still had Qin Yu to worry about, so he was ultimately unable to win against the middle-aged man. However, if he could obtain more origin crystals, he would still give it a try. "What do you think?" The middle-aged man replied with a question. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened, as though he had aged many years in an instant. He replied, "Then let's do as master wishes." "Very good." The middle-aged man was extremely satisfied. He extended his hand and beckoned towards Qin Chaoyang. "Since you've handed the item to me, I will not go back on my word. Wait a moment." At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the transaction. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Yang Kai who had spoken. Ever since Hua Qingxi had exchanged words with the middle-aged man, and then forced Qin Chaoyang to sell the 7 points Black Tortoise formation, Yang Kai had remained silent the entire time, causing everyone to almost forget about him. However, no one expected him to suddenly speak at this crucial moment, causing everyone to be at a loss. No one knew what he was planning to do. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sized up Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, as a sliver of unknown killing intent flashed within them. He said in a cold voice, "Kid, what are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, master." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not here to snatch business from you. However, after what you've done, master, I suddenly feel that the alliance between us is a little too weak. If any one of us wants to back out, he can threaten the others. This isn't a good idea." Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice, "This Duan has not thought things through." He had originally thought that it would be a good thing for 2/3 Order Dao Source Realm Masters to take the initiative to join their team. How could he have imagined that things would develop to such a stage? Fortunately, with the exception of the man surnamed Fu, Hua Qingxi appeared to be relatively reliable for the time being. If Hua Qingxi was like the man surnamed Fu, it would be best for everyone to quickly return home, lest they all end up turning into demons and losing their minds. This has nothing to do with City Lord Duan. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City, so it's naturally good to have outside help. Yang Kai said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan gave a long sigh, filled with helplessness. To prevent something like this from happening again, I feel that we should have a proper discussion. For example, no one will be allowed to do such a thing again? Yang Kai said as he looked around. Yes, we should indeed discuss this. Du Lishan hastily nodded his head in agreement. The others did not care, as they all knew each other well and had family businesses in Maplewood City. Naturally, they would not be as despicable as the middle-aged man. However, they were not familiar with Hua Qingxi. If she were to do the same thing as the middle-aged man, their team would definitely be disbanded. Even returning safely would be a problem, so how could they talk about repairing the seal? Furthermore, the middle-aged man was so despicable. If he were to go back on his word and back out after obtaining the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, what could everyone do? Various worries surged in their minds, causing everyone to frown deeply, while worry filled their hearts. What's wrong? Do you guys not believe in this king? Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face could not help but sink. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Master, do you think that you're a trustworthy person? The middle-aged man gave a cold snort. Madam, what are you planning? He did not believe that a third-order Dao Source Realm expert like Hua Qingxi would truly be hot-blooded and want to assist everyone in repairing the seal. She would definitely have her own reasons for doing so. Aya, this mistress doesn't have such bad intentions. It's just that I can't stay out of this situation. Hua Qingxi said with a tender laugh. Being reprimanded by Hua Qingxi in such a manner, the middle-aged man grew furious. However, he did not dare to take action and could only force himself to endure. Everyone, there's no need to quarrel. This Duan feels that Brother Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's agree that before we repair the seal and safely return to the city, we are not allowed to make any more requests like the one you just made, nor are we allowed to leave our positions without permission. Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, as long as this king is able to obtain the complete formation method, he will naturally assist all of you in repairing the seal. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. There's no guarantee. Zhuang Pan said weakly from the side. Then what do you want? Don't tell me that you want this king to make an oath to his heart demon? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked towards Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's face turned pale with fright, before he hurriedly replied with an embarrassed smile, Master, you must be joking. Why not? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. If Master is really willing to advance and retreat together with us, it's fine even if you have to make an oath to your heart demon, unless Master has a guilty conscience. Impudent! The middle-aged man was enraged as he glared at Yang Kai, the flames of fury in his eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate the latter. Yang Kai remained unmoved as he continued to stare back at the middle-aged man. In any case, the middle-aged man had already determined that he was Ning Yuancheng's murderer, so there was definitely a grudge between the two of them. Therefore, Yang Kai was not afraid that the middle-aged man would hold a grudge against him. This little brother is right. Unexpectedly, Hua Qingxi was extremely agreeable. It's rare for this mistress to act together with an outsider on a whim. I don't want my mood to be spoiled by certain people. Since everyone has agreed, let's make an oath to our heart demons. Who agreed? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. Everyone has agreed. It seems that only the master has a different opinion. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man. All of a sudden, he pretended to be astonished and said, Could it be that Master really wants to leave after obtaining the formation method? Master, you can't go back on your words and be so vicious. Bullshit. When did this king ever say that? The middle-aged man was extremely furious. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. As Yang Kai spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked around and said, Since no one has any objections, let's begin. After he finished speaking, he made an oath to his heart demon, Zhuang Zhong. The others looked at each other in dismay, and they all followed suit. In fact, even Hua Qingxi had meticulously made an oath in front of everyone. After that, everyone looked towards the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were spitting flames as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, as though he wanted to chop him to death with a single palm strike. Gritting his teeth, he said, Good, very good. This king will remember you. Yang Kai giggled. I'm really sorry to have troubled master. You're courting death. The middle-aged man said hatefully. Why are you threatening me, master? Yang Kai had an innocent look on his face. I didn't do anything. This master, it's your turn now. Hua Qingxi interjected, smiling as she looked at the middle-aged man. Unless you don't want the complete formation method, you don't have to make an oath to your heart demon. If that's the case, this mistress will have to properly thank the master. This mistress is prepared to purchase it at a higher price. All of you are very good. The middle-aged man forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make an oath. Although the oath to one's heart demon was only spoken verbally, it wasn't completely useless. No cultivator would dare to casually disregard it. Otherwise, if they were to suffer a backlash from the oath at a critical moment, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. However, there were quite a few secret techniques that could be used to evade an oath to one's heart demon. Therefore, there were many times when it could not be taken seriously. These secret techniques required an extremely powerful cultivation to be unleashed, and also required an extremely long period of preparation. With the middle-aged man's strength, he should not be able to evade it in a short period of time. Chapter 2093. After swearing the Great Heart Demon Oath, the middle-aged man coldly extended his hand towards Qin Chaoyang. What about the origin crystals? Qin Chaoyang asked with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man sneered. Are you afraid that this king won't be able to afford a mere 10 million origin crystals? As he spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring from his robes. After arranging it slightly, he tossed it over to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang received it and carefully inspected it. After confirming that there were no errors, he took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, inscribing the complete 7 points black tortoise formation method. After a brief moment, he handed the jade slip over to the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the middle-aged man received the jade slip. After a brief inspection, a look of joy immediately surfaced on his face, before he stored the jade slip away with a hearty laugh. He was clearly very satisfied with the outcome of this transaction, and even the slight unhappiness he felt earlier had been temporarily forgotten. Everyone, we should hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded. Yang Kai suddenly reminded them in a deep voice. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses and found that in the short time they had been delayed, countless demonic creatures had gathered in all directions, surrounding them in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Duan Yuanshan roared in a low voice, before suddenly forming a series of hand seals. The others were within the spirit array and were affected by it. With Duan Yuanshan's actions, everyone had no choice but to follow suit. After a brief moment, the gigantic divine spirit suddenly opened its large mouth, causing the surrounding water elemental qi to frantically converge. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ball of water appeared at the dragon's head. Following Duan Yuanshan's muffled roar, the divine spirit appeared to be controlled by something, before it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. The gigantic ball of water transformed into a ray of white light, before shooting straight ahead. Along the way, it was unstoppable, as countless demonic creatures died upon contact with it, turning into ash. A safe passageway over 1,000 feet long appeared before them. Duan Yuanshan did not utter a single word. He took the lead and rushed forward, with the others following closely behind. The city lord's master should have been angered by the middle-aged man's disgust. Unable to truly fall out with him, he could only vent his anger on the demonic creatures. With a change in the spirit array, the demonic creatures that had originally gathered in the surroundings were also stirred. Without any fear of death, they pounced forward, continuously using various kinds of powers to bombard the spirit array. As far as the eye could see, the gigantic black tortoise's body was filled with demonic creatures. Nevertheless, they were still unable to stop the group's advance. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the original location of the mine. Although the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with pitch-black demonic qi, There was a certain location where the demonic chi was even denser. At that location, there was a black energy pillar that soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. There was no need for anyone to remind them. When everyone saw the pitch-black pillar of energy soaring into the sky, they knew that it was the beginning of everything. It should also be the location of the seal. Leading the group, Duan Yuanshan hurriedly rushed in that direction. However, the closer they got to the starting point, the faster they felt the source chi in their bodies flowing away. Astonished, they all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths, in order to maintain the circulation of the energy in their bodies. Leisurely, Duan Yuanshan's footsteps came to a halt, as he furrowed his brows and stared ahead. Less than 100 feet away from the group, a row of more than a dozen existences with powerful auras were quietly standing there, as though they had been waiting for a long time. At the instant the group came to a halt, the dozen people roared out in unison, before rushing over like a gust of wind. Their berserk strength was close to the level of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, with the only thing they lacked was the ability to utilize principal strength. It's the Jiang family. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead, before roaring out in a deep voice. Die, you bastards! Duan Yuanshan changed his hand seals, causing the black tortoise divine spirit projection to raise its front palm, before sweeping it forward. Asterisk ping ping. Asterisk this palm swept away two of the figures, causing them to explode into a bloody mist in midair. Not even their bones were left behind, but the others nimbly dodged. The Jiang family's group of origin kings had been strengthened by the demonic chi, and although their strength was close to that of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could they be a match for the group that had formed the spirit array? Under the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, the source chi of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fused into one, with 2 of them being third-order Dao Source Realm masters. The Black Tortoise's palm strike was equivalent to 7 people striking out at the same time. It's that brat Jiang Lin. Du Lishun was standing on the left side of the formation. He saw a demon charging towards him. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his eyes were crimson and black. With a single glance, Du Lishun recognized his identity. It was the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin seemed to have lost his mind. The tragic death of the family's elders did not frighten him, but instead aroused his bloodlust. The demonic chi around his body surged as he unleashed various secret techniques, bombarding the spirit array. Jiang Lin's crazed appearance gave Du Lishun a fright, causing him to involuntarily slow down his hand seals. The slightest mistake in the formation would affect the entire situation. Du Lishun's delay had nearly caused the rhythm of the others to become disrupted. The middle-aged man immediately flew into a rage. Glaring fiercely at Du Lishun, he roared, "Old man, do you want to die? If you're tired of living, this king doesn't mind fulfilling your wish." It's a mistake, a mistake. Du Lishun felt depressed in his heart, though a smile appeared on his face. Hurriedly suppressing the fear in his heart, he readjusted his position and mentality. The dozen or so origin kings that had transformed into demons were all capable of fighting against Dao Source Realm cultivators. Placed in other places, they would be considered a strong fighting force. However, in the face of the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, they appeared as laughable as children. The divine spirit's figure moved about in a grand manner, sweeping everything before it. There were no superfluous moves, and it only continued to wave its forelimbs under the control of everyone, smashing the incoming demons into meat patties and exploding into a mist of blood. From the start to the end of the battle, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. The dozen or so Jiang family higher-ups had basically been completely annihilated, with only Jiang Lin remaining alive. Unexpectedly, he did not launch any more attacks. Instead, he hid his figure within the rolling demonic chi, while ruthless howls rang out continuously from his mouth, controlling the boundless demonic creatures in an attempt to obstruct everyone's advance. However, how could those demonic creatures with varying levels of strength be of any use? Rushing over, they would only serve as cannon fodder. A path of blood flowed like a river, while piles of corpses formed along the way. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the source of the demonic chi. The earth was shattered, while the originally existing mine had basically collapsed due to the full eruption of the demonic qi. Left with no other choice, everyone could only continue to fight against the demonic creatures while digging out a hole, before jumping into the underground mine. Yang Kai had seen the location of the seal before, so he was naturally familiar with it. Following his guidance, everyone took a detour within the mine. After spending another hour of effort, they finally arrived at the location of the seal. After a round of cleaning, the stone wall of the seal was finally revealed. Found it? Duan Yuanshan asked in delight. That's the one. Qin Yu, who had been protected by everyone, looked at the stone wall that was filled with demonic patterns. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she nodded her head and replied. She had faintly seen this pattern in Jianghu He's Sea of Consciousness before. It was an extremely ancient seal, one that she only had a slight understanding of. Fortunately, only a corner of the seal had been damaged, something that she could barely repair with her current strength. Hurry up and do it. The middle-aged man urged impatiently. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile and said, "What are you afraid of, master?" Shooting a glare at her, the middle-aged man snorted. "It's not that this king is afraid. It's just that these trash don't have enough strength. If we delay for too long, can you and I endure? Can they?" Master's words make a lot of sense. Hua Qingxi replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces filled with displeasure. In any case, they were all Dao Source Realm masters. Even if they couldn't control everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Maplewood City, they were at least top-notch characters. At this moment, they were being called trash by this middle-aged man. Everyone was filled with displeasure in their hearts. However, they couldn't show it on their faces and could only secretly curse this middle-aged man. "I need you to temporarily disperse the demonic qi here. If not, I won't be able to repair the seal." Qin Yu suddenly spoke out. The damaged part of the seal was where the demonic qi was leaking out. It could be said that the demonic qi here was purer and denser than anywhere else. With Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was simply unable to resist it. "Use the power of the divine spirit to suppress it," Qin Chaoyang roared out. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded their heads. Changing their hand seals, everyone started to move. After a short while, the gigantic divine spirit projection pressed down on the seal. The rolling demonic qi seemed to have been obstructed by something, causing it to become sluggish in an instant. In the end, not a single bit of it was able to leak out. However, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. That's because after using the power of the 7 points black tortoise array to suppress the damaged part of the seal, everyone felt the source qi in their bodies flowing out madly like a river bursting through a dam. The rate at which their source qi was being consumed was akin to releasing a forbidden secret technique without any regard for their lives, something that practically no one could withstand. The faces of the few first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately turned pale. "Little Yu, how long will it take for you to repair this seal?" Du Lishan asked with a bitter look on his face. Without even turning his head, Qin Yu continued to take out various precious materials used to repair the seal as he replied, "At least half an hour." "Half an hour?" Du Lishan's face turned even more bitter. "Success or failure will depend on this one move. Everyone, do not lower your guard." Duan Yuanshan roared out loudly to boost everyone's morale. Hearing this, everyone could only grit their teeth and circulate the source qi in their bodies, while continuously stuffing various kinds of recovery pills into their mouths. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, a look of ridicule and disdain surfaced on the middle-aged man's face, while his expression remained carefree and relaxed. With the powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, the quality and quantity of source qi in his body was more than 10 times that of Du Lishan and the others. Naturally, there was no need for him to worry too much. "Master, have you carefully studied this 7 points black tortoise array?" Hua Qingxi suddenly asked out of the blue, a mocking smile appearing on her beautiful face. Chapter 2094. "Of course I have. So what?" The middle-aged man shot an unhappy look towards Hua Qingxi. Among the people present, he did not place anyone else in his eyes, including the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan. The only person he felt some dread towards was Hua Qingxi. After all, there was not much of a difference in their cultivation realms. The other party's sudden question caused him to involuntarily feel somewhat vigilant. From the looks of it, Master hasn't thoroughly researched it. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. What do you mean? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment, as he inexplicably felt that he had missed out on something. If Master has thoroughly researched it, you should know that after setting up the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, all of our source chi will fuse into one, and there will basically be no distinction between them. In other words, the Spirit Array will absorb our combined source chi to operate. If all of our source chi is exhausted, the Spirit Array will collapse. Exactly what are you trying to say? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. It's so simple. Can't Master understand it? Hua Qingxi looked towards the middle-aged man with ridicule and said, the Spirit Array doesn't absorb the same amount of source chi from all of us. Instead, it will maintain a kind of balance. And those with higher cultivations will have more source chi extracted from them, while those with lower cultivations will have less. Everyone's source chi consumption is the same. I wonder if Master understands this explanation? What? The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed upon hearing her words. He hastily released his divine sense to investigate carefully, and discovered that the truth was indeed as Hua Qingxi had said. The source chi consumption rate of him and Hua Qingxi was much faster than the others, with Duan Yuan Shan being second. The remaining few Dao Source Realm cultivators were basically the same. This discovery caused his face to instantly turn incomparably gloomy. He immediately became unhappy. Is that so? Madame Hua's eyes are truly sharp. After being reminded by Hua Qingxi, Du Lishen and Zhuang Pan finally discovered a bit of mystery. Exchanging glances, they could see the hidden glee in each other's eyes. After all, if that was the case, the 7 of them would truly be bound together for good or ill. This was equivalent to tying the weak and the strong together. They were really inseparable. They no longer had to worry about the energy within their bodies drying up, while the middle-aged man was still able to handle the situation with ease. I've been implicated by you bunch of bastards. The middle-aged man shouted out, his expression incomparably furious. Master, don't forget that you've just made a great heart demon oath. Hua Qingxi added fuel to the fire, causing the middle-aged man to feel even more vexed. No one would be happy to be held back by someone else. In his anger, he glared fiercely at Qin Zhaoyang, as if he wanted to blame him. Qin Zhaoyang murmured, I thought all of you understood how this formation works. Hua Qingxi giggled and said, since Master is from Flying Saint Palace, you must have the famous blood-burning source restoring pill in the Southern Territory, right? I wonder if the Master would be willing to part with one for each of us. You slut. You still dare to have designs on my spiritual pills? The middle-aged man was enraged beyond belief. His face contorted in anger, and he almost cursed out loud. Blood-burning source restoring pill? Zhuang Pan's eyes lit up as he looked towards the middle-aged man. Du Lishen also had a look of desire on his face. It seemed as though the blood-burning source restoring pill would be extremely useful in this situation. A chilling glint flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. However, she quickly retracted it, before pursing her lips and smiling charmingly, Master, there's no need to be so stingy. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill has some side effects, its effects are extremely powerful. Although the Flying Saint Palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is extremely powerful. It's famous in the Southern Territory, and Master's cultivation is profound. You should have an important position in Flying Saint Palace. Don't tell me you don't have any blood-burning source restoring pills on you? I don't. The middle-aged man's face twitched slightly as he rejected her. Hua Qingxi could not help but spit out, a look of disdain appearing on her face. What's a blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai quietly asked Qin Chaoyang. Brother Yang, you've never heard of it before? Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, appearing extremely astonished. Yang Kai's face turned embarrassed as he slowly shook his head. The blood-burning source restoring pill is a unique product of Flying Saint Palace. It seems to have extremely strict requirements for the location of its refinement. Therefore, even a spirit alchemist as strong as Star Soul Palace is unable to refine this spirit pill. The greatest use of this pill is its ability to rapidly restore one's source chi. Furthermore, its effects are extremely powerful. However, what? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. However, consuming the spirit pill will consume a certain amount of one's blood essence. Therefore, there are some side effects. However, the flaws cannot obscure the jade. Compared to its effects, what does a little bit of blood essence count for? A spirit pill like this is more than enough to save one's life at a critical moment. However, due to the extremely low production of this spirit pill, its price is astonishingly high. A single spirit pill is worth at least a few 100,000 origin crystals. You know quite a lot, you old thing. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a proud laugh. That's right. This palace's blood-burning source restoring pill is indeed the best in the Southern Territory. Even a large sect like Star Soul Palace is unable to refine it. This is because refining it requires one to refine it in this palace's restricted area. The supply of spirit pills is already insufficient to satisfy the needs of the sect's disciples, so how could there be any extra for people like you? If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. What's the point of saying so much? Hua Qingxi snorted. In any case, everyone will have to die here after exhausting all of their source qi. This mistress won't be alone. Madam Hua, don't say such discouraging words. We'll definitely be able to survive this crisis. Zhuang Pan consoled himself with a pale face. Then, what does the blood-burning source restoring pill look like? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang replied, it's blood-red in color, smells fishy, and is about the size of a broad bean. A strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pulled out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and said in a daze, could this be the item? What? Everyone was shocked as they turned to look at him. Yang Kai leisurely opened the bottle, before pouring out a single spirit pill. Just as Qin Chaoyang had described, the pill was blood-red in color, smelled faintly fishy, and was about the size of a broad bean, blood-burning source restoring pill. The middle-aged man involuntarily cried out in alarm as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, before roaring in a low voice, how did you get this item? Is this really the blood-burning source restoring pill? Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, appearing to be somewhat surprised. Brother Yang, how did you? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically, as his face turned completely pale. As he asked in a trembling voice, he shot a glare at Yang Kai, hinting for him to quickly keep this spirit pill. The expressions of Duan Yuan Shan and the others also changed, as they remained silent. Kid, this king is asking you a question. Where did you get these spirit pills? The middle-aged man's expression turned gloomy as he roared in a low voice. I picked them up. Yang Kai casually replied. Picked them up? Black lines appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing his reply. There were at least a dozen blood-burning source restoring pills in this bottle, worth a few million origin crystals. How could something like that be picked up so casually? One had to know that the number of blood-burning source restoring pills in the outside world was extremely small, with only the important figures of the Flying Saint Palace carrying some with them. With so many blood-burning source restoring pills suddenly appearing in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think that he might have done something bad to some important figure of the Flying Saint Palace, such as murdering and robbing them of their possessions. This was also the reason why Qin Chaoyang had shot him a glare earlier. Some time ago, an important figure of the Flying Saint Palace had indeed arrived in Maplewood City. That person was the Flying Saint Palace's young master, Ning Yuancheng. However, ever since the auction a year ago, Ning Yuancheng had disappeared without a trace. A new young master had been appointed within the Flying Saint Palace. This information was not a secret, and coupled with the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, people could not help but think of many possibilities. Bullshit! The middle-aged man gave a fierce roar, as the aura radiating from his body suddenly turned dangerous. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, Brat, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, This king will make you regret being born into this world. Master, you've got quite a temper. Yang Kai continued to chuckle, not showing the slightest bit of fear. This caused everyone to be shocked by his courage. I've just picked up a bottle of spirit pills, yet you're still so aggressive, as if I've killed your parents. Even if these blood-burning source-restoring pills are from the Flying Saint Palace, there's no need for you to be like this, right? After speaking, he did not wait for the middle-aged man to reply before continuing. However, I've indeed picked up these things. I've even picked up a ship artifact. The middle-aged man was stunned. Seemingly having thought of something, he suddenly suppressed his anger and coldly said, "Tell me in detail about how you picked up these things." "What's there to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. At that time, two groups of people were fighting, and in the end, both sides perished. I hid by the side and watched until the very end. In the end, I picked up these things from the battlefield. That's possible? Qin Chaoyang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The sandpiper and clam fought, and the fishermen reaped the benefits. After all, this was just a classic story. In the world of cultivation, it was extremely rare for a cultivator to encounter such a situation. At that time, I was only a third-order origin king. That was a battle between Dao Source Realm masters, so how could I participate in it? Yang Kai explained. Indeed, Brother Yang has only recently advanced to the Dao Source Realm. A year ago, you were indeed a third-order origin king. Qin Chaoyang nodded. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, though a look of relief appeared on his face. He was no longer as angry as before. However, his tone was still stiff as he said, "Since it was a battle between two groups of people, who else was there other than the people from my Flying Saint Palace?" There was only one person from the other group, and he was called Han Lung. Han Lung. Everyone turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai with a complicated and pleasantly surprised look. So, it was that traitor from Star Soul Palace. The middle-aged man seemed to believe Yang Kai's words. So you're saying that the enmity between the two parties was formed during the auction? Du Lishen asked thoughtfully. At the time of the auction, almost all the Dao Source Realm masters present had participated in it. Ning Yuan Cheng and Han Lung's struggle for the right to bid had been witnessed by everyone. Now that they learned about this matter from Yang Kai, they immediately guessed what would happen next. Chapter 2095. Their guesses were basically the same as the truth. However, no one would have guessed that the wood spirit was involved in all of this. If not for the wood spirit silently possessing Ning Yuan Cheng's body, Han Lung would not have been killed by a sneak attack. With Yang Kai's strength at that time, he might not have been able to gain any advantage over Han Lung, who was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator from a famous sect. Everyone's faces fluctuated as they secretly envied Yang Kai's luck. "Little brat, hand over that bottle of spirit pills and that ship artifact." The middle-aged man suddenly extended his hand towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Those things belong to my Flying Saint Palace. You should return them." This master's words are really unreasonable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly gave a disdainful laugh. "Ownerless items belong to whoever finds them. This little brother has obtained those items due to fate, and that's his opportunity. Yet you're asking for them. Do you have any shame?" After saying that, she turned her head towards Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, don't listen to him." "Little brother." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as a look of discomfort appeared on his face. "Cheap slut, do you really think that this king is afraid of you?" The middle-aged man had been ridiculed by Hua Qingxi time and time again, causing him to be filled with anger. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in and started to curse. A man without any ability is really ugly when he curses, tsk tisk. The look of disdain on Hua Qingxi's face grew even stronger. The middle-aged man was extremely furious. If not for the great heart demon oath he had just made, he might really have to fight to the death with Hua Qingxi to protect his face. Hua Qingxi continued to provoke him. "You're really stingy. Little brother, can you give this big sister a blood-burning source restoring pill?" "Sure." Yang Kai nodded his head. He had taken out this bottle of spirit pills for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to use this opportunity to clear his name and shake off the middle-aged man's suspicions. Secondly, he wanted to share them with everyone. Under the spirit array, everyone shared the same honor and disgrace. Thus, he was unable to remain unscathed. Everyone has a share. As Kai Yang spoke, he distributed a blood-burning source restoring pill to everyone present, with the only exception being the middle-aged man's. As a member of the upper echelon of Flying Saint Palace, no one would believe him if he said he didn't have such a pill. Since he was unwilling to share it with others, Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to share it with him. Hua Qingxi put away the blood-burning origin-restoring pill, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a charming light. This little brother is so generous. Big sister likes you very much. She stared at Yang Kai with a smile. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, and her red lips wriggled with a gem-like luster. Since you gave me a spirit pill, then Big Sister must protect you. If anyone dares to do anything to you, you have to get past Big Sister first. As he spoke, he glanced at the middle-aged man with the surname Fu, appearing to be extremely provocative. Yang Kai giggled. Then I'll have to thank this Big Sister. Seeing him being so tactful, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but throw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai immediately revealed a bewitched expression, causing Duan Yuanshan and the others to feel extremely uncomfortable. What a pair of bastards. Why didn't such a good thing befall them? You've got guts. The middle-aged man was so angry that smoke was rising from his head as he said in a cold voice. This matter isn't over yet. Big sister, he's threatening me. Yang Kai immediately called for help. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes turned. She said in an unconcerned manner, he hasn't even made a move yet. What's there to be afraid of? Don't be too timid, little brother. Can you all calm down for a moment? You're really distracting me. At the side, Qin Yu, who was wholeheartedly repairing the seal, suddenly spoke out with a furious expression. At the same time, she glared fiercely at the noisy group. As soon as she spoke out, everyone immediately turned silent. However, everyone could feel that the atmosphere was rather subtle. The 7 of them were in a formation, but they weren't united. This trip was destined to not go smoothly. For a moment, the interior of the mine turned deathly silent, with the only sounds coming from the demonic qi and the low growls of demonic creatures. Without saying a word, Qin Yu continued to repair the seal. Not long after, a frown suddenly appeared on Duan Yuanshan's face as he roared out. Something's coming. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi didn't show any signs of surprise. Clearly, they had already discovered it long ago. The same was true for Yang Kai. His divine sense wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the experts of the third-order Dao Source realm. Naturally, he had discovered it earlier than Duan Yuanshan, and was even able to faintly detect some unknown situations. On the other hand, the expressions of the other first-order Dao Source realm experts turned solemn upon hearing his words. Within the churning demonic qi, figures of humans and beasts started to appear one after another. Clearly, they were the demonic creatures that had been demonized. The group had stayed in this mine for quite some time now. Furthermore, this place was the source of the demonic qi leakage, so the demonic creatures would naturally not leave it alone. As soon as they appeared, they started to launch attacks without any regard for their lives. However, the 7 of them had become much more proficient in the usage of the 7 points black tortoise formation. Working together, they guarded the location of the seal, killing all the demonic creatures with varying cultivation levels that came at them, with not a single one being spared. Not long after, countless demonic creature corpses were piled up in front of the group, while the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Although the effects were remarkable, everyone felt a faint sense of unease. Due to them having to suppress the leakage of the demonic qi within the seal, as well as fighting against the endless horde of demonic creatures, the rate at which the source qi within their bodies was being depleted had increased by 30%. In less than an incense stick's worth of time since they had arrived here, more than half of the source qi within their bodies had been depleted. At this rate, it would not be long before their source qi was completely depleted. When that happened, they would need to consume the blood-burning source-restoring pill. Roar. All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out from a certain direction. In the next instant, a dazzling ray of light appeared, transforming into an astonishing giant axe that chopped down from the sky. Before the giant axe had truly chopped down, everyone could already feel a surging pressure descending from the sky, causing the faces of the few First-Order Dao Source Realm experts to involuntarily turn pale. Even people as strong as the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi had their expressions turned solemn. Giant spirit axe? Duan Yuanshan cried out in alarm. He seemed to recognize this artifact. With a low roar, he rapidly formed hand seals with his hands. The black tortoise image raised its head and roared, before raising a gigantic palm to meet the giant axe head-on. Bang bang! The black tortoise's palm, which had always been invincible, was actually only able to block the giant axe head-on. Furthermore, a gigantic gash had been sliced open on the palm of the black tortoise, causing it to nearly fall to the ground. Duan Yuanshan's face changed once again, as he realized that he had underestimated the might of the giant spirit axe. He hastily strengthened the power of the spirit array. However, right at this moment, a figure flashed from the other side, before a person appeared a short distance away from the group like a ghost. His eyes were deep and scarlet black. He did not use any artifact, and instead brandished his fists. Demonic chi swirled around his fists as he smashed them down fiercely. Wishful thinking. Duan Yuanshan roared in anger, as the speed at which he formed hand seals increased. The black tortoise opened its mouth wide, before swinging its head to bite down on the figure. Its gigantic mouth was the size of a house, as it swallowed the figure in a single gulp. However, before everyone could rejoice, the black tortoise's mouth started to expand and contract, as though some kind of berserk power was erupting from within. Immediately after, with a bang, the figure that had been swallowed earlier rushed out, before retreating in a flash. He stood together with the demon who had wielded the giant spirit axe, as he continuously let out low roars from his throat. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhou. Duan Yuanshan looked at the two demons who had suddenly appeared with a complicated expression, before sighing deeply. After parting 3 years ago, I never thought that when we meet again today, the two of you would actually become like this. He had a sad expression on his face. It was obvious that he recognized the two of them. Qin Chaoyang's face sank as he quickly said, "It's the two city lords of Forest City." Forest City. Yang Kai muttered before sighing, "From the looks of it, Forest City has fallen." Previously, the old swindler had said that he had come to Maplewood City from Forest City to seek help. Now that the two city lords of Forest City had appeared here, and had both turned into demons, it was easy to imagine the fate of Forest City. Although Forest City was smaller than Maplewood City, the two city lords were cultivators of the First-Order Dao Source Realm. Now that they had been strengthened by the demonic chi, the average First-Order Dao Source Realm was truly no match for them. It was no wonder that they were able to unleash such a powerful attack. All of a sudden, Yang Kai gave a low roar. If they're here, then Jiang Taixing is definitely here as well. Everyone, be careful. They're just a few demons from the First-Order Dao Source Realm. What's there to be afraid of? Let this king take care of them. The middle-aged man had a stomach full of anger, and was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. Now, he had naturally found a very good outlet to vent. He had the intention of displaying his strength. After saying those words, he extended his hand, causing a short spear to suddenly appear in his hand, before pouring his source chi into it. Be careful to conserve your source chi. Seeing that he was about to take action, Duan Yuanshan immediately gave a reminder. However, it was a pity that it was already too late. The short spear started to radiate with a faint glow, before disappearing from his hand in a flash, causing a sonic boom to ring out. Not far away, the demon surnamed Qing seemed to have sensed something, causing his body to twist in the air. In the next instant, a bloody mist erupted from his shoulder, before his arm exploded apart, revealing the jet-black flesh and white bones within, giving off a clear and distinct appearance. Feeling the pain, the demon surnamed Qing roared out, his roar appearing just like an invisible shockwave, causing everyone's knowledge sea to become uneasy. Fortunately, The strength of everyone present wasn't low, and with the support of the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, they were able to suppress the uneasiness with just a slight circulation of their strength. He's still not dead? The middle-aged man was greatly surprised. His short spear was a mid-rank Dao Source-grade artifact, and possessed incomparable might. Originally, he had assumed that it would be an easy task to deal with a demon that had lost its consciousness. However, never did he expect that the other party would actually be able to avoid hitting his vitals at the most crucial moment, causing him to only lose an arm. From the looks of it, their combat instincts have increased quite a bit after they lost their consciousness. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The attack from the middle-aged man had caused him to feel threatened, and clearly wasn't something that could be easily avoided. Hearing his words, Hua Qingxi nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Demonic qi churned and churned around the demon surnamed Cheng's severed arm, before converging towards the wound. Under the gazes of everyone present, the wound started to squirm and wriggle, before rapidly growing back. In less than 10 breaths of time, his severed arm had regenerated. Chapter 2096. That's possible? Everyone's eyes popped out in shock, while their jaws dropped, unable to close for a long time. Regrowing a severed limb was something that had only been heard of in legends. Only a few rare and precious spirit herbs that had already gone extinct in the world were able to possess such a heaven-defying effect. Even a powerful cultivator in the Emperor realm was unable to rely on his own strength to regrow a severed limb. However, such a scene had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Furthermore, the one who was able to achieve such a feat was merely a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm. Who wouldn't be astonished? The demonic creatures they had encountered earlier had varying strengths, with all of them being below the Dao Source realm. They were simply no match for the combined might of the 7 people, exploding upon contact. Therefore, no one was able to detect that the boundless demonic qi had such a frightening effect on demonic creatures. However, this demon surnamed Cheng was actually able to rely on the demonic qi to regrow his severed limb in an extremely short period of time. While everyone was astonished, they also secretly felt that the situation had turned somewhat thorny. From the looks of it, we'll have to attack their vitals, or directly shatter them, Duan Yuanshan said in a deep voice. This king wants to see how many times you can dodge. The middle-aged man could not help but feel somewhat angry out of humiliation after his attack failed. With a flick of his wrist, the short spear appeared once again, before he desperately poured his source qi into it. With a slight tremble, the short spear split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Every single short spear appeared to be more or less the same, with all of them appearing to be Dao Source-grade mid-rank artifacts. No one knew if this was due to the divine technique he had grasped, or the might of his artifacts. Go! He roared out. With a slight tremble, the 8 short spears suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next instant, the figures of the 2 city lords of Forest City started to sway furiously. At the same time, another figure shot out from the side. Forming a seal with his hands, the demonic qi instantly flourished. A mysterious energy condensed in the sky, before enveloping the area before them. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk sounds of air being pierced rang out as large patches of blood mist erupted from the bodies of the 2 city lords of Forest City, causing them to appear exceedingly miserable. When the 8 short spears disappeared and returned to the hands of the middle-aged man, his face turned even darker than before. Up ahead, the 2 Forest City lords were heavily injured. One of them had his chest pierced through, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest. One could almost see the wriggling internal organs from one end to the other. The other man's legs were broken. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But even with such a terrible injury, it was still not fatal. The demonic qi was still rolling. The scene of the severed limb growing back appeared once again. But after a while, the 2 Forest Cities castellans once again appeared unscathed in front of everyone. At that moment, apart from the 2 of them, there was another person who appeared to be an old man. Jiang Tai Sheng. Duan Yuanshan snorted coldly. He deeply detested the culprit who had caused Maplewood City's crisis. This demonic old man was clearly the Jiang family's ancestor, Jiang Tai Sheng. However, at this moment he was slightly different from the last time Yang Kai had seen him. He had completely transformed into an existence similar to a demonic person, while his aura was more than a level stronger than before. He was the one who had taken action earlier, blocking quite a few attacks for the two Forest City's city lords. With the strength of the middle-aged man, he should have at least killed one of them. You bunch of trash. You've successfully angered me. I'll make you all pay the price. The middle-aged man was on the verge of exploding from anger, as flames of fury gushed out from his heart. With a loud roar, he suddenly began to circulate his source chi with all his might. With a wave of his hand, a fireball-like secret technique appeared on his palm. As he poured his source chi into it, the temperature of the fireball began to rise, while it also grew increasingly bright. You can't. Seeing this, Duan Yuanshan turned pale with fright. Everyone had already consumed a large amount of their source chi, and after the middle-aged man's earlier actions, they were already stretched to their limits. Seeing that he was about to unleash a secret technique that consumed a large amount of his source chi, how could Duan Yuanshan allow it? It was fine for him to unleash a secret technique, but now that all 7 of them had fused their source chi into one, the source chi required to unleash the secret technique would have to be supplied by all 7 of them. It was far less effective to rely on the 7 points Black Tortoise Grand Array, which was both safer and more energy efficient. He's gone crazy. He won't listen to us. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted out. If you don't want the Grand Array to collapse, hurry up and take the blood-burning source restoring pill. After saying that, she immediately retrieved the spirit pill that Yang Kai had given her earlier, before stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, before taking the spirit pill one after another. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken such a spirit pill. After the spirit pill entered his stomach, he felt a burning sensation radiating from his abdomen, causing him to feel an unbearable pain. At the same time, a portion of his precious blood essence suddenly ignited, catalyzing the pill's effects, transforming it into pure source chi that was injected into his empty meridians. His eyes could not help but light up, as he realized that this spirit pill was indeed a good item. There were quite a few spirit pills in the star boundary that could replenish one's source chi. However, there shouldn't be any that had a better effect than the blood-burning source restoring pill, as well as a faster rate of absorption. However, consuming it would consume a portion of one's blood essence, a side effect that was neither too big nor too small. Generally speaking, consuming one's blood essence would cause one's body to weaken. Once the pill's effects wore off, everyone would definitely feel a little weaker. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who seemed to have lost all reason, had a malevolent sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. The fireball in his hand was as dazzling as a miniature sun, its scorching temperature causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the demonic chi that was nearby had actually been completely incinerated, something that was a pleasant surprise. Go to hell, trash. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man tossed the miniature sun-like fireball out. Sensing the terrifying might contained within the fireball, the faces of Duan Yuanshan and the others turned pale. Without any hesitation, they formed hand seals with their hands and roared out, "Defend!" Being led by the formation, everyone hurriedly started to cooperate. The black tortoise projection suddenly shrunk by quite a bit, before a tortoise shell appeared on the back of the tortoise, with complex patterns and model diagrams present on its surface. In an instant, the black tortoise projection appeared to have solidified, causing everyone hiding within it to feel a sense of security. At the front, Jiang Taisheng and the other 2 demons howled out, while waves of unease spread out from their mouths. Seemingly sensing that a great calamity was about to befall them, they opened their mouths wide, sucking in the demonic chi present in their surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi present in the area where the 3 of them were located had become much denser compared to before. The miniature sun descending right in the middle of the 3 demons. A dazzling brilliance blossomed out, causing seemingly everyone to close their eyes, unable to look at the situation before them. Bang! It was only at this moment that a deafening explosion rang out. The heavens and earth were devoid of light, with sand and rocks flying about. gales howled, while the earth hummed. The already collapsed mine tunnel. It was practically completely destroyed. Haha, let's see if you'll all die now. As the middle-aged man laughed maniacally, he took out a blood-burning source restoring pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His expression was so malevolent that it appeared as though he had gone mad. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, a gigantic crater that was several dozen meters deep appeared in the ground before them. The surroundings were filled with flames that had yet to be extinguished. Within the gigantic crater, 3 figures were faintly discernible. The middle-aged man's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt as he looked in front of him in disbelief, a look of disbelief on his face. The demonic chi present within the gigantic crater had already been cleared, allowing everyone to see everything clearly. Although the 3 demons that should have been destroyed without a trace were currently in an incomparably miserable state. With their bodies incomplete, none of them had died. On the contrary, they were still sucking in the demonic chi from their surroundings in an attempt to repair their bodies. However, flames were still burning on their bodies. Before the demonic chi could enter their bodies, it was incinerated into black smoke by the scorching energy present within their bodies. They're unable to regrow their limbs. If we don't take action now, when will we? Upon seeing this, Duan Yuanshan shouted out in pleasant surprise. Taking the lead, he summoned his artifact, disregarding the consumption of his source chi as he launched a ferocious attack. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate to unleash their secret techniques or activate the might of their artifacts. Within the gigantic crater, Jiang Tai-sheng and the other 2 demons roared as they rushed out. Allowing the flames on their bodies to continue to burn, they dodged the attacks of everyone's secret techniques and artifacts as they rapidly closed in, their scarlet-black eyes brimming with madness. They want to perish together with us? Hurry up and stop them. Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed. Spinning around, she shouted out, "Butterfly dance." In an instant, she appeared to have transformed into a fluttering and dancing butterfly, appearing both lively and beautiful. All of a sudden, multicolored butterflies shot out from her body, flapping their wings as they flew forward, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them in total. Upon approaching the bodies of the demons, those enchanting butterflies started to radiate intense energy fluctuations before exploding one after another. Every explosion was equivalent to the self-destruction of a third-order origin king cultivator. With over 100 butterflies exploding at the same time, it was a spectacular sight. The situation of the 3 demons, who were already heavily injured, became even more worrisome. Chop! The long saber in Qin Chaoyang's hand transformed into a massive beam of light as it slashed downwards. The demon surnamed Cheng, who was 10 meters away from the group, was sliced in half by this attack. Falling to the ground, he was finally dead. Zhuang Pan and Du Lishan also knew that this was a matter of life and death. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their strongest attacks to intercept Jiang Tai-sheng and the demon surnamed Zhou. The long sword in Yang Kai's hand unleashed an endless stream of 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Linked together, they shot towards the demon surnamed Zhou, nearly turning him into a beehive. Dragon Emperor Flash. Duan Yuanshan clasped his hands together, before suddenly pushing them forward. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a dragon shadow pounced forward, turning into the final straw that broke the camel's back. It struck the chest of the demon surnamed Zhou, causing his already broken body to explode into several pieces before falling from the sky. "Where's Jiang Tai-sheng?" Qin Chaoyang's expression suddenly changed as he asked in a low voice. In this moment of chaos, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Tai-sheng had disappeared. Everyone was greatly shocked as they hurriedly looked around. "Over here!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Relying on his attainments in the Tao of space, he was able to keenly capture Jiang Tai-sheng's traces. The long sword in his hand trembled, before shooting out, transforming into a streak of light. *Pu. Jiang Tai-sheng's figure mysteriously appeared before the long sword pierced through his heart. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Tai-sheng had actually already arrived in front of them. Although he had suffered a fatal injury, A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, an extremely unstable energy fluctuation was emitted from his body. Chapter 2097. Under everyone's gazes, Jiang Taisheng's body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a plump fatty, with his clothes completely torn apart. Unsettling energy fluctuations radiated from his body, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate wildly. The 7 points black tortoise array flashed wildly, faintly showing signs of collapsing. "Hurry up and stop him." At this moment, Hua Qingxi no longer had any of her previous charm. A sharp scream rang out, while fear filled her beautiful eyes. Although she was from the third-order Dao Source realm, she was absolutely unable to ignore the self-destruction of a first-order Dao Source realm master. Furthermore, Jiang Taisheng was from the demonized first-order Dao Source realm. A solemn expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. A short blade appeared in his hand, before he sent it chopping towards Jiang Taisheng, intending to kill him before he self-destructed. Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Chaoyang, Du Li Shen and Yang Kai worked together, sending colorful energy attacks towards Jiang Taisheng. However, right at this moment, something that no one had ever expected happened. All of a sudden, Zhuang Pan roared out in fright, his eyes trembling intensely as he ran away with all his might. The scene before him had actually scared him out of his wits, causing him to only want to run as far away as possible. He had completely forgotten about the great heart demon oath that everyone had sworn together, and no longer cared about the safety of others. With his movement, the 7 points black tortoise array, which was originally able to defend against him, instantly collapsed. The gigantic black tortoise figure distorted and dissipated. "Bastard!" Duan Yuan Shan shot a glance at Zhuang Pan's fleeing figure, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Zhuang, hurry up and come back." Du Lishan shouted out loudly. However, Zhuang Pan had already disappeared without a trace. How could he hear him? Bang. A loud bang rang out, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A jet-black black hole suddenly appeared where Jiang Taisheng was originally standing. Not a single bit of light could be seen, appearing incomparably deep, as though it was capable of devouring everything in the world. The black hole abruptly expanded outwards. It carried with it an energy shockwave that sent chills down one's spine. Poo. Duan Yuan Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his aura suddenly weakened by quite a bit. In the next instant, the faces of the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi turned pale, while blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Fortunately, the two of them possessed tyrannical strength, and the secret techniques that they had learnt were not weak. Relying on their powerful cultivation and secret techniques, they were able to hold their ground. It blocked most of the damage. Qin Chaoyang and Du Lishen were the weakest, so their situation was also the worst. Qin Chaoyang was directly blown away and fell to the ground far away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Du Lishen, half of his body was blown off by Jiang Taisheng's self-explosion, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Yang Kai stood guard behind Qin Yu. He exposed his back to Jiang Taisheng and activated his origin energy to protect himself. Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and had the heavy responsibility of repairing the seal. If he died in this explosion, this operation would be a complete failure. Therefore, Yang Kai's first thought was to protect Qin Yu well. When the terrifying energy shockwave blasted over, even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to suppress the majority of its power, he still felt as if he had been smashed by a sledgehammer. A searing pain radiated from his back, while the blood and qi in his chest roiled, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. The aftershocks gradually dissipated. The current situation was too horrible to look at. Everyone was gasping for breath, while their faces were filled with palpitations. Ordinary first-order Dao Source Realm Masters would definitely not be able to cause such a powerful explosion. The reason why Jiang Taisheng was able to do so was definitely because he had been demonized. How's the repair of the seal coming along? Duan Yuan Shan suddenly turned his head towards Qin Yu and asked. At this moment, one of the 7 Dao Source Realm cultivators had fled, one was dead, and the fate of the last one was unknown. It was already impossible for them to continue maintaining the spirit array. If the repair of the seal was completed, everyone could immediately retreat back to Maplewood City. If there was still a small gap, Duan Yuan Shan felt that they could still put in a bit more effort. If there was a large gap, they could only immediately flee. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their gazes towards Qinyu. In the next instant, everyone's faces turned blank as looks of despair appeared on their faces. That's because the seal on the stone wall appeared to be much more tattered than before. Clearly, it had been affected by the explosion earlier. At this very moment, a faint golden glow was sparkling from the seal on the stone wall, while lines of squirming earthworm-like patterns continued to swim about, appearing as if they had devoured some kind of vitality and were about to turn into living creatures. Furthermore, a peculiar attractive force was radiating from the stone wall, causing people to be reluctant to shift their gazes away. Upon sensing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Hurriedly biting their tongues, they closed their eyes while their minds were still clear. "We can't stay here for long. Everyone hurry up and leave." Duan Yuan Shan knew that the situation was hopeless. As he spoke, he rushed over to Qin Chaiyang's side and extended his hand to check his breathing. After confirming that he was still alive, a look of joy appeared on his face as he lifted him up. The middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi exchanged glances, both of them wanting to retreat. "Little brother, let's go." Hua Qingxi shouted towards Yang Kai, who was still standing in his original spot, appearing extremely concerned about him. "There seems to be something wrong with Lord Yang's situation," Qinyu shouted out with a sobbing tone. She had been protected by Yang Kai earlier, so she had not suffered any injuries. On the contrary, Yang Kai had been struck by the frightening energy wave, causing him to spit out a mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall. Qinyu had clearly seen that after Yang Kai had spat out that mouthful of golden blood, the entire stone wall had become slightly different, brimming with vitality and a bizarre demonic power. She could even faintly sense that there was an inexplicable connection between Yang Kai and the seal on the stone wall. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi was startled and hurriedly asked. "I'm not sure either." Qinyu shook her head as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Duan Yuan Shan's face sank as he scuttled over to Yang Kai's side to look at him. In the next instant, his expression abruptly changed. That was because he had discovered that Yang Kai's eyes were currently wide open, with golden blood trickling down from the corners of his eyes. He was staring intently at the stone wall, as though he was attracted by something. Although a struggling expression appeared on his face, he was unable to free himself from it no matter what. All of a sudden, a jet-black demonic chi gushed out from the seal, before climbing onto Yang Kai's body. Like a black rope, it tightly connected him to the stone wall. The aura radiating from Yang Kai's body abruptly turned demonic, while mysterious and bizarre jet-black demonic patterns began to surface on his exposed skin. Demonic transformation. Duan Yuan Shan cried out in shock. Upon seeing this scene, how could he not know that the demonic chi had already invaded Yang Kai's body? It wouldn't be long before he transformed into an existence that was identical to Jiang Taisheng. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Qinyu to his side, before circulating his source chi to envelop her and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang. Calling out to Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man, he said, "This Duan will take his leave first." After saying those words, he rushed towards Maplewood City at lightning speed. At this moment, there was still some power left in his body, which should be enough for him to return to Maplewood City. As long as he could return to the city, he would be able to borrow the city's defensive spirit array to resist the demonic chi. "What about Lord Yang?" Qinyu shouted out in panic. Yang Kai's current state was more or less related to her. At that time, if not for the fact that Yang Kai was protecting her, he would not have exposed his back, and would not have coincidentally spat that mouthful of golden blood onto the stone wall seal. Therefore, Qinyu could not sit back and do nothing. However, her strength was still too low, so she was basically unable to do anything. "We can't care about him," Duan Yuan Shan replied, before suddenly increasing his speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi did not immediately retreat. The two of them were confident in their profound strength, so they were not too afraid of the demonic qi surrounding them. Instead, they continued to stare at Yang Kai with strange gazes. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man gave a sinister laugh and said, "Kid, since you've been invaded by the demonic qi, you're destined to become a demon. Killing you can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens." As he spoke, the short spear appeared in his hand once again. With a piercing sound, it pierced straight towards Yang Kai's head. However, right at this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, causing a ribbon-like artifact to shoot out. It accurately wrapped around the short spear, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. "Lowly maid, what are you doing? Could it be that you've been invaded by the demonic qi as well?" The middle-aged man roared out in anger as he turned his head around. Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "Master, do I look like I've been invaded by the demonic qi? Then why are you stopping this king? This little brother has just gone through life and death with us. Master, you want to kill him in the blink of an eye. Aren't you being a little too heartless?" Hua Qingxi looked at the middle-aged man in disdain as she ridiculed, "Master, your face changes faster than flipping a book. What kind of friendship do I have with a piece of trash like him? You don't, but I do." Hua Qingxi gave a tender laugh. "I've said before that I'll protect him. Aren't you not giving me any face by killing him in front of this mistress? This king needs to give you face? Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man shot her a sideways glance. "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." I'm so scared." Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest with a fearful look on her face. Trembling, she said, "Master, why are you so angry? Anger isn't good for your body, and you'll age faster." "Lowly maid, you've angered me time and time again. This king didn't want to lower himself to your level. However, since you're courting death, don't blame this king for being ruthless. I'll kill you first." With a loud roar, the short spear in the middle-aged man's hand transforming into 8 identical existences. With a trembling hum, they shot towards Hua Qingxi. Faced with such an attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Forming a seal with her hands, specks of starlight suddenly emerged from her tender body, appearing just like a sea of stars. In the next instant, dozens of arrows formed from starlight slowly took shape before her. Every single arrow appeared to be pulled by an invisible bow and arrow. With a flash, they shot straight towards the middle-aged man. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Controlling his secret treasure to defend against the incoming attacks, he roared out in a deep voice, "You're from the Star Soul Palace?" So what if I am?" Hua Qingxi giggled endlessly. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, transforming them into a complicated, profound seal. Smashing it down towards the middle-aged man's head, she roared out, "Star Descent." Chapter 2098. The starlight that filled the skies descended like meteors, bringing with it unimaginable might, causing the middle-aged man to complain incessantly. The star-chasing arrow and star descent were both secret techniques of the Star Soul Palace. The reason why Hua Qingxi was able to use them was clearly because she was a member of the Star Soul Palace. Upon realizing this point, the bitterness in the middle-aged man's mouth overflowed with bitterness. From the very beginning, he had been acting high and mighty, not placing anyone in his eyes. The only reason he could do so was because of his profound cultivation and the Flying Saint Palace backing him. Although the Flying Saint Palace wasn't considered to be a top-notch sect within the entire Southern Territory, they still had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm in charge, and had some reputation. If not for this, how could the middle-aged man from Ningyuan City be so arrogant as to dare to strut around in Maplewood City? However, it was only at this moment that the middle-aged man suddenly discovered that Hua Qingxi's background was even greater than his own. This caused him to feel both shock and anger from the humiliation he felt. This feeling was akin to showing off his wealth in front of a beggar, only for that beggar to casually throw a few gold bricks at his face, causing his face to become bruised and swollen. In an instant, the middle-aged man's sense of superiority had completely disappeared. Not only that, he also felt somewhat restrained. His opponent was from the top-notch sect within the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace. How could he dare to make an enemy out of such a person? It would be fine if he lost, but if he won, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a comical scene appeared. Faced with Hua Qingxi's endless stream of secret techniques, the middle-aged man could only defend himself and did not dare to retaliate at all. However, Hua Qingxi did not have any intention of letting the matter rest. Not only did she continue to unleash her secret techniques, she even brought out her secret treasures. She had completely suppressed the middle-aged man. On the other side, Yang Kai, who was quietly standing in front of the stone wall seal, was also complaining incessantly in his heart. Just as Qin Yu had observed, when he had spat a mouthful of golden blood onto the seal due to Jiang Taisheng's self-destruction, he had formed an indescribable connection with the seal. He could clearly sense that there was an extremely frightening will behind the seal, quietly observing him. This caused his entire body to turn stiff. He couldn't move at all. Even when the pure ancient demonic qi entered his body, Yang Kai was still helpless. He could only watch it happen. Even Yang Kai did not know what was sealed behind the stone wall. He could only observe from Jianghu He's sea of consciousness that it should be a part of the ancient giant demon's body. As for which part it was, he had absolutely no idea. However, since it was sealed here, it meant that it was an existence that could not be destroyed. If the ancient experts of the Emperor realm could really solve this problem, they wouldn't have been forced to seal it. Unfortunately, countless years of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, and the land of the seal had undergone many changes. In the end, it was destroyed by the Jiang family. As the pure ancient demonic qi entered his body, Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. His consciousness was no longer as clear as before. His mind was muddled. When the middle-aged man had taken action against him, he had believed that he was definitely going to die this time. Who could have known that it was that woman, Hua Qingxi, who had saved his life at the final juncture? While he rejoiced, he also felt somewhat puzzled, as he did not know why Hua Qingxi would do such a thing. As time passed, more and more demonic qi entered his body. Yang Kai's entire body had disappeared, leaving only a clump of jet-black darkness that appeared like a black hole that could devour all light. All of a sudden, a loud voice rang out within Yang Kai's mind. The voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. At the same time, it also seemed to come from the ancient times. The voice was deafening, yet no one was able to hear what it was saying. Blood instantly flowed out from Yang Kai's 7 orifices. However, the golden blood did not drip down. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, flying towards the stone wall and fusing with the seal. All of a sudden, a shudder shook through Yang Kai's entire body. Opening his eyes wide, he stared straight ahead. Within his world and vision, everything had disappeared. He felt as though he was situated within a black hole in the void, unable to see even the slightest bit of light. The only thing present in his surroundings was boundless darkness, causing despair and dread to rise within his heart. Above the jet-black sky, a gigantic single eye appeared. Seemingly covering half of the sky, it was incomparably jet-black, deep and tranquil. It seemed to contain an extremely mysterious force that was guiding Yang Kai's soul, causing it to resonate with it. Black Eye. Yang Kai was greatly shocked as he immediately understood that this was the ancient giant demon's single jet-black eye. The scenes that he had observed within Jianghu He's consciousness were of the ancient black-eye giant demon shooting out jet-black rays of light, causing the powerful warships of the Emperor realm to crumble apart and falling flowers. Those jet-black rays of light seemed to be even more powerful than the might of an Emperor artifact. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood what the ancient great demon was sealed in this place. Clearly, it was the black-eye giant demon. The ancient giant demon's black-eye giant demon was born from the creation of the heavens and earth, and was definitely not something that could be destroyed by humans. Those almighty experts had used all sorts of methods to make the black eye disappear, and could only helplessly choose to seal it. although he understood that Yang Kai was unable to do anything about it at this moment. Even though the ancient giant demon had been dead for countless years, this black-eyed giant demon still contained a portion of its will. That will was so powerful that it was absolutely not something that a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could resist. Yang Kai could only watch passively. Under the black-eyed giant demon that covered the sky, Yang Kai was as insignificant as an ant, completely insignificant. All of a sudden, the black-eyed giant demon seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's existence and shot its gaze over. In an instant, Yang Kai felt intense pain within his knowledge sea, as though his soul was about to be torn apart. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth and cried out. Boundless demonic chi continued to flood into his body through the destruction of the seal, causing his flesh and blood to crumble apart. However, under the dual effects of his golden blood and demonic chi, he was rapidly reborn. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than the legendary pain of being sliced into pieces. However, what caused Yang Kai to feel even more terrified was that the black-eyed giant demon that had been hovering in the air was rapidly closing in on him. Yang Kai could clearly feel a joyous emotion being transmitted from the black-eyed giant demon, as though it had finally found something after waiting for countless years. In the next instant, the black-eyed giant demon wrapped itself around Yang Kai, before gushing into his body like an invisible object. In the next instant, a pitch-black energy pillar suddenly erupted from Yang Kai, shooting straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds and reaching the peak of the horizon. The boundless demonic chi that had pervaded a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have been attracted by something, as it rolled over from far and near locations, frantically converging towards Yang Kai. Within the demonic chi, countless demonic creatures turned around and looked towards Yang Kai's location. They had long since lost their consciousness and did not know what life, death, and pain were. However, expressions of joy appeared on their faces as they knelt down one after another, revealing pious expressions of worship. It was as though a king that had been waiting for countless years had finally returned, as though an invincible sovereign had finally awakened. 500 kilometers away, Duan Yuanshan was protecting Qin Yu and the unconscious Qin Chaoyang as they fought a bloody battle against a group of demonic creatures. The demonic creatures were not difficult to deal with. After all, their cultivation levels were different, and they were far from being a match for Duan Yuanshan. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. Duan Yuanshan also had to protect the two members of the Qin family, which made it even more difficult for him to deal with them. Seeing that the demonic creatures were about to break through his defensive perimeter, Duan Yuanshan no longer cared about his own injuries and bit the tip of his tongue, burning his blood essence. However, right at this moment, a violent howl rang out from afar, piercing through their eardrums. The demonic chi surged and rolled, as the demonic creatures knelt down one after another, completely ignoring them. Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know what had happened, he knew that time was not on his side. He was not in the mood to fight against the boundless demonic creatures, so he took the two members of the Qin family and flew into the sky, frantically fleeing towards Maplewood City. Along the way, the densely packed demonic creatures all knelt down on the ground, while the demonized monster beast was actually crawling on the ground, motionless. Exactly what's going on? Doubts arose in Duan Yuanshan's heart as he turned around to take a look. However, he was unable to see anything, with only a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Nevertheless, he was able to clearly sense terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from the seal. On the various city walls of Maplewood City, countless cultivators were dumbfounded by what they saw. That's because the demonic creatures, who were still madly attacking the defensive light barrier a moment ago, had all stopped moving in the span of a single breath, as though they had all died in an instant. However, there were some sharp-eyed cultivators who were able to see through the pitch-black demonic chi to observe the situation, and were still able to see the vague figures of the demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures were either kneeling or crawling, not moving in the slightest. Not far from the seal, Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man had also stopped their meaningless battle, with both of them opening their eyes wide as they looked downwards. The pitch-black energy pillars soaring into the sky caused them to feel fear and dread, while the astonishing pressure radiating from Yang Kai's body caused them to tremble from head to toe. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Exchanging glances, the two of them simultaneously retreated 10 kilometers to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Can you feel it? The demonic chi seems to be converging in that direction. Hua Qingxi suddenly asked with a solemn expression on her face. The middle-aged man nodded his head with a grave and stern expression, before giving a sinister laugh. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that your little brother won't be able to escape this calamity. Why are you gloating over his misfortune? Hua Qingxi gave a cold snort. I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so nervous? Ever since he had found out about Hua Qingxi's origins, how would the middle-aged man dare to refer to himself as this king in front of her? However, he was also puzzled, as he did not know why Hua Qingxi had such a soft spot for Yang Kai. At her level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to have any feelings for a man she had just met. She was already a few hundred years old, so how could she fall in love so easily? He had a faint feeling that Hua Qingxi had some other ulterior motive. Chapter 2099. When the huge black eye entered Yang Kai's body and fused with him, Yang Kai's consciousness became somewhat blurred. All kinds of negative emotions that had been hidden in the deepest part of his heart burst out at this moment, as if they were being drawn by something, causing his entire body to exude an extremely evil aura. Mysterious and complex demonic patterns climbed up his skin, and with the influx of a large amount of demonic chi, these demonic patterns became darker and darker. A power far exceeding that of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was brewing in his body, impacting his mind and self, causing him to be lost in the joy and pleasure of suddenly obtaining great strength. A strong murderous intent and a desire to destroy emerged in his chest, especially towards living beings with flesh and blood. He had an extremely strong desire to kill. His divine sense sank, wrapped in endless darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light. As time passed, he could only become a member of the demon dwellers. But at this moment, in the endless darkness, a weak light, like a sharp blade that tore through the haze, leisurely bloomed. The light showed 7 colors, and was magnificent. The 7-colored light penetrated the endless demonic chi and shone on Yang Kai, making him feel warm. It was as if he had been frozen in the cold night for 3 or 9 days, and had finally waited for the sun to shine. His evil aura also seemed to have encountered nemesis, turning into plumes of blue smoke and quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's sinking consciousness suddenly sobered up for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he focused his vision and looked ahead. In his field of vision, the shadow of a lotus flower exuding 7-colored light was faintly discernible. The 7-colored lotus flower was not big. Compared to the endless demonic chi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, but the place where it existed had become the last pure land in this dark world. 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's mind suddenly sobered up, realizing that he had unknowingly transformed into a soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. And the 7-colored light was obviously emitted by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. His heart stirred, and he immediately rushed in the direction of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. After a short while, he was already standing at the stamen of the lotus. The 7-colored light enveloped him, dispelling all the negative emotions from his body. When the black smoke was expelled from his body, Kai Yang was finally able to fully awaken. As far as the eye could see, the entire knowledge sea was shrouded in boundless darkness. The constellation diagram that was supposed to exist above the knowledge sea did not have the slightest bit of light. In this entire world, other than the multicolored light emitted by the soul-warming lotus, there seemed to be nothing else. A huge black eye appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. He looked down at Yang Kai coldly, without the slightest emotion. Yang Kai could not see it, but this was his sea of consciousness, so he could clearly feel it. Boundless pressure and willpower emanated from that single black eye, as if it wanted to destroy Yang Kai's spiritual defense, tarnishing his soul. However, under the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the world, any invisible attack was enough to be purified by the multicolored light. Not only that, from the soul-warming lotus, many tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye flew out. Soul-devouring insects. They were strange insects that Yang Kai obtained in Tongxian realm in his early years, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, they could no longer play any role. For a long time, Yang Kai had placed them on the multicolored island transformed by the soul-warming lotus, leaving them to fend for themselves. After so many years of nourishment, their numbers had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, to Yang Kai's surprise, they all flew out of the soul-warming lotus. They scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, there was a burst of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds. The ancient demonic chi that invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nibbled away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring insects can even devour demonic chi. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. As time passed, these soul-devouring insects that devoured the demonic chi grew bigger and bigger. They were originally a group of indiscernible existences. Even if Yang Kai released them to fight his enemies before, his enemies would not be able to see them at all. But now, in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, their size was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, their skin color was gradually turning black, and complex and subtle demon crests were beginning to appear on their bodies. Each and every one of them was giving off an extremely mysterious aura. After a short while, the soul-devouring insects became the size of rice grains, and they were still growing at an even faster speed. In his knowledge sea, the demonic chi began to tumble uneasily. As if it had its own thoughts, it began to avoid being devoured by the soul-devouring insects. But this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, where could they hide? The clouds of devil chi were like leaves being gnawed away by silkworms. Very soon, a large gap was revealed. Yang Kai watched silently for a while, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse, but since it was beneficial to his situation, he was too lazy to care. The next moment, with a thought, he drove the colorful soul-warming lotus to fly somewhere high in the sky, and looked directly at the huge black pupil hidden in the boundless darkness. The demonic chi slowly dissipated, and finally the black pupil was revealed. Even in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it still occupied half of the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of it, as humble and small as an ant. The colorful light disappeared and disappeared, forming a halo around Yang Kai's body. Like the rotation of a celestial body, a huge halo spread out all of a sudden. Get out or be completely destroyed. Yang Kai moved his mind, and the sound of thunder fell from the sky. The sound of thunder was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing into the black pupil, causing its shape to distort and change. After a while, the black pupil calmed down again. The deep darkness was like a black hole, and the huge eye still stood there, motionless. Sure enough, it doesn't have its own thoughts, and only a remnant of its will is left? Yang Kai was thoughtful. Although he had guessed before, he was not too sure. But now, after this test, he finally got the answer he wanted. This black pupil no longer had its own thoughts, and only the remnant will of the ancient troll remained. After all, in the distant ancient times, countless powerful people in the Emperor realm destroyed its body, and its own thoughts had long disappeared. Since that was the case, there was no way to communicate with it. Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he urged the power of the colorful soul-warming lotus. The next moment, the colorful light bloomed dazzlingly, turning into sharp blades, and piercing toward the black pupil. And at this moment, the black pupil's single eye took a deep look at Yang Kai, and then slowly closed. Between heaven and earth, a giant-like voice resounded, "You have the aura of a demon. I leave it to you, I leave it all to you, to witness the end of this world, to witness the destruction of this world." An incomparably ferocious aura spread out leisurely, and the closed black pupil suddenly turned into a black light, shooting toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly guarded his mind to resist. At the same time, the colorful soul-warming lotus also spun, and the endless colorful light turned into a barrier, trying to prevent the black light from invading. But all of this was in vain. The black light easily penetrated the barrier of the colorful soul-warming lotus, tore through Yang Kai's defenses, and directly entered his body. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul, and his entire soul avatar could not be maintained, directly collapsing. Immediately after, his consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his mouth to release a furious roar. This roar was just like the roar of a wounded wild beast in the mountain forest. Yang Kai was completely wrapped up by the rolling demonic qi, making it impossible to see his face and figure clearly. A hand was tightly covering his right eye, from which golden blood continuously flowed out. This is 5 kilometers away. Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Since Yang Kai's strange change had happened to him, they had watched everything from start to finish. Naturally, they had a vague idea of exactly what had happened. Under their witness, the jet-black demonic qi that had enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers had completely gushed into Yang Kai's body, disappearing without a trace within the short span of an incense stick's time. Countless demonic beasts all knelt on the ground. However, for some unknown reason, the demonic qi within their bodies had completely disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the demonic qi, these extremely ferocious demonic beasts had all become exceedingly weak in a short span of time. Although their lives were not in any danger, Yuan Qi was unavoidable. Furthermore, all of them had blank expressions on their faces, completely unaware of what had just happened. The monster beasts were even more flustered as they fled in panic. Sunlight returned to the earth, causing people to feel warm and fuzzy. However, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could sense a pressure that was comparable to that of an expert from the Emperor realm radiating from Yang Kai, who was 5 kilometers away. This pressure was extremely evil, and seemed to be filled with the stench of blood, causing it to instinctively repel the aura of the living. In the next instant, the violently trembling Yang Kai suddenly calmed down. The large hand that was covering his right eye slowly loosened. Extending his hands before his eyes, he appeared to be examining something. Within the darkness, 2 rays of mysterious light shot out. One golden, the other black. The golden vertical pupil of his left eye brimming with majesty, while the black horizontal pupil of his right eye brimming with primal chaos trembled intensely at the location of Yang Kai's eyes, creating an extremely stark contrast. "What's that?" The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. Even though he was from the Flying Saint Palace, he was still somewhat unable to understand exactly what kind of monster he was looking at. As his voice rang out, the 2 completely different colored gazes suddenly turned towards him and Hua Qingxi. Not good. Upon making contact with the 2 gazes, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt her head sink. Her beautiful face contorted as she roared out, "Hurry and run!" As she spoke, she formed a hand seal. With a bang, her entire body transformed into over 100 colorful butterflies that flew off in all directions. Seeing her leave so decisively, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had just witnessed a great disaster? Hurriedly biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light as he hastily retreated a few dozen kilometers away. Chapter 2100. The middle-aged man possessed a powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. Therefore, when he focused on escaping, his speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already ignited his blood essence and fled 100 kilometers away. Looking back with lingering fear in his heart, the middle-aged man could not help but gawk. In the distance, there was no trace of Yang Kai, as though he had suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man's heart sank, as an indescribable feeling of dread and terror began to spread within him. Chaotic spatial fluctuations radiated out from the front, before a jet-black figure suddenly appeared. The figure was enveloped by boundless demonic qi, making it impossible to see its face clearly. However, the golden and black radiance radiating from its face caused the middle-aged man to feel as though he was facing a great enemy. When he met those 2 gazes, his thoughts could not help but turn rigid, while his consciousness turned chaotic, while his divine soul turned restless. He roared out furiously. Summoning his short spear, he formed a complicated seal with his hands, before frantically pouring his source chi into the short spear. Whoosh whoosh, the short spear started to grow at a strange speed, transforming into a gigantic object over 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. With a slight tremble, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. This was the middle-aged man's most powerful attack, and he was extremely confident in his attack. Even the experts of the Emperor realm would not dare to ignore such an attack. Yang Kai appeared to have lost his consciousness, just like those demons. The only thing left in his mind was a bloodthirsty desire. Faced with the impending danger, he did not have any intention of dodging, and continued to stand in his original position in a daze. Only when the short spear was about to reach his body did he send out a punch, seemingly out of instinct. His fist was enveloped by jet-black demonic chi, appearing solid and dark. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man could not help but feel elated. His eyes widened. He wanted to see what would happen next, and wanted to see Yang Kai being smashed to smithereens by his attack. Bang! A loud bang rang out, while Yang Kai did not move a single inch. However, the short spear was struck by a berserk force, causing the brilliance on its body to dim. In an instant, it reverted to its original size, while flying at a speed faster than before. It fell into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, as he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard, he took another look, only to see that Yang Kai was indeed completely unscathed. Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of pure demonic chi overflowed from his body and spread to his arms, making them longer and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black palm was formed. Immediately, it smashed down towards the middle-aged man's head. It was as if a pitch-black mountain had descended from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, to his despair, he noticed that the space around him had somehow solidified and viscous, and it was as if it had been confined. He couldn't dodge it. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale as he screamed out. One of them summoned a shield-like defensive artifact. After injecting origin energy, the shield immediately turned into a barrier, blocking above him. Not only that, but he was also constantly forming hand seals and chanting, "Heaven, Earth, Black, Martial." The origin energy within his body surged crazily. Before he could unleash this mysterious secret technique, the pitch-black mountain-like palm had already smashed down. Crack! The barrier formed by the shield shattered like a mirror. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, before it shattered into pieces, completely unable to provide any form of protection. Immediately after, the gigantic palm smashed down onto the middle-aged man's body. He was only able to let out a miserable shriek filled with terror before he lost all signs of life. The gigantic palm gradually dissipated. Other than a gigantic palm print on the ground, the only thing that remained was a pile of minced meat. Under the might of that palm, the middle-aged man's cultivation in the third-order Tao source realm was unable to defend against it, instantly losing his life. All of his origin artifacts and even his spatial ring were smashed into smithereens. The items within his spatial ring were eternally banished into the void. After doing all of this, Yang Kai raised his head with an expressionless face and shot a glance in another direction. Over there, Hua Qingxi, who had split up with the middle-aged man, turned her head around in horror, her beautiful eyes trembling endlessly. Just a moment ago, she could faintly hear a miserable shriek ringing out from afar. This caused her heart to involuntarily panic, causing her to run even faster. However, right at this moment, the space in front of her turned blurry, before a pitch-black figure blocked her path. How can this be? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face contorted as her heart sank to rock bottom. She had split up with the middle-aged man, before personally witnessing Yang Kai chasing after the other party. However, in just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had actually caught up to the other party, killed him, and then blocked her path? Even a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Looking at the pitch-black figure and sensing the ruthless and bloodthirsty aura radiating from it, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale, while a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not act rashly. Instead, she squeezed out a faint smile, before fearfully displaying her charm and amorous feelings. Since the other party was able to kill the middle-aged man in an instant, this meant that he could easily destroy her as well. There was no difference whether she resisted or not. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was to awaken the consciousness hidden in the deepest recesses of Yang Kai's heart. "Little brother," Hua Qingxi called out softly with a trembling voice, a gentleness that had never been present in her voice before. "Can you move aside? You're blocking my path." Yang Kai did not move a single inch, merely standing in his original spot as he quietly stared at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. The golden and black profound light radiating from his eyes caused Hua Qingxi's heart to tremble. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She felt just like a little lamb facing off against a savage and ferocious king of the jungle, where her life and death would be decided with a single thought from the other party. The only thing that Hua Qingxi felt fortunate was that Yang Kai did not try to kill her the moment they met. This allowed her to see a sliver of hope for survival. "It's me, your big sister. Don't you remember me, little brother?" Hua Qingxi brushed her hair behind her ear as she continued to try. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky, but as expected, Yang Kai appeared to be moved by her words. His dual-colored eyes started to tremble intensely once again, as if his consciousness was resisting against something. "Little brother, I've just saved your life. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? You're repaying kindness with enmity, right?" Hua Qingxi's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous figure. Bean-sized beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead, while her face turned pale. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm. "Roar!" Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, suddenly reached out and covered his head, letting out a low roar from his throat. Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, on second thought, with the opponent's current strength, it would be useless no matter how far she retreated. She could not help but smile bitterly, and simply stood in place without moving. "If you don't say anything, your big sister will leave." Hua Qingxi gently probed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond, she was overjoyed and said, "Then the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Speaking up to this point, she once again displayed the divine technique of 100 discs. In an instant, she transformed into countless multicolored butterflies and fled into the distance like a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the roaring Yang Kai suddenly straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed in the direction of the countless butterflies. The 100 discs dissipated, and Hua Qingxi's body reappeared. Her face was extremely ugly. She suddenly became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You didn't say a word, and you won't let me go. Just kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and grabbed in her direction. Hua Qingxi's heart sank on the spot. She was shocked and said, "I was joking. Why did you take it seriously?" As she spoke, she desperately urged her source qi to resist. However, the gap in strength between her and Yang Kai was enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before she could raise her source qi, Hua Qingxi felt her body tighten, as if she was wrapped in an invisible force. A suffocating feeling hit her. The next moment, her head became heavy and her feet became light. Her divine sense became chaotic, and her vision turned black. By the time she regained her senses, Hua Qingxi was standing in a daze in an empty field, her pretty face pale as snow. She turned her head and looked around. She found that this place was flat and surrounded by a dense forest. A strong wind blew, cool and refreshing. This wasn't the star boundary. Hua Qingxi immediately felt the difference between this place and the star boundary. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not the star boundary. Did she die? Hua Qingxi stood there with a blank expression. Death wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. She didn't even feel anything before dying. Why would she come to this place after dying? Then where was that annoying guy from the Flying Saint Palace? Could this be the legendary infernal prison? Her thoughts ran wild, and Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. I didn't kill you, but instead sent you here. It seems, the consciousness of the main body is still there, at least some of it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Hua Qingxi's ears. The voice was so loud that it sounded like the beating of a war drum, startling Hua Qingxi. Who is it? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed, and she shouted vigilantly. At the same time, she looked around, but she didn't find anyone. Look up, look up. The voice sounded again. With this reminder, Hua Qingxi quickly raised her head and looked up. What she saw was two stone pillar-like existences standing beside her. She had seen these two stone pillars when she first arrived, but she hadn't gotten rid of her death state yet, so she didn't think much about it. Now that she looked carefully, she found that these two stone pillars were somewhat similar to thighs, but they didn't have any flesh and were completely made of strange stone. As her gaze continued to move upwards, Hua Qingxi's expression kept changing from surprise to doubt to shock and amazement, all of which were brilliant. After Hua Qingxi got a clear look at the object beside her, she tapped her foot and floated several dozen feet away. Looking from a farther position, Hua Qingxi could finally see more clearly. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly became confused. Chapter 2101. Stone Giant? Hua Qingxi choked for a long time before spitting out a few words with great difficulty. The scene in front of him was too inconceivable. The huge figure that was more than 10 stories tall had a well-defined figure and a simple-minded face. However, there was a pair of bright eyes that didn't quite match his appearance. They flickered with the light of intelligence. It seemed to be able to make the world tremble with just a raise of its hand or a lift of its foot. It was like a mountain troll that had awakened from an ancient myth, giving Hua Qingxi an unimaginable shock. Stone Giant? Ha, that's not wrong, the embodiment chuckled. Although he deliberately suppressed his voice, it was still shocking. Are you alive? Do you have your own thoughts? Hua Qingxi wasn't an ordinary person. Born in the Star Soul Palace, she naturally came into contact with many secrets unknown to the outside world, so after a short period of absent-mindedness and shock, she immediately recovered and asked in surprise. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of any creature in this world that was similar to the thing in front of her. Do you think you're dead? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi mockingly. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she immediately became overjoyed and asked back. So, I'm still alive? By the way, you just said that he sent me to this place. Where is this place? The embodiment was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you sure you want to know? Hua Qingxi frowned, a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, as if knowing where this place was would be extremely unfavorable for her, but curiosity still made her reveal a look of desire. Well, since he didn't kill you, he sent you here. Since he didn't kill you, he didn't kill you. That means you won't be able to leave here in the future, so there's no harm in telling you. Hearing what the embodiment said, Hua Qingxi's pretty face couldn't help but darken. She immediately understood that her worries had come true. This is the small sealed world. The inner space of the sealed world bead, an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifact? The sealed world bead? Hua Qingxi let out a shrill cry, the expression on her pretty face fluctuating as she exclaimed in shock. You mean to say that this place is a world of its own? Is it on the same level as my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda? More or less. The avatar nodded. As if he was tired of standing and talking, he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs, looking at Hua Qingxi from afar. But if you really want to compare them, the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda allows its disciples to enter and gain experience, and it also has many mysterious uses. However, the sealed world bead was different. Its body was very small, and it was refined by a powerful being. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hua Qingxi nodded stiffly. She was from the Star Soul Palace, so how could she not understand the meaning behind the embodiment's words? The five-colored treasure pagoda was the greatest treasure of Star Soul Palace, the foundation of the palace. This was because countless disciples could head inside to train and advance, to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They could absorb the broken principle strength. This was the top emperor artifact in the entire star boundary. The sealed world bead was obviously an existence comparable to the five-colored treasure pagoda. Although it could not allow people to gain benefits from training inside, it was more convenient to use than the five-colored treasure pagoda. This was a priceless treasure, and the one carrying it was actually a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Even for an ordinary master from the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to obtain an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact could not be refined just because one wanted to. The birth of every Emperor artifact required the accumulation of countless flowing time great emperors and the blood and sweat of many masters. The value of an Emperor artifact was far greater than that of a Dao Source grade artifact. But now, a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm was carrying one. And it was an Emperor artifact on the same level as the five-colored treasure pagoda. If this news were to spread, it was likely that all the masters in the star boundary would be in an uproar and hunt down Yang Kai to seize this treasure. Can I pretend that I didn't hear this secret? Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. Now that she had been sent into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and learned such a secret, it was impossible for anyone to let her leave. In other words, she would be imprisoned here by Yang Kai for the rest of her life. This made Hua Qingxi feel lucky that she did not die, but at the same time, she was very annoyed. Haha, the embodiment laughed. From the moment you were sent in, your fate was already decided. When he spoke up to hear, the embodiment's voice suddenly became low and deep as he said, "He obviously didn't kill you because you saved his life. But his own condition isn't good, and he might be unable to control his desire to kill. So, he had no choice but to do this." Is that so? In fact, you still have a chance to leave this place. What? Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and asked anxiously. Die? Or swear allegiance to the main body and offer up your soul brand? Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Impossible. Everything is possible. Why do you have to be so resolute, miss? Are you really willing to stay here for the rest of your life? The embodiment asked. Hua Qingxi fell into silence, a look of struggle on her face. Suddenly, she spoke again. That little bastard can't even protect himself now. Let's wait until he survives this tribulation. The embodiment nodded. Indeed, you need to discuss this matter with him personally. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly changed. By the way, why are you here? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, were you also thrown into this small sealed world by him? Did he force you to offer up your soul brand? She looked as if she had suddenly found a kindred spirit in her predicament, and her eyes were filled with joy. The embodiment had a strange look on his face as he sighed. I have been imprisoned by him for millions of years. That scum. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth, but as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Looking at the embodiment suspiciously, she asked, how old is he this year? How do you calculate millions of years? The embodiment stretched out his huge, thick fingers, scratched his stiff cheek, and said, don't worry about these details. He is in trouble now. Look, do you recognize these people? Saying so, the embodiment suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. In the sky between him and Hua Qingxi, a layer of visible ripples suddenly appeared, like the surface of a lake. Then, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Hua Qingxi fixed her eyes on it and suddenly said in surprise, this is... She found that the scene in the sky was where Yang Kai was. At this moment, Yang Kai was still wrapped in a thick cloud of black qi, and only his eyes shone with an evil light. Not far from Yang Kai, a total of 3 people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Each of these 3 people had an aura as deep as the abyss and an extraordinary bearing. The person on the left was a middle-aged man wearing simple linen clothes. Although they were not bright, his clothes were neat and tidy. His eyes flashed like lightning. The person on the right was a short old man with white hair and beard, but a ruddy complexion. He frowned and stared at Yang Kai with a faint look of fear on his face. The person in the middle was a dignified beauty with an ice-cold temperament and a frosty face. She wore a moon-white dress, which added to her mature charm. After Hua Qingxi was thrown into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, these three people suddenly appeared strangely and surrounded him. Each of the three people was a master in the Emperor realm, and each of them was famous in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had seen them before. They are the master of those forces. Hua Qingxi recognized the identities of the three people at a glance. Tell me, the embodiment said. The one on the left is Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, the one on the right is Elder Feng Mingfeng of Orthodoxy Temple, and the last one is Master Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. It's them. The embodiment understood. More than a year ago, these three people came to Maplewood City to investigate the Luan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain. Later, they cast a spell together with Xiao Yu Yang of Star Soul Palace to open the five-colored treasure pagoda from a distance, allowing the cultivators of Maplewood City to enter to gain experience. Yang Kai naturally saw their graceful figures at that time. Yang Kai knew them, so the embodiment naturally heard of them as well. At this moment, when he heard Hua Qingxi report their identities, the embodiment couldn't help but show a worried look. Although Yang Kai's current situation seemed to be unstoppable and his strength was amazing, the three people opposite him were all from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary backgrounds. The embodiment might not be their opponent. What's more, the longer Yang Kai's current state lasted, the more difficult it would be to deal with him. Once he was held back by these three people, his mind might really be eroded by the demon will and become a demon dweller. There's hope now. Hua Qingxi didn't notice the embodiment's worry at all and cried out in joy. While speaking, he shouted to the embodiment, "Big Stone, after these three masters subdue this little bastard, we can go out." The embodiment nodded repeatedly, his face expressionless. Outside, Chen Wenhao and the others stood still. The reason why they came here was naturally because someone had left through the teleportation formation of Maplewood City and went forward to inform them. When the three major forces heard that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, and the pure demonic qi leaked out and the people around Maplewood City were plunged into misery and suffering, they didn't hesitate and directly sent the masters from the Emperor realm to investigate. As for Chen Wenhao and the other two, who had come to Maplewood City a year ago, they naturally became the first choice and took on this task without hesitation. The three set off from their own sects without stopping and used countless teleportation formations along the way to rush to Maplewood City in the shortest time possible. But when they arrived at Maplewood City, they happened to see the demonic qi dissipating and the demons regaining their consciousness. The three were surprised and puzzled, and followed the vine to find the melon. They found the source and blocked Yang Kai here. At this moment, the three were puzzled. First, the Luan Feng appeared in this small Maplewood City, and then a year later, the seal of the ancient great demon appeared. It seemed that all the major events in the world were going to happen here, which made them feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. They couldn't see the appearance of the Yang Kai on the opposite side, and they didn't know who transformed into him, but the pure demonic qi wrapped around him gave the three of them a great sense of oppression. It was as if the demonic qi was a fatal threat to them as masters of the Emperor realm. Chapter 2102. The three of them flew all the way here and saw that all the demons had regained their consciousness. Only the person in front of them was still surrounded by the demonic qi and emitting a violent aura. "Who are you?" Chen Wenhao was the first to ask. He really wanted to know the reason why the demon in front of him didn't regain his consciousness like the other demons. Instead, he became incredibly powerful. There was no response from the other side. They could only hear a low roar coming from the demonic qi, like a mad beast. "Brother Chen, he probably doesn't have his own consciousness. Why are you talking nonsense with him?" Feng Ming said impatiently, his malicious eyes staring at Yang Kai's figure. Gao Shueting didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light, as if she wanted to see through the rich demonic qi and see Yang Kai's true face. But at this moment, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and an invisible collision broke out. Gao Shueting's face turned pale. Her delicate body staggered as if she had been hit by something. Let. A low roar came out from the devil Qi. It seemed to be suppressed and in extreme pain. Although the words were not spoken clearly, the three of them could still hear it. They also knew what the devil Qi in front of them wanted to express. A strange look flashed in Chen Wenhao's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward. As he moved, he flicked his wrist and a long blue and white sword appeared in his hand. He said calmly, "I'll test his skills. The two of you, support me." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound was heard. Chen Wenhao had already transformed into a graceful figure, rushing away like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of Yang Kai. Qing, Qing, the sword light moved and the sword Qi hummed. The sword momentum was like a fierce wind, and waves of sorrowful cries were heard. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks burst out in all directions. The energy sputtered in the void. The long sword was as fast as lightning. It was as dense as a rainstorm. After a while, Chen Wenhao put away his sword and stood in the same place as if he had never moved. On the other side, cracks began to appear on the demonic qi outside Yang Kai's body. They were as dense as a spiderweb. Some parts of his body could be vaguely seen through the cracks. His exposed skin was full of mysterious demonic patterns. But as the demonic qi rolled, these cracks were restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting and Feng Ming were also extremely surprised. Kai Yang's trickiness was beyond their expectations. That Chen Wenhao, with the strength of his divine will, this kind of movement speed was beyond his understanding. He desperately urged the power of his divine sense to form an airtight surveillance net around his body. He wanted to use this to spy on Yang Kai's movements. "Be careful!" Gao Shueting's pretty face suddenly changed and she shouted. Behind Brother Chen, Feng Ming also shouted. Why did they need to remind him? The moment Yang Kai appeared behind him, Chen Wenhao had already seen through it. In a flash, the power of the laws of heaven and earth followed the heart of solitude. His long sword burst out like a meteor and stabbed backward. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Chen Wenhao instinctively felt that he had stabbed something. But it was completely blocked. Not only that, the long sword let out a sorrowful cry, and the sword flashed wildly. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly took a step and jumped forward. A violent force burst out behind him. Although it didn't hurt him at all, it scared him quite a bit. Without waiting for him to regain his footing, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and appeared on his right side once again. His fist was wrapped in demon qi as he ruthlessly punched out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The move was simple, but it was extremely ferocious. It could be said to be a strike that returned to its original state. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Wenhao's heart was in turmoil. As a master of the Emperor realm, he had already touched the threshold of this world's martial Dao even though he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. Even if he was facing a second-order Emperor realm master, he wouldn't be completely suppressed. He would at least have some ability to contend with them. But this inexplicable magical creature did it, relying on its miraculous movement and strange speed, making it impossible for him to contend with it one-on-one. At the critical moment, he shouted, "Water body transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly became translucent, as if he was molded from a mass of water. Yang Kai's fist directly blasted a big hole in his body, and his arm went through his chest. Chen Wenhao couldn't help but groan. He seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Facing this blow, not only did he not retreat, but he also condensed his source qi. His water body transformation suddenly shrunk and trapped one of Yang Kai's arms. At this moment, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting, who had been watching the battle from the side, made their move at the same time. A long spear appeared in Feng Ming's hand. The spear was like a flying goose, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. It was the Emperor artifact Thunder Goose Spear that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was famous in the entire southern territory. Endless Thunder Rush. Feng Ming shouted. Taking advantage of the good opportunity created by Chen Wenhao, he waved his long spear, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a bolt of lightning directly toward Yang Kai. On the other side, a small mirror suddenly appeared in the palm of Gao Shueting's hand. After she poured her source qi into it, the mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if it was a small sun hanging in the air. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Yang Kai's body. Her expression was cold and solemn, and her white dress fluttered without wind. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. A scorching aura suddenly spread out, as if it could burn everything. The rolling demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis. It quickly wriggled and turned into countless wisps of smoke floating outside. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. In the small sealed world, a projection was created by the embodiment. Hua Qingxi could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Her face was filled with excitement. She shouted loudly. She knew all three of them and had naturally heard about the artifacts they used. Even if she had never seen them before, she knew what they were after seeing them now. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand was also not an ordinary artifact. It was the Emperor Artifact, Flowing Water Sword. 3 great Emperor's artifacts. 3 great Emperor's venerable realm experts had attacked together. She seemed to have seen Yang Kai, who was like a demon king, fall. This made her smell the scent of freedom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the blazing sun shrouded the sky. Yang Kai seemed to have sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly roared, and a majestic and masculine aura suddenly erupted, completely different from the evil and violent aura from before. In the next moment, his arm that was stuck in Chen Wenhao's water transformation body suddenly swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his arm, and his entire hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With his help, he suddenly jerked. Chen Wenhao let out a muffled groan. His water transformation body seemed to be unable to maintain, and Yang Kai broke free, leaving behind a trail of blood. Immediately after, Yang Kai turned around and grabbed towards the plasma that was bombarding him. Yang Kai's body trembled violently. He had actually blocked the attack of Feng Ming's secret technique with his dragon claw. However, he couldn't get rid of the numbness caused by the electric current surging through his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she increased the power of the blazing sun mirror. The demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body evaporated faster and faster, causing him to cry out in pain, as if he was suffering great torment. Die, all of you must die. A roar rang out, and the space within a radius of 12 miles suddenly changed. A kind of world principle power was added to her body, and Gao Shueting's movements couldn't help but pause. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who had been shaken off by Yang Kai, was about to attack with his sword, but his body also sank. Space principle? Gao Shueting screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Since the 3 of them from the Emperor realm were able to reach their current level, they naturally had their own unique understanding of the world principle power. The 3 of them had comprehended the world principle power according to the secret technique or cultivation method they cultivated, and that was how they had advanced to the Emperor realm's level. Every member of the Emperor realm had a different understanding of the world principle power, and the territory they specialized in was also quite different. Only those geniuses who were blessed by the heavens could comprehend the most profound and most primitive world principle power in a unique territory. The 5 elemental principles, the true essence of various powers, and the mysteries of various divine technique were the cornerstones of the Emperor realm's gradual growth. Among them, the most difficult world principle power to comprehend were a few mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Without a doubt, the space principle was one of them, and it was almost impossible to comprehend. For countless years in the astral plane, countless great emperors had used their understanding of the world principle power to reach the peak, but no one had ever heard of anyone who used the space principle power to reach this step. The space principle power was too profound, and even the Emperor realm would shrink back at the sight of it. But right now, a demonized demon was actually using the space principle power to seal this area. Gao Shueting's breathing stopped. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already charged straight at her with the radiant sun mirror's divine might. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already charged in front of Gao Shueting. He completely ignored this enemy who wanted to kill him, and instead threw a punch at the radiant sun mirror. Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out, and a dozen pitch-black demonic dragons shot out from his fist, fluttering in the air. Even though Gao Shueting reacted quickly and dodged in time, she still couldn't completely avoid them. Boom! The pitch-black demonic dragons collided with the radiant sun mirror, and the radiant sun mirror flickered. When Gao Shueting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, her pretty face had an ugly expression, and she looked at the Emperor artifact that she had spent so much effort to refine with heartache. The radiant sun mirror seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of black gas, which damaged its spirituality. Inside the sealed world bead, Hua Qingxi was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a circle, and she said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Originally, she thought that with the three great emperors working together and even using their emperor artifacts, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, it was the three from the emperor realm who suffered losses, and Yang Kai was unstoppable. Hua Qingxi couldn't accept this at all. Chapter 2103. This is troublesome. His demonic qi can even corrode my emperor artifact. Chen Wenhao glanced at the radiant sun mirror in Gao Shueting's hand, then at his water stream sword. His expression was grave. Just like the radiant sun mirror, the water stream sword was shrouded in a faint layer of black qi. Obviously, it had been corroded by the demonic qi. Although this wouldn't damage the emperor artifact's spirituality, if it wasn't removed, the emperor artifact would lose its spirituality in the long run. It wasn't easy for an emperor artifact to be born, and every emperor artifact was cherished by the emperor realm. How could they allow such a thing to happen? What a troublesome guy. It seems like we have to get serious, Feng Ming snorted coldly. Chen Wenhao also stared at Yang Kai, but he said to Gao Shueting, "Junior sister Gao, we'll need your help." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "If the radiant sun mirror is destroyed, you'll have to compensate me." Feng Ming laughed. "It's an emperor artifact. How can it be destroyed so easily? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen if we delay." Gao Shueting waved her hand, and the blazing sun mirror flew up into the sky as if it was charging into the clouds. It didn't take long for the blazing sun mirror to merge with the scorching sun in the sky. Gao Shueting waved her hand, and her hand seals changed. A mysterious power emanated from the radiant sun mirror, and the entire mirror began to hum. Above Wuxia in the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the blazing sun. It struck the surface of the radiant sun mirror, penetrating it and radiating in all directions. Radiant sun sky territory. 9 suns' glorious brilliance. Gao Shueting crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then she slowly pushed it forward. The blazing light covered the entire area. The small world sealed by Yang Kai's space law made cracking sounds, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared. 9 suns appeared in the sky. The dazzling light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The sunlight from the suns was scorching hot, and the ground was scorched. Yang Kai roared. It was as if it could not withstand being surrounded by countless scorching suns, and it immediately launched an attack. He rushed forward and met a scorching sun head-on as he swung his fist. Boom! The blazing sun hanging above his head was directly shattered. But after a short while, a new blazing sun appeared in another location. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad. He didn't believe it and smashed another scorching sun. However, the same scene appeared again, making his efforts useless. It's useless. It's in Master Gao's scorching sun sky territory. This kind of attack won't work at all. Hua Qingxi seemed to have heard of blazing sun skies territory, and seeing Yang Kai running around in the sealed world bead, he slowly shook his head and gloated. The embodiment rolled his eyes and asked, "Then what kind of attack is considered useful?" "Of course we're going to attack the master's body," Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, But we're in the territory of the sky of blazing Sunday. Master Gao is omnipotent. The figure she manifests should be just an illusion. I'm afraid her real body is hidden somewhere. Is that so? The embodiment raised the corner of his mouth and smiled meaningfully. You know a lot. As expected of someone from Star Soul Palace. Hua Qingxi smiled proudly. If she didn't come from a supreme force in the southern territory like Star Soul Palace, how could she, a mere cultivator in the third order Dao source realm, understand the mysteries of Gao Shueting's secret technique? Just as Yang Kai was crazily attacking those annoying scorching suns, a figure had already appeared beside him. The principle of sword Dao condensed on the long sword in his hand and stabbed at him slowly and cautiously. 3,000 sword Dao! Chen Wenhao shouted. The sword stabbed out. The 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed. Between heaven and earth, there was only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work. The sword flashed, blood splattered, demonic qi surged, and Yang Kai roared. This sword finally made a great contribution. It directly pierced Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing with it a pool of golden blood. In pain, Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword. He ignored the sharp sword edge cutting into his palm, and his other hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down on Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that the strange principle of space was approaching him again, and he couldn't help but pause. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was already in front of him. Displacement transposition. Gao Shueting's voice sounded. She put her palms together and pushed forward. A scorching sun hanging high in the sky suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao and was directly shattered by the giant palm. On the other side, Chen Wenhao's figure appeared. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded to Gao Shueting to express his gratitude. If Gao Shueting hadn't used her secret technique to get him away, he would have been injured. Did you forget someone else? A voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed in front of Yang Kai with the Thunder Goose spear in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear forward and condensed his source qi, which suddenly exploded. Thunder Goose explosion. A huge thunder ball suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. It was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world, and it suddenly exploded beside Yang Kai. Thunder danced wildly, and silver snakes ran. The ground turned into a territory of electricity. At that moment, the demonic qi behind Yang Kai disappeared temporarily, revealing a figure full of bones. This attack seemed to have caused great damage to him. Feng Ming didn't even have the time to be happy before he saw Kai Yang suddenly turn around and send a palm towards him. You dare to look down on me? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai casually attacking him. He pointed his spear and attacked again. However, this time he missed. The figure in front of him disappeared. Feng Ming's heart instinctively tightened. He withdrew his spear and retreated, his face full of vigilance. After all, the person he was fighting was a terrifying existence who could use the law of space. Feng Ming did not dare to let his guard down. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also spread out his divine thought. He wanted to find Yang Kai. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly sounded. Gao Shueting's figure staggered out of the empty place, followed by Yang Kai, who was brimming with murderous intent, like a demon god descending from the heavens. How could you? Gao Shueting's face was full of disbelief. She could not believe that Yang Kai was able to accurately find her hiding place in the territory of the blazing sun sky and launch a sneak attack on her. She watched as the dark figure rushed toward her. An aura of death rushed toward her. In a daze, she seemed to have heard the call of the god of death. Boundless sword principle. At this critical moment, Chen Wenhao rushed over with his sword. He pointed the flowing water sword, and endless sword qi surrounded him. It blasted toward Yang Kai like a storm. Yang Kai roared. The demonic qi on the surface of his body surged and turned into spiritual snakes that flew out. They competed with the sword qi. Qi 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 qi. The sword qi disappeared, and the spiritual snakes retreated. Yang Kai's figure appeared. Gao Shueting retreated to Chen Wenhao's side. Her face was pale, and her clothes were wet with sweat. Does this guy still have consciousness? Feng Ming widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Yang Kai used him as bait just now. He attracted everyone's attention. However, he quietly launched a sneak attack on Gao Shueting. This was not the action of a demon who had lost his mind. This was clearly a very spiritual way of fighting. Even if Feng Ming had the same strength as him, he could not have done better. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Chen Wenhao put away his sword and put his hands behind his back. His body was as still as a mountain. He was like an unsheathed sharp sword, exuding a shocking sword intent. He said, "Demon, I'll show you my sword principle today." As soon as he finished speaking, his killing intent was obvious, and his sword chi was swift. Chen Wenhao angrily activated his origin force. In an instant his exquisite swordsmanship was fully displayed. His sword momentum condensed on the sword body and gathered the power of laws. He suddenly attacked. The moment he attacked, Gao Shueting's figure disappeared from the territory of the blazing sun sky again. However, the 9 blazing suns suspended in the air burst out with light at the same time. They turned into 9 light pillars that attacked Yang Kai and sealed the world. Feng Ming held the Thunder Gu spear in his hand and also displayed the exquisite skills he had learned in his life. He attacked Yang Kai's vital points. In an instant, the 3 great emperors attacked together, wanting to slay the demon and protect the peace of the world. Yang Kai only roared angrily. He countered the changes by remaining unchanged. Demonic clouds rolled on his body, and he performed all kinds of simple and violent moves. He was only at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to kill him in a short time. The demonic clouds on the surface of his body had extremely strong defensive power. Even the various secret techniques and emperor artifacts of the 3 great emperors couldn't break through them. The world changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the small sealed world, Hua Qingxi was silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. It was a huge opportunity for a cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm like her to be able to observe the battle of the masters in the Emperor realm so clearly. Unfortunately, the battlefield of the masters in the Emperor realm was too dangerous. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the chance to observe it at all. However, she was lucky enough to be able to watch it from the beginning to the end. She no longer wanted Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. Instead, she fell into contemplation while watching the battle. She looked as if she had gained something. The embodiment glanced at her and raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't disturb her. When he turned his head to look at the battlefield again, the embodiment showed a deep worry. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate on the surface, the embodiment was just a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm. Even with the help of the demonic chi, it was still not enough to fight against 3 masters from the Emperor realm at the same time. The fact that the embodiment kept getting injured was the best proof. This didn't matter. The key was that the embodiment didn't run away even though he knew he was no match for them. This was what worried the embodiment the most. The embodiment didn't know whether the embodiment still had his own consciousness. He tried to contact the embodiment, but he didn't get any response. On the contrary, when he secretly told the embodiment about the flaws of Gao Shueting's Radiant Sun Sky Territory secret technique, the embodiment actually paid attention to it. Otherwise, the embodiment wouldn't have dragged Gao Shueting out of her hiding place and almost severely injured her. It was definitely not a good thing for the embodiment to suddenly obtain such powerful power, and it was the evil and violent power of the ancient great demons. Once it lasted for a long time, no one could tell what would happen. Chapter 2104. A few thousand kilometers away in Maplewood City, the hundreds of thousands of cultivator in the city no longer had the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, they all looked towards a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there was a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a deafening explosion. Duan Yuan Shan, Drunkard, Qin Chaoyang and the Dao Source realm old ancestors of the various great families stood on the city walls, their gazes piercing through the void as if they were trying to find some clues. City Lord Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family's old ancestor, Liang Penglu, asked in shock. Duan Yuanshan pondered for a moment and said, "This Duan met Master Chen and the other two Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land on the way back. I think they are the ones who are causing the commotion. Master Chen Wenhao, who came to our Maplewood City last time." Xan family's old ancestor, Xan Gaojie, narrowed his eyes. "That's right. Then who is their enemy?" Xan Gaojie's face was full of shock. Chen Wenhao and the other two were all masters of the Emperor realm. Even when the three of them joined forces, they were still fighting fiercely against the unknown enemy. The sky was falling and the earth was rending, and they were unable to obtain victory in the shortest time possible. It was obvious how strong the enemy was. "I don't know." Duan Yuanshan shook his head. But at this moment, Yang Kai's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. At that time, 7 great Dao Source Realm Masters brought Qin Yu to repair the seal. In the end, there was a mistake. Zhuang Pan escaped, the 7 points Black Tortoise array broke by itself, Du Lixin died tragically on the spot, and Qin Chaoyang was seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Kai was eroded by the demonic qi and stood motionless, as if he was about to turn into a demon. It was possible that Yang Kai lost his mind and became a demon. But with his foundation, even if he became a demon, could he fight against the 3 masters of the Emperor realm? Duan Yuanshan shook his head and dispelled the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What's more, the strange ancient demonic qi had completely disappeared, and the demonic creatures whose minds had been eroded had recovered. Yang Kai should be the same. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Along with this sound, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something. They quickly converged in a certain direction. What happened? Xan Gaojie was the first to react, looking towards a certain direction in Maplewood City in astonishment. Duan Yuanshan also turned his head, and after taking a look for a while, he exclaimed in joy, "Someone in the city is about to advance to the Dao Source realm. Whose disciple is it?" The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and slowly shook their heads, indicating that it was not their clansman. "Let's go and take a look. This is an omen of great prosperity after our Maplewood City's calamity." Duan Yuanshan shouted loudly, using his source qi to stimulate his voice. It was enough for all the cultivator in the city to hear it clearly. As the city lord of a city, he naturally had to reassure the people at this moment. This promotion phenomenon just happened to give him the space to do so. No matter who this person was, to be able to cause a change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth at this juncture was a good thing for the cultivator who had survived the disaster in Maplewood City. It was not a bad thing. Not long after, everyone then flew to the front of the most superior cave residence. Outside the cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged beauty, and a young girl stood quietly in front of the cave mansion. "Miss Shaoqi?" Duan Yuanshan glanced at the young girl, a stunned look on his face. It was normal for him to recognize Mo Shaoqi. After all, they had fought together against the demonic creatures and the demonic qi. Although Mo Shaoqi was only a third-order origin king, Duan Yuanshan did not underestimate her in the slightest. Because of the time they spent together, Duan Yuanshan discovered that the origin of this young girl was quite mysterious. She was also very knowledgeable and profound. Most importantly, Mo Shaoqi looked only 16 or 17 years old this year. A 16 or 17-year-old third-order origin king. Even a great sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land might not be able to nurture such a person. Only Star Soul Palace had such a possibility. For a while, Duan Yuanshan even regarded Mo Shaoqi as a secret disciple of Star Soul Palace. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. City Lord Duan, seniors, Mo Shaoqi smiled faintly and greeted everyone. "Miss Shaoqi, the person who broke through." Duan Yuanshan went straight to the point and asked. It's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Mo Shaoqi did not intend to hide it. Kong Si ran. Duan Yuanshan was shocked, and the old ancestors of the other families also opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Plaza was the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and all the masters in Maplewood City naturally knew about it. They also knew about Kong Si Ran. But, It was precisely because they knew about him that they were confused. How could Kang Si Ran break through to the Dao source realm? His martial Dao had already reached the end, and his aptitude was only enough for him to reach the third order origin king realm. He might not be able to break through to the Dao source realm in his lifetime, but his hope was only 1 in 10,000. Hearing that it was Kang Si Ran's breakthrough to the Dao source realm, everyone was surprised. A strange look flashed across Duan Yuanshan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. So, it's shopkeeper Kang. Congratulations. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Although Kang Si Ran had always lived in Maplewood City, his origin and identity did not belong to Maplewood City, so his breakthrough did not have much effect on Maplewood City. This was also the reason for Duan Yuanshan's change in mood. Shopkeeper Kang must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Xen Gaojie had a thoughtful expression on his face. If not for this opportunity, with Kang Si Ran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dao source realms so suddenly. Moreover, judging from the time, it seemed that he had started his secluded cultivation when the demonic qi besieged the city. Daring to enter secluded cultivation at that time to prepare for his breakthrough meant that Kang Si Ran had full confidence in his breakthrough. This kind of thing should wait until shopkeeper Kang comes out of seclusion, and seniors can ask him yourselves, Mo Shaoqi replied with a smile. Duan Yuanshan nodded and said, naturally. While they were talking, the phenomenon in the sky had completely manifested. World energy erupted, and the world energy baptism began. The black clouds turned into pure attacks that fell from the sky, piercing through the void. They hit Kang Si Ran. Inside the secluded mansion, Kang Si Ran's roar immediately rang out, as if he was enduring great pain, causing the scalps of those who heard it to tingle. Sword chi rampaged, 9 suns shrouded, and spear chi flickered, transforming into a flood dragon. Back and forth leisurely. Besieged by the 3 great emperor's venerable realm masters, Yang Kai's demonic chi tumbled, fighting to the death without retreating. It was as if he didn't know what pain was, and his body was already covered with wounds. Even with the powerful restorative abilities of the demonic qi and golden blood, the injuries caused by the Emperor artifact of the Emperor realm couldn't be healed in a short time. The principal strength that accompanied it was eroding Yang Kai's vitality, gradually worsening his injuries. Bathed in blood, Yang Kai fought bravely. The 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters worked together. Although they were able to suppress Yang Kai and constantly injure him, the more they fought, the more fearful they became. It was also fortunate that the 3 of them had rushed here together. If they were to face this demon alone, none of them would have the confidence to contend against him. This demon's ferocity and bloodthirstiness was something that the 3 of them had never seen before in their lives. Just as the battle was about to reach its climax, suddenly, from a distant location, an extremely loud bird's cry rang out. Screech! That clear and melodious voice pierced through space and entered the ears of everyone. It was like the sorrowful cry of an ancient divine phoenix, and its voice contained boundless anxiety and rage. The moment the sound rang out, Yang Kai, who was fighting the 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters, suddenly paused, as if he had been struck by lightning, and the demonic qi around his body suddenly tumbled. Seeing this, Chen Wenhao and the others hurriedly retreated to the side and vigilantly defended. Without knowing whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying, they didn't dare to advance in the slightest. In a battle between masters, any negligence could be fatal. What was that sound? Feng Ming asked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting slowly shook their heads. The 3 of them looked up and saw that Yang Kai had suddenly turned his head and was looking in a certain direction. Following his gaze, the 3 of them immediately saw that in the distant horizon, a fiery red light was rapidly flying towards them. She's here. In the small sealed world, the embodiment also saw this scene clearly through the image transmission and couldn't help but be overjoyed. What is that? Although Hua Qingxi had used all of her eyesight, she was still unable to clearly see what this fiery red light was. She could only vaguely sense that this fiery red light contained an unimaginably terrifying power. His artifact spirit. The embodiment replied. Artifact spirit? Hua Qingxi frowned and immediately said in surprise, "Artifact spirit transformation?" An artifact spirit was an incorporeal being, born from an artifact and extinguished along with it. But this artifact spirit in front of them could actually transform by itself, so it was obviously not an ordinary artifact spirit. She suddenly remembered that in the information she had inquired before, it was said that at the auction in Maplewood City more than a year ago, a transformed artifact spirit was auctioned. Could it be this one in front of them? However, how could a mere artifact spirit reverse this stalemate? Hua Qingxi really didn't know what Big Rock was so happy about. "I hope your appearance can awaken the consciousness of the main body." The embodiment secretly prayed in his heart. Yang Kai had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the three masters from the Emperor realm, but he still refused to retreat. This was definitely not a good thing. The embodiment had been trying to call out to the main body and ask him to leave, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to awaken the main body's consciousness. At this moment, Lu Yen suddenly arrived. With the spiritual connection between her and the main body, perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. The fact was indeed as the embodiment expected. The moment Lu Yen appeared in the distance, Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuations suddenly became chaotic. He stood quietly in place, looking at the fiery red light in the distance that was rapidly approaching. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, and then he began to struggle violently. Screech! The clear and loud screech pierced Yang Kai's heart like a sharp sword. The fiery red light was like a prairie fire, burning fiercely in Yang Kai's consciousness. The inseparable spiritual connection between him and the artifact spirit also played a vital role at this moment. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became clear for a moment. In the next moment, he realized that he was in a dangerous situation, and his brows furrowed. The situation has changed. Let's end this quickly. Chen Wenhao saw that Yang Kai's situation was not right, so he immediately shouted in a low voice and prepared to use his ultimate move to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Chapter 2105. Hearing this, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also activated their source power. "Master, why are you so ruthless?" Yang Kai suddenly spoke. The three from the Emperor realm were stunned. From the beginning of the battle until now, Yang Kai had only spoken a few words, but what he said before was like a roar of a person who had lost his mind. But now, his voice was extremely stable, and it was obvious that he had his own thoughts. "Demon, don't be long-winded. Today either you die or we die." Chen Wenhao suddenly shouted. He pointed the long sword in his hand, and the 3,000 laws of Sword Dao pressed down on Yang Kai. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also attacked at the same time. Yang Kai's breath stagnated. After regaining his mind, he completely felt the horror of the powerhouses from the Emperor realm. The combined force of these three was definitely not something he could resist now. Previously, he was able to tangle with them for so long completely because of the demonic thoughts, which drove his survival and killing instincts. But now, facing the shocking joint attack of the three great emperors, Yang Kai immediately felt a fatal threat. He tapped his feet repeatedly and retreated. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly burst out with dark light. When the three from the Emperor realm met that pitch-black pupil, their movements couldn't help but become sluggish. In that black pupil, there seemed to be the evolution of the world, as if there were stars, sun, and moon alternating. A desolate and ancient aura suddenly filled the air. The sky was dark. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. The pitch-black darkness enveloped heaven and earth, turning into a cage that covered an area of 100 miles. No matter how dazzling the sword and spear shadows, even if the 9 suns in the sky shone together, they still couldn't penetrate this seal of darkness. The three from the Emperor realm who had joined forces felt their hearts skip a beat. Their companions who were just inches away suddenly disappeared. When they released their divine senses, it was also disrupted by the endless power of darkness and was extremely chaotic. That darkness seemed to extend to the end of the world, causing the entire world to sink. After the three great emperors experienced the initial panic, they immediately calmed down. Their emotions immediately calmed down and they all made hand seals at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew out at the same time. The Thunder Goose spear turned into a lightning flood dragon and soared into the sky. The 9 suns exploded with a dazzling radiance and exploded. A glimmer of light appeared in the boundless darkness. Soon after, the ray of light expanded rapidly, until the darkness was completely dispelled. The 3 of them stood in the air and looked around. They were the only ones left here. As for the devil, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had run off to. They looked at each other. The faces of the 3 turned extremely ugly. They used their divine senses to cover the ground, but they couldn't pinpoint the direction of the fiend's escape. What kind of divine technique is this? Feng Ming's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Chen Wenhao shook her head. I don't know. We have to report this matter to the sect as soon as possible, and we have to make a trip to the Star Soul Palace. The Star Soul Palace might know something about the birth of the ancient giant demon's demonic consciousness. Gao Shueting put away her scorching sun mirror and stroked its surface. There were traces of dark energy on the mirror. It was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be removed. A distressed expression appeared on her face. Junior Sister Gao's words are reasonable. There's no time to lose. We have to immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. I hope the great emperors can see through this. As Chen Wenhao spoke, he reached out and took out a jade pendant. After pouring his divine sense into it, he crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a complicated and strange pattern appeared in front of him. It flashed and disappeared with the wind. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also used different secret techniques to transmit what they had seen and heard to the sect's headquarters. The 3 of them immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. They planned to visit the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and ask for answers. As for whether the escaped fiend would go to the nearby Maplewood City, it was no longer their concern. The fiend's actions were mysterious and tyrannical. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they couldn't kill him. In the end, the barrier divine technique that the fiend used made the 3 of them tremble in fear. If the fiend had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the 3 of them would have been injured or killed. They didn't take the small Maplewood City seriously. If they hadn't known that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, they wouldn't have come to such a place with their status. After a short while, the wilderness regained its tranquility. At the same time, in Maplewood City, a beautiful young woman with an ice-cold expression quietly entered the city. She wore a fiery red robe that resembled the rosy clouds. Countless cultivator survivors couldn't help but look at this beautiful young woman when they saw her. However, there were also some people who faintly sensed that this beautiful young woman had a spiritual nature that was different from ordinary people. She was elegant and violent, making it hard for people to fathom her. After a short while, the young woman took out a sound bead and poured her divine sense into it. It seemed like she was communicating with someone. After a short while, she put away the sound bead and went into a deserted alley. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The young woman seemed to have sensed something and turned her head around. After seeing the young girl, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You must be little sister Shao-Chi, right?" Mo Shao-Chi furrowed her brows and looked behind the young woman. However, she didn't see the familiar figure. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you? Did Big Brother Yang ask you to look for me?" "That's right." The young woman nodded. She stretched out her hand and the sound bead appeared in her palm. "This is indeed what I gave to Big Brother Yang." Mo Shao-Chi nodded and asked again, "Where is Big Brother Yang?" "I heard from City Lord Duan that he was corroded by the demonic qi outside the city. Is he okay?" She looked extremely nervous and worried about Yang Kai's safety. "My master's life isn't in danger for the time being. It's just that he has some minor problems, so it's inconvenient for him to meet you. So he asked me to inform you, little sister Shao-Chi," the young woman replied. "It's good that he's okay." Mo Shao-Chi was relieved. She glanced at the young woman and asked with a smile, "Big sister, how should I address you?" "Master gave me the name Lu Yen." the young woman replied. A strange look appeared on Mo Xiaoqi's face and she said, Big brother Yang seems to be in the first order Dao source realm, right? Big sister Lu Yen, you are also in the first order Dao source realm. Why do you call him master? Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. Without master, I wouldn't be who I am today. Master has given me a new lease of life. Mo Xiaoqi curled her lips and said, Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. Big sister, what are you going to do next? Under master's orders, I'm going to stay in the Jiang family's old mansion outside the city. And master also ordered me to take the Jiang family's people with me, Lu Yen said. Since Big brother Yang said so, come with me, Mo Xiaoqi said. Lu Yen shook her head and said, Shopkeeper Kong is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, right? Are the city lord master and the others in front of your cave mansion? Yes, Mo Xiaoqi nodded. Lu Yen smiled slightly and said, It's not convenient for me to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Please send the Zhang family's people out of the city, Miss Xiaoqi. I'll wait for you outside the city. After saying so, Lu Yen turned into a stream of light and shot out of the city. At the same time, Duan Yuanshan, who was waiting in front of his cave mansion, seemed to have sensed something and glanced in the direction of Lu Yen. He said in surprise, What a strange aura. Another Dao Source Realm cultivator? On the other side, after Mo Xiaoqi saw Lu Yen disappear, she looked around curiously. She rolled her eyes and said suspiciously, She doesn't have any human aura. This sister is really strange. Although she was curious about what Lu Yen was, since she was related to Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi pretended not to know. However, she also understood why Lu Yen said it was not convenient for her to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Duan Yuanshan was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He might be able to see through her at a glance. Mo Xiaoqi shook her head. Mo Xiaoqi rushed in the direction of her cave mansion. Half an hour later, outside the city, Mo Xiaoqi brought the Zhang family's people to Lu Yen. The Zhang family's people probably heard something from Mo Xiaoqi, so they didn't feel any sense of rejection towards Lu Yen. Instead, after noticing her profound cultivation, they all saluted her with a solemn expression. Lu Yan's powerful cultivation in the first-order Dao Source Realm alone wasn't something the Zhang family could ignore. What's more, she had a master-servant relationship with Yang Kai. You must be little Miss Ruoxi, right? You're really pure and lovely. Lu Yan's eyes swept over the Zhang family's people and finally fixed on Zhang Ruoxi. While smiling, a trace of suspicion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi differently. The little girl's body probably hadn't matured yet. Although she was beautiful, if Yang Kai really wanted a woman, would he need to find a little girl? With his current cultivation, he could get any woman he wanted with just a few words. What's more, with Lu Yan's understanding of Yang Kai, he wasn't the kind of man who was lustful. As for her cultivation, Zhang Ruoxi was a second-order Saint King. How could such a cultivation help Yang Kai? Therefore Lu Yen was puzzled. Ruoxi greets Master Lu Yen. When Zhang Ruoxi heard Lu Yen call her name, her pretty face blushed and she saluted with a slightly flustered look. Lu Yen smiled back. Master Lu Yen, sir? Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips and summoned her courage to ask. The old woman and the beautiful woman of the Zhang family also looked over nervously, wanting to know the whereabouts and safety of Yang Kai. Master is fine, you don't have to worry. He's just a little weak after being eroded by the demonic qi. He's currently recuperating and will be back in a few days, Lu Yen explained. Then this old lady can rest assured. The Zhang family matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ruoxi and the others also looked relieved. Little sister Xiaoqi, I'll take them back first, Lu Yen said to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi nodded, I'll see big brother Yang when he comes back. The two parties bid farewell. Lu Yen and the Zhang family rushed to their residence outside the city and returned in a short time. After returning home, the Zhang family treated Lu Yen like a guest of honor and arranged the best room for him. Lu Yen told everyone that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, so he closed the doors and windows and set up a barrier to isolate the inside from the outside world. In the room, she opened her mouth and spat out a longan-sized bead. She held it in the palm of her hand and stared at it. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry, no longer as relaxed as before. This bead was the sealed world bead. At that time, Yang Kai was awakened by Lu Yan's appearance. He forced himself to use the ancient great demon's secret technique to imprison the three masters of the Emperor realm with the power of darkness. Then, he used the space secret technique to meet up with Lu Yan. After handing the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping, he hid in it to seek refuge. Chapter 2106. Before Yang Kai hid in the sealed world bead, he had hurriedly explained some things to Lu Yan. Lu Yan's identity was quite special, so it was not convenient for him to move around, so Yang Kai had him temporarily stay in the Zhang family's residence outside the city. During the moment when his mind was clear, Yang Kai considered a lot of things. His current state was undoubtedly very dangerous. Not to mention the possibility of losing his mind and turning into a demon, if he did not hide in the sealed world bead and wantonly wandered outside, Chen Wenhao and the others were bound to catch him and kill him. What's more, in his bloodthirsty state, he had an instinctive desire to kill. If he accidentally broke into Maplewood City, the entire city would likely be slaughtered by him. He only had one place to go, the small sealed world. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's consciousness was groggy and muddled. If it were not for the seven-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea protecting the last trace of Yang Kai's consciousness, he would have already lost himself in the powerful force and lost his sense of self. At this moment, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was entangled with the demonic sense of the ancient great demon. Both sides were evenly matched, leaving Yang Kai at his wit's end. If it was just a crisis in his knowledge sea, it would have been fine. With the powerful effect of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was confident that he would not lose his mind. However, his body had accumulated an unimaginable amount of ancient pure demonic qi. When the demonic sense entered his body, it covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the demonic qi of the demons gathered in his body. Although the soul-warming lotus was powerful, its effect was only on the soul and had no effect on the physical body. If the problem of his physical body was not solved, he would fall into the ancient demonic path sooner or later. The roaring and roaring continued. It was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Affected by Yang Kai's emotions, the world energy in the small sealed world bead was chaotic. Hua Qingxi's face was pale as she hid under the Dharmakaya's feet. She used the Dharmakaya's thick thighs as a shelter from the wind. Her beautiful eyes stared in horror in the direction of the sound. Her powerful cultivation base in the third-order Dao Source realm was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the tides of power set off by Yang Kai. She was in danger of being overturned at any time. The avatar's expression was grave as well. Her bright eyes were filled with worry, but there was nothing she could do. Gradually, the roars became louder and louder, Yang Kai seemingly acting on instinct and frantically destroying everything inside the small sealed world. Sand and stones flew everywhere, the earth cracked, the mountain range rose and fell, and gravel rolled down. At a certain moment, the endless roars suddenly stopped. The earth-shattering commotion also disappeared at once. Hua Qingxi silently sensed for a moment before asking with difficulty, "What's going on over there?" The embodiment squinted his eyes, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He said in a deep voice, "It seems like he regained his consciousness for a moment. What do you think will happen if I go over and beg him to let me out now?" Hua Qingxi really couldn't stand the torment of being on tenterhooks, and a ridiculous idea sprouted in the depths of her heart. "You can give it a try." The embodiment glanced at her leisurely. All of a sudden, he raised his head and looked into the distance, and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, maybe that thing has a miraculous effect." "What is it?" Hua Qingxi asked in surprise. The embodiment ignored her, and the beautiful woman couldn't help but pout. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden with the help of his divine senses' temporary sobriety. He realized his biggest problem the last time he was sober, and that was the surging demonic qi in his body. The problem of demonic qi couldn't be solved. He would never be able to get rid of the demonic chi of the ancient great demon. He suddenly thought of the immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. The immortal tree was immortal and indestructible, existing forever in the world. If he could find a way to integrate it into his body, not only would he be able to achieve the legendary immortal and indestructible body, but the power of the immortal tree would probably be enough to resist the demonic chi in his body and suppress it. The sealed world bead was refined by Yang Kai, and the sealed world bead was his only heart. He arrived at the medicine garden in an instant and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, silently circulating his secret art, trying to draw the power of the immortal tree into his body. When he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, he tried to refine it, but he couldn't do anything about it. But at that time, he was only a first-order origin king. Perhaps it was because his strength wasn't high enough. At this moment, he had reached the first-order Tao Source realm, which was an entire great realm higher than before. It was indeed necessary to give it a try. But soon he helplessly found that even though he had reached the first-order Tao Source realm, he couldn't draw any of the power of the immortal tree. The immortal tree, which wasn't very tall, took root in the medicine garden and exuded shocking vitality, making the entire sealed world bead seem full of vitality, but he couldn't use it. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his heart. Normally, this kind of emotion wouldn't be a big deal. But now, he was entangled by the ancient demonic chi, and as soon as this feeling of despair was born, it was expanded infinitely by the ancient demonic chi. In an instant, the entire sealed world bead was filled with this kind of heavy atmosphere. Even Hua Qingxi, who was far away, was shrouded in this kind of despair. Her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she was about to cry. Infected by this kind of emotion, she seemed to see herself trapped in this strange space for the rest of her life, alone for the rest of her life. Even until death, she would only be accompanied by Big Stone. She hurriedly reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes, her fingers becoming wet. The embodiment sighed heavily. Why do I suddenly feel so sad? Hua Qingxi raised her head and looked at the embodiment. She kept wiping the corners of her eyes with her white hands, but the tears in the corners of her eyes were like broken pearls. She wiped them again, and there was no end to them. The embodiment stretched out his door-sized hand and patted Hua Qingxi's head gently. The beautiful woman's body suddenly shrank, and she cried out tenderly, "I'm so sad, why are you crying like this? I hate it, I can't stop my tears." As she spoke, her eyes were already red and swollen like peaches. "Ta!" The embodiment exclaimed again, and with this exclamation, he suddenly stood up and looked straight into the distance, as if he had seen an extremely incredible scene. His eyes, which seemed to be embedded in his stone head, trembled violently due to the ups and downs of his emotions. He cried out involuntarily, "This is..." In the medicine garden, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, trying to draw out the power of the immortal tree, but to no avail. Unintentionally, he had drawn in another force. The gold and silver tree planted next to the immortal tree suddenly trembled slightly, and 2 rays of light gushed out from the trunk. 1 gold, 1 silver. Extremely pure. The gold and silver rays of light were like fairies fluttering in the wind, turning into specks of silver and gold light, and like dancing butterflies, they flew around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned. This gold and silver tree was planted from the seed he obtained after killing the wood spirit, and it had grown since then. At that time, the seed was also gold and silver, and each of the 2 colors occupied half of the seed. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of seed it was. It was just that the wood spirit had existed for a long time, and its birth must have been a result of the exotic ancient tree sentience. In other words, the gold and silver seeds must be the seeds of an exotic ancient tree. He planned to slowly inquire about it in the future. But at this moment, the gold and silver tree exuded such power, which made him slightly absent-minded. While he was still in a daze, the golden and silver profound lights had already shot into his body and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled, and then showed a wry smile. He had no idea what the gold and silver rays of light could do or what harm they could do, but now that his demonic chi was surging, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Kai simply let them enter his body. The next moment, his body suddenly shook, and his eyes widened, bursting with light. The demonic qi that had been surging on the surface of his body seemed to be restrained by something, roaring and hissing as it drilled into his body through his pores. Not long after, Kai Yang's figure reappeared. At the same time, the demonic qi in his body was being compressed and solidified by a mysterious force gathering in a certain part of his body. Although the demonic qi was terrifying, the mysterious force was also inconceivably powerful. It was like herding sheep, driving all the demonic qi to his lower abdomen. Then, a burning pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth to cry out in pain when the burning heat suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold. He couldn't help but shiver, and the blood in his body almost froze. Before he could adapt, the feeling turned into burning heat again, and then cold again and again. He didn't know how many times this went on, but Yang Kai was almost tortured to death. Suddenly, a dazzling gold and silver ray of light bloomed from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he vaguely realized something. He tore off his clothes and looked down. He saw that at his lower abdomen, the gold and silver rays of light were like two fish, connected head and tail, swimming quickly. And as they swam, a mysterious and wonderful pattern gradually took shape, appearing like a brand. After a while, the gold and silver rays of light burst out with an even more dazzling light and disappeared in a flash. Kai Yang let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. A gentle breeze blew, and the small sealed world was quiet. Only the embodiment in the distance was muttering to himself, "What the hell was that?" What was that? Hua Qingxi walked out of the shadow of infinite grief, rubbing her eyes and asking shyly, "Is that guy dead?" The embodiment glanced at her and grinned, "Sorry to disappoint you, but he's alive and well." "Damn it." Hua Qingxi gnashed her teeth for a while. "He made me cry like a little girl." She was ashamed and resentful and said fiercely, "If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man." After saying that, she looked at the embodiment and said, "Big Stone, you will help me, right? Do you have a plan to take revenge?" The embodiment looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind, and said confidently, "A hero can't resist the charms of a beauty." Hearing this, the embodiment nodded and praised. Chapter 2107. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai slowly woke up after an unknown amount of time had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, the previous scenes immediately appeared in his mind. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately sat up, frowning as he sensed the situation in his body. To his surprise and bewilderment, the devil qi that had caused him so much trouble had actually vanished without a trace in his body. Instead, there was an indescribable pain in his lower abdomen. It was like a burning pain, but also like a freezing pain. It was extremely strange. He quickly looked down and saw a strange gold and silver pattern on his lower abdomen. It was like a brand that had appeared on his flesh. "What is this?" Yang Kai was puzzled and looked at the brand. However, just as his consciousness was immersed in the imprint, his vision suddenly turned black. It was as if the entire world had turned dark. In that boundless darkness, there was a berserk aura roaring furiously, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle and escape. Yang Kai was shocked and bit the tip of his tongue. A tingling sensation came, allowing his mind to clear up. When he looked again, where was the boundless darkness? Everything he saw before was just an illusion. A seal? He raised his brow, showing a surprised and shocked expression. At this moment, he had completely figured out what had happened. The gold and silver pattern branded on his lower abdomen was obviously a very profound seal. All the demonic qi in his body and the trace of demonic sense in his knowledge sea were suppressed by this seal in his lower abdomen, not allowing the slightest bit of it to leak out. "Is there such a thing in this world?" he whispered, his expression changing. How strong was the demonic qi? How ferocious was the demonic sense? He had personally experienced it. With his strength, after being entangled by the demonic qi and controlled by the demonic sense, he was still able to fight a fierce battle with 3 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It was obvious how tyrannical he was. However, at this moment, a naturally formed seal had suppressed all of them. If he hadn't deliberately tried to pry into it, he wouldn't have been able to do so. He couldn't detect the demonic chi and demonic thoughts in his body, so how mysterious and powerful was this seal? Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look at the gold and silver tree. In the next moment, his expression froze. The originally thriving gold and silver trees now looked like they were malnourished. The leaves were withered and yellow, and their heads drooped. The original gold and silver lights were nowhere to be seen. He looked like Yuan Qi was seriously injured. That seal. Clearly, it was formed by the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree. That was why the gold and silver tree became like this after that power was extracted. The gold and silver trees had only existed in the herb garden for about a year. However, the medicine garden in the small sealed world contained countless heavy earths and 5 earth vein beads, which were extremely suitable for the growth of spirit grasses and medicines. Survive in the herb garden for a year. Basically, it was equivalent to living in the outside world for 100 years. The century-old essence of the gold and silver tree had been sucked dry by Yang Kai, forming a natural seal to suppress the demonic will of the ancient demonic chi was not too outrageous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. If he was right, he wouldn't have to worry about being eroded by the demonic will in the future. Although he didn't know how long the seal in his lower abdomen would last, as long as he gave the gold and silver tree another year, it would be able to regenerate that mysterious power. At that time, even if the seal loosened, Yang Kai could continue to use the power of the gold and silver tree to suppress it. He was very curious. What kind of ancient exotic tree was this? How could it have such powerful power? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the embodiment and Hua Qing Si appeared not far from Yang Kai at the same time. You've solved your problem? The embodiment stared at Yang Kai. He couldn't feel any demonic chi from him, so he couldn't help but feel strange. Yang Kai nodded, and with a move of his divine sense, he poured all kinds of information into the embodiment. After a moment of contemplation, the embodiment understood everything and nodded. So that's how it is. He also looked at the gold and silver tree, his eyes bursting with light. Little brother, how are you? Hua Qing Si forced a smile, but her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai's previous display of power had left a psychological shadow that was very difficult to erase. The man surnamed Fu, who was on par with her, was killed with a single palm strike. Although Yang Kai didn't kill her immediately, as a prisoner, she didn't feel safe. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her charm and said, "Your previous state made me very worried." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently and said, "Let me ask you a question." "Little brother, please ask away," Hua Qing Si said embarrassedly. "Do you recognize this tree?" Yang Kai pointed at the gold and silver tree and asked. In his opinion, since Hua Qing Si was from the Star Soul Palace and had extraordinary strength, she should be very knowledgeable. Maybe she would know something. But to his disappointment, Hua Qing Si's beautiful eyes were full of confusion when she looked at the strange tree. Obviously, she didn't recognize it. On the other hand, the immortal tree on the side exuded a shocking aura of life, which made Hua Qing Si take a few more glances at it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "This is the immortal tree," Yang Kai explained. Hua Qing Si's delicate body shook and an extremely shocked expression appeared on her face. Then, her expression changed drastically and she covered her ears with both hands. While shaking her head, she muttered, "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Yang Kai was stunned and glanced at the embodiment, saying, "Is this woman crazy?" The embodiment chuckled, "The more you know, the more dangerous your situation is. She's very smart." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at Hua Qing Si with ridicule, saying, "Whether you listen or not, you won't be able to obtain your freedom." "Stinking brat." Hua Qing Si suddenly looked angry. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "Have I ever offended you? Why do you torture me like this? Have you forgotten who saved your life when you were in danger before? It was me. If I hadn't stopped you in time, You would have died in the hands of that bastard Fu Si Tong. Not only are you ungrateful, but you repay kindness with ingratitude. I was really blind to want to save you. If I had known this would happen, I would have let you die. At least I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of imprisonment. She looked sad and indignant. Standing on the moral high ground, she criticized Yang Kai. Her words were righteous and strict. There was a sonorous sound. When she got to the point where she was agitated, her pretty face was red with anger and her chest rose and fell violently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at her with interest. When she finished, he slowly shook his head and said, "At that time, whether you did or not, Fu Si Tong couldn't hurt me. If he really dared to do it, he would only suffer losses." In this regard, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Although he couldn't control his own body at that time, how could the boundless demonic qi that wrapped around his body be so easy to break? If Fu Si Tong really did attack him, he would only be devoured by the demonic qi. Even if that's the case, you can't deny my intention to save you. I am your savior, so you can't treat me like this and imprison me here, Hua Qingxi said through gritted teeth. Don't tell me you don't have selfish motives for saving me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Hua Qingxi said angrily, I have no grievances with you, and I don't even know you before. What selfish motives do I have? Do you think you're so handsome that I've taken a liking to you? You are from Star Soul Palace, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked without thinking. That's right. Hua Qingxi replied haughtily and threatened fiercely, I am indeed from the Star Soul Palace. If you know what's good for you, you'd better release me quickly. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Although I didn't kill Han Lung, I was present at the scene. When he died, I was there, Yang Kai said with narrowed eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hua Qingxi evaded his question with a guilty look on her face. Yang Kai chuckled. Fu Si Tong appeared in Maplewood City to investigate the cause of Ning Yuan Cheng's death, but aren't you here to investigate Han Lung's death? He said with a look of understanding. Apart from that, I really can't figure out why you masters would condescend to come to a small place like Maplewood City. I was just passing by, I couldn't. Hua Qingxi said stubbornly. You really came here to investigate Han Lung's death? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. If he was only guessing before, then he was completely sure now. When he said those words just now, he was completely sure. Hua Qingxi's mood fluctuated slightly. If they were outside, Yang Kai might not be able to detect it, but inside the small sealed world, nothing could escape his divine sense. Are you trying to trick me? Hua Qingxi was startled and shouted in exasperation. You actually came to investigate the cause of the death of an abandoned disciple. It seems that Han Lung either has an extraordinary background or is hiding some kind of secret. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin as if he was talking to himself. In fact, his divine sense had never left Hua Qingxi. The former is unlikely. It is said that Han Lung was hunted down by your Star Soul Palace disciples countless times. If he really had some kind of background, he wouldn't have been treated like this. So, it is the latter possibility? This old lady will kill you. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed and pushed the source qi in her body, wanting to attack Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai's previous performance made her very wary, the current Yang Kai was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source realm, so Hua Qingxi should be able to deal with him. But she was obviously too naive. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and the world principles suddenly changed, directly freezing Hua Qingxi in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. In desperation, she could only shoot a glance at the embodiment. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment strangely and said, Didn't you tell her that in this world, everything is under my control? She didn't ask. The embodiment chuckled. Then why did she shoot you a glance? Probably to ask me to join her, the embodiment said with an innocent expression. Hey, why are you guys talking so enthusiastically? Hua Qingxi was shocked and shouted at the embodiment, Big Stone, don't you want to regain your freedom? Now is the best time, why don't you act quickly? The embodiment spread his hands at her and said, There's nothing I can do. My condolences. Hua Qingxi was left with no other choice. She could only bite her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Yang Kai pitifully and said in a soft voice, "Little brother, I was wrong. Please let me down." The embodiment was shocked and said, "Where is your integrity? No one will think you are mute if you don't speak." Hua Qingxi glared at the embodiment angrily and gnashed her teeth. "Traitor!" The embodiment suddenly looked embarrassed. Chapter 2108. I never agreed to join forces with you, so how am I a traitor? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi innocently. "I don't care. Stop pestering me." Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Tell me, what is Han Lung's secret?" "I don't know." Hua Qingxi replied simply. "Ah." Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "It seems that you haven't figured out how awkward your current situation is. Since that's the case, let's talk again when you're more clear-headed." Having said that, he waved his hand. Hua Qingxi, who was floating in the air, suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai had thrown her somewhere in the small sealed world bead. Immediately, Yang Kai made a few hand seals and sent a few seals into the air. It seemed that he was using some kind of secret technique to target Hua Qingxi. Although this woman has a low IQ, she's not a bad person, the embodiment suddenly said. "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "If she didn't want to save me, I wouldn't have sent her here. I would have killed her long ago." "It's good that you have a sense of propriety." After the embodiment finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai's body and said, "You'd better deal with your injuries as soon as possible." In the previous battle, because of the demon sense, he was not afraid of death. As a result, he fought endlessly with the three great masters of the Emperor realm and was injured many times. The principal strength of the three great emperors lingered around his wounds, making it difficult for him to heal. If it were an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator, they would have suffered such injuries. Apart from taking some pills to prevent the injuries from worsening, there was no other way to deal with it. But in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai could use the world principles of this space to get rid of the residual principle strength entangling his wounds. After 3 days, Yang Kai finally finished treating his injuries. With the help of the astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree in the medicine garden, as well as his own powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai's injuries had basically healed. There were no traces of injuries on his body, but after a great battle, he was still weak. He had to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. He left the small sealed world. He showed up in the guest room of the Zhang family. Lu Yen had been standing guard in front of the sealed world bead all this time. When she saw Yang Kai appear, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with joy, "Master?" While speaking, she glanced back and forth at Yang Kai to make sure that he was safe and sound. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded at her and reached out to retrieve the sealed world bead. "Very good, you've also advanced to the Dao Source realm. Congratulations." Previously, Lu Yen had been sleeping in the magma under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, absorbing the scorching heat of the magma. Yang Kai felt that she was about to advance, but after waiting for a month without any news, he had no choice but to set off for Maplewood City. Fortunately, Lu Yen returned at the critical moment and used the inseparable spiritual connection between the two to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. My Dao Source realm cultivation is far inferior to Master's. Lu Yen smiled slightly. Don't belittle yourself. You are different from ordinary living beings. You don't have such unique advantages. Since the heavens have allowed you to take this step today, they will definitely let you go further. I hope. Lu Yen also showed a look of yearning. By the way, see if this is useful to you. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and took out something from his space ring. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire room suddenly rose and an aura that could burn everything spread out. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the thing in Yang Kai's hand in shock. It was a feather that was 1 meter long. It was completely golden in color, but there seemed to be a pitch-black flame burning on the feather. It seemed to be alive and jumping. At a glance, the flame seemed to be able to incinerate one's soul. The feather of a Luan phone. Yang Kai explained. This feather of a Luan Feng was picked up by him in clear Jade Mountain. It was not a feather left behind by a young Luan Feng, but the divine feather of an adult divine spirit. This kind of thing had always been a priceless treasure. It could be used to create the best artifacts, but Yang Kai felt that giving it to Lu Yan should be the best choice. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Lu Yan's tender body shook violently. She stared at the feather of a Luan Feng and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said bitterly, "I can try to refine it. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled and handed the feather to her. Lu Yan took it and played with it fondly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately put her into the sealed world bead and let her refine it herself. Then, Yang Kai walked out of the room and met with the Zhang family. When they saw Yang Kai, the Zhang family naturally asked about his well-being, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel her concern and reassurance from her gaze from time to time. After chatting with the Zhang family for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and took out the sound bead to report to Imo Xiaoqi that he was safe. Xiaoqi was very happy and immediately said that she wanted to visit Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stop her, she cut off the connection. He could only smile helplessly. After a while, Yang Kai felt several tyrannical auras approaching from afar. Before they arrived, a person's voice came from afar. "Ha, Brother Yang, we have come to visit you." The voice was full of energy and spread everywhere. After the Zhang family members heard who had sent the message, they immediately went into a panic. Under the lead of the Zhang family matriarch, they all went out to greet them. After a short while, a light flashed and several figures appeared. The Zhang family's old matriarch bowed slightly and said loudly, "The Zhang family is honored by the city lord's visit. Please forgive this old matriarch for not going out to greet you." The rest of the people also greeted Duan Yuan Shan. Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old matriarch, you don't need to be so courteous. This city lord came uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. And I came here to see Brother Yang. I wonder if Lord Yang is resting in the guest room. Please come in." The old matriarch's voice was steady, but anyone could see that she was suppressing her excitement. Normally, how could a small family like the Zhang family enter the eyes of the city lord master? Let alone come here from Maplewood City in person. But at this moment, this impossible thing had become a reality. Although they knew that this was because of Yang Kai, it was still a glory for the Zhang family. The Zhang family now only had a group of orphans and widows left, so it was easy for other families to target them. But, if today's matter spread out, those families who had designs on the Zhang family might not have the guts to take action. They might even have to depend on the Zhang family for survival. The old matriarch saw the hope of the Zhang family's rise, and she felt even more grateful to Yang Kai in her heart. "Thank you for your hospitality." Duan Yuan Shan smiled faintly and was about to descend with the other two, but one of them impatiently turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the Zhang family's main residence, disappearing in front of a guest room. So impatient! Duan Yuan Shan could only smile bitterly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. In the guest room, Kong Si Ran pushed open the door and entered, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Kong Si Ran nervously observed Yang Kai's state, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I heard from the city lord master that you were corroded by the demonic qi outside the city and almost turned into a demon. It really scared me to death." "That's true. Fortunately, I managed to avert the disaster." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Kong Si Ran said with shame, "This Kong was in retreat to break through a bottleneck at that time, so he didn't know anything about it. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that I learned the news, but at that time, you had already disappeared. I, the city lord master, and the others searched everywhere, but still couldn't find you. This Kong is really ashamed to face Brother Yang." Kong Si Ran's expression wasn't fake, and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't given him a Dao Source pill, he wouldn't have been able to become a Dao Source realm cultivator. Moreover, Kong Si Ran could vaguely feel that the Dao Source pill with pill veins didn't just bring him a breakthrough to a great realm, but also some other changes. He couldn't tell what those changes were, but he had a feeling in his heart that the First Order Dao Source realm wasn't the end of his martial Dao. He still had hoped to advance further, and perhaps he could even take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This was equivalent to the grace of a new lease of life, and Kong Si Ran felt that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Yang Kai's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, but when Yang Kai was in danger, he didn't know about it, which made Kong Si Ran feel very guilty. Now that he saw that Yang Kai was safe, he finally felt a little better. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Kong, thank you for your concern." "Don't say that." Kong Si Ran scratched his cheek. "Shopkeeper Kong has a good relationship with Brother Yang." A voice came as Duan Yuan Shan strode in, followed by Emo Xiaoqi. After seeing Yang Kai, Emo Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "I wanted to come alone, but City Lord Duan and Shopkeeper Kong heard that you were back, so they insisted on following me. It's not Miss Xiaoqi's fault, it was this Duan who came uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb Brother Yang's rest?" Duan Yuan Shan chuckled. "City Lord Duan is too polite." Yang Kai smiled calmly and nodded to Emo Xiaoqi. "My room is simple, please take a seat." Duan Yuan Shan didn't act polite and found a chair to sit on. Seeing this, Emo Xiaoqi and Kong Si Ran let nature take its course. After taking a seat, Duan Yuan Shan's expression turned solemn and he said, "Brother Yang, this Duan has to apologize to you first." "City Lord, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuan Shan said, "At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuan Shan said with a smile, "Brother Yang is really a reasonable person. He's just greedy for life and afraid of death." Kong Si Ran said angrily. Chapter 2109. Shopkeeper Kong, when did this Duan offend you? Duan Yuan Shan looked at Kong Si Ran blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have any friendship with Kong Si Ran before, they still had many interactions. After all, Kong Si Ran was a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and had a powerful background. Even if his strength wasn't high, Duan Yuan Shan still couldn't ignore him. But since Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, Duan Yuan Shan found that his attitude towards him had become very disrespectful, especially after he heard about Yang Kai's accident. His attitude became even worse. This puzzled Duan Yuan Shan, and at the same time, annoyed him. He felt that Kong Si Ran had become arrogant once he became strong. At this moment, he was despised by Kong Si Ran in front of Yang Kai. Naturally, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't bear it, and his words were filled with anger. City Lord Duan must be joking. How can this Kong be offended by City Lord Master? Kong Si Ran said sarcastically. Duan Yuan Shan looked angry. He was the City Lord, and it was fine if Kong Si Ran didn't give him face, but his words were full of sarcasm, and it wasn't good for anyone. "Both of you should stop talking." Yang Kai thought for a moment and understood why Kong Si Ran suddenly disliked Duan Yuan Shan so much. He looked at him with a smile and said, "City Lord Duan was helpless at that time, and he could only protect himself and leave quickly. The fault doesn't lie with City Lord Master. Brother Yang is sensible." Duan Yuan Shan snorted coldly, and his expression became slightly amiable. "Is that so?" Kong Si Ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Yang Kai, then cupped his fists at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "Since Brother Yang said so, then this Kong will apologize to City Lord Master. This Kong was reckless, and I hope City Lord Master won't take offense." Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed and he said, "Brother Kong, you are too polite." While he said so, he was also shocked in his heart. Because Kong Si Ran's change in attitude was only possible with a single sentence from Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Kong Si Ran seemed to be following Yang Kai's lead. Otherwise, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. There was no need to apologize to him. It seems that the relationship between these two isn't as simple as a good one. Duan Yuanshan couldn't help feeling suspicious. He really didn't know what kind of ability Yang Kai possessed to make Kang Si Ran, who was in the same realm, so obedient. City Lord Duan, where is Zhuang Pan? Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face. The main culprit might not be Zhuang Pan, but he definitely had something to do with it. If not for his cowardice and fear of death, he would have been the first to run away. The 7 points Black Tortoise formation wouldn't collapse in an instant. Based on the situation back then, everyone should have been able to hold on for a period of time. Qin Chaoyang wouldn't be injured, and Du Lishan wouldn't die tragically on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai would be corroded by the demonic thoughts and be plagued by the demonic qi, it was hard to say. Moreover, Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan were not on good terms. Naturally, he hated his cowardice and cowardice. We don't know where he is. Duan Yuanshan replied with a gloomy face. This Duan didn't know who he was. If I had known that Zhuang Pan was so cowardly, this city lord wouldn't have allowed him to become a member of the formation. He almost harmed everyone. After a pause, he continued, Zhuang Pan didn't return to Maplewood City after he escaped, but with his cultivation he should have been corroded by the demonic qi. But judging from what happened later, he shouldn't be dead now. We just don't know where he is hiding. Don't let me see him, otherwise, I will make him regret being born in this world. Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. Murderous intent surged like a tide. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him strangely, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, By the way, Brother Yang, that day, what happened after? Hearing his question, Emo Shaoqi and Kang Si Ran also hurriedly looked at him with curiosity. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. At that time, I was corroded by the demonic qi, and my soul was in chaos. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything had already settled down. He had expected that someone would ask about this, so he had already prepared an answer in his heart. While speaking, he said suspiciously, but I vaguely felt several shocking energy fluctuations at that time, but I don't know whether they were real or not. Duan Yuanshan continued, Brother Yang's feeling was right. It was Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the masters of the other two sects. They seemed to have fought with something outside the city. Yang Kai showed a surprised expression. Where are the three master now? Did they say anything? Duan Yuanshan's face turned awkward and he said, They didn't go to Maplewood City. After that battle, they disappeared. As the city lord of Maplewood City, it was quite embarrassing to talk about this matter. They had already come to his territory, but they didn't meet him, nor did they say anything. Obviously, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so he naturally didn't dare to criticize the masters of the Emperor Realm. So, it was the three master who got rid of the demonic qi? Yang Kai said solemnly, The three masters are really amazing, and their strength is amazing. They retreated after accomplishing something, but they didn't do anything. It's really admirable. Duan Yuanshan's face also turned serious and he said, My Maplewood City's calamity has been averted, so we should really thank the three master. Even Kang Si Ran and Mo Shaoqi had a look of agreement. Obviously, they felt that the sudden disappearance of the demonic qi was all thanks to the Emperor Realm's masters, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Kai was happy to hear this, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. And this Duan came here to see Brother Yang, and also, to ask you, are you willing to stay in my Maplewood City? Stay here? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Duan Yuanshan nodded. As far as I know, Brother Yang doesn't come from any sect, and it seems that you don't belong to any family. If Brother Yang is willing to stay in Maplewood City, this Duan is willing to give you the position of Vice City Lord. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Pan was originally the Vice City Lord, but he ran away. My Maplewood City just so happens to have a vacancy for the position of Vice City Lord, and with Brother Yang's strength, you are qualified for it. After saying this, Duan Yuanshan looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he wanted him to agree. Yang Kai couldn't help but show an awkward look. When everyone was defending Maplewood City, Yang Kai heard this from Qin Chaoyang. He said that Duan Yuanshan intended to make Yang Kai the third Vice City Lord of Maplewood City. Yang Kai's answer at that time was also ambiguous, but he didn't expect that Duan Yuanshan would come here personally and ask this question face to face. Brother Yang isn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, a dragon will rise to the sky. How can a small Maplewood city hold him? Kong Si Ran suddenly said from the side. Duan Yuanshan glanced at Kong Si Ran, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "This Duan has a plan in mind." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "City Lord Master, please forgive me, but I am used to wandering alone and won't live in one place for a long time. So, I can only accept City Lord Master's kindness." It doesn't matter, this Duan is already satisfied with Brother Yang's answer. Mo Shaoqi giggled and said, "Big Brother Yang, if you want to leave Maplewood City one day, just let me know, and I will go with you to explore the world." Yang Kai glanced at her and teased, "Being accompanied by a beauty is naturally what I want." Mo Shaoqi immediately blushed and said bashfully, "Big Brother Yang is also so naughty." Duan Yuanshan and Kong Si Ran laughed in unison. But when they looked at the huge birthmark on Mo Shaoqi's face, they sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for this birthmark, Mo Shaoqi would have been a stunning beauty. But now, even with this birthmark, it still couldn't cover up her beauty. It was just that the birthmark ruined her overall image. Soon after, the three chatted for a while before Duan Yuanshan and the others got up and took their leave. "By the way, Brother Yang," before Duan Yuanshan left, he suddenly turned around and said, "This Duan has something to tell you." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "I don't know how that guy you had locked up disappeared from the city's prison." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That old swindler?" "Exactly." A strange look appeared on Duan Yuanshan's face. Although all the cultivators in the city were defending the city at that time and no one was guarding it, since you had personally placed a seal on his strength, it would have been impossible for him to escape with his cultivation. However, a prison guard came to report that he had disappeared without a trace and didn't leave behind any clues. "It's really strange." "Hee hee." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "I know." Duan Yuanshan was stunned and said in amazement, "You already expected this?" Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem surprised at all, how could Duan Yuanshan not have thought of this? "It was just a guess, but now it seems that old swindler isn't simple." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. That old swindler came from Forest City alone and wanted to ask for help from Maplewood City. With just his third-order origin king strength, he was able to safely enter and exit the boundless demonic chi. Obviously, he had some tricks up his sleeve. After that, he was sealed by Yang Kai and disappeared from the prison without anyone noticing. How could an ordinary origin king be able to do this? Yang Kai didn't know what secrets he had that allowed him to have such a mysterious ability. "Do you need to hunt him down?" Duan Yuanshan asked. "If you need, this Duan can help." "There's no need." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just locked him up out of curiosity. I wanted to inquire about the secret of his ability to freely enter and exit the demonic chi and see if he could be used by the city's cultivator in the future. Now that the crisis has been resolved, there's no need to do anything superfluous. He didn't do anything outrageous, he just likes to swindle people's money, that's all. Since Brother Yang said so, I'll let him go." Duan Yuanshan chuckled and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, you should rest for the next few days. We'll take our leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched the three leave before returning to his room and sitting down. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and said calmly, "Since you're here, come in. Why are you sneaking around outside?" Chapter 21:10. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, a person rushed in from the outside like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Yang Kai cupped his hands and laughed, "Old Mr. Qin." The person who had just arrived was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. "Little brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang returned the greeting with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Kai asked, "Old Mr. Qin, why are you here instead of recuperating in the family?" Qin Chaoyang's complexion was not very good. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. However, what made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Qin Chaoyang had not come with Duan Yuanshan to visit him. Instead, he had secretly come alone. Yang Kai thought for a moment and somewhat understood what Qin Chaoyang wanted to do. This old master's injury is not serious. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down. When I heard that little brother Yang had returned safely, this old master hurriedly rushed over. However, I did not expect that the city lord's master would be one step ahead of me. So you hid outside? Yang Kai chuckled. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of the city lord's master, Qin Chaoyang said awkwardly. AI. Yang Kai sighed and looked sincerely at Qin Chaoyang. I roughly understand old Mr. Qin's intentions, but please forgive me for boldly refusing. Qin Chaoyang asked curiously, this old master hasn't said anything yet, and you already know? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Qin, didn't you come here to ask me to join your Qin family? Did I make it that obvious? Qin Chaoyang was startled. Yang Kai nodded. Old Sir Qin has already asked me several times before. If I still can't figure it out, then I'll leave. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't know? Furthermore, it was said that the Jiang family's businesses would be taken over by the Qin family. The Qin family swallowed up the Jiang family's enormous foundation in one go. If they don't have enough martial power to deter others, I'm afraid they won't be able to deter others from taking action. Brother, you know me. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That's right, this old man came here specifically to invite you to be my Qin family's grand elder. Your status is the same as mine. When the time comes, you and I will join hands. I believe that the other old fogies won't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Kai sighed. I just rejected the vice-castellan position that Castellan Duan promised me. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his face immediately darkened. He said disappointedly, I see, both of them were smart people. Yang Kai didn't need to explain too much. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had no chance. Yang Kai had just rejected Duan Yuanshan's invitation. If he accepted Qin Chaoyang in the blink of an eye, Duan Yuanshan would definitely offend him in the future. Duan Yuanshan would think that Yang Kai was looking down on him and might even hold a grudge against him. At that time, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay out of this matter. He had hired a grand elder, but ended up offending the city lord's mansion. This was not a good deal. Qin Chaoyang was clear in his heart. He looked at Qin Chaoyang. Yang Kai said somewhat shamefully, originally, old Mr. Qin taught me the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation. If the Qin family needs it, I will not refuse. But this matter, if I agree, it will only harm the Qin family. I can only disappoint old Mr. Qin. I understand. Qin Chaoyang nodded. But Yang Kai changed the topic. If the Qin family needs help in the future, I can help as a friend. When the time comes, I hope old Mr. Qin will not be polite. Qin Chaoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He chuckled and said, with Brother Yang's words, I will be relieved. Brother Yang, I am relieved. He looked overjoyed and very happy. Although he didn't achieve his goal, with Yang Kai's guarantee, this trip was not in vain. Qin Chaoyang said meaningfully, perhaps I will need Brother Yang's help soon. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will wait for your news. That day, Qin Chaoyang passed the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation to Yang Kai through a jade slip. Originally, he only wanted Yang Kai's promise to protect Qinyu in a crisis. If the city was breached, he could take Qinyu with him. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The battle of the demon thought was over without any danger. Naturally, the promise was voided. Yang Kai had received benefits from Qin Chaoyang, but he refused the latter's invitation. He felt apologetic and wanted to find an opportunity to return the favor. Afterwards, the two of them chatted casually for a while before Qin Chaoyang got up and said goodbye. He was injured and urgently needed to recuperate. Moreover, the Qin family was currently taking over the Jiang family's large property. The family was extremely busy, so he couldn't spare any time. Time was precious, so he naturally couldn't delay. After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai was completely free and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. The demonization had made him a little weak. The power that far exceeded his cultivation wasn't without a price. For several days, Yang Kai stayed in his room. Until one day he opened his eyes again. They were overflowing with light and he was in high spirits. The fatigue and weakness from before were no longer there. It was as if he had fully recovered. Feeling the condition of his body, Yang Kai confirmed that there weren't any side effects left. Only then did he feel relieved. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead in a flash. The sealed world bead was still quiet. Yang Kai silently sensed for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He found that somewhere in the sealed world bead, there was an extremely powerful force surging endlessly. His figure flickered and he directly arrived at that location. In front of him, Lu Yen was sitting cross-legged, one hand supporting the air while the other two fingers were facing the sky. She was circulating her secret art. The power of thunder and fire around her was violent and restless. With her as the center, the ground within a dozen kilometers was filled with snakes of lightning and flames. Behind Lu Yen, however, there was a huge phantom that soared into the sky, as if it was about to spread its wings and take flight. Luan Feng. Yang Kai glanced at the phantom and was immediately shocked. This phantom was the figure of the ancient divine spirit Luan Feng that he had seen up close before, but it was not a living thing, just a projection. Even if it was just a projection, it still exuded the aura of a divine spirit. On the surface of the phantom, black flames tumbled. A monstrous momentum that was unstoppable. Lu Yan's expression was very difficult, as if she was at a critical juncture in performing some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai observed for a while and knew that she was refining the Luan Feng feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it wasn't very difficult either. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing, even if he was the master of the small sealed world. He couldn't help Lu Yen in the slightest. She could only rely on her own will and determination. If the refinement was successful, Lu Yan's strength would definitely improve, but if it failed, it was very likely that she would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yen had been absorbing the sun's true fire from the sun's true essence to temper herself over the years, so she had long been accustomed to this kind of ultra-high-intensity energy entering her body. Otherwise, with her first-order Dao Source Realm strength, it would have been impossible for her to refine the Luan Feng divine feather. But even so, success or failure would depend on her own fortune. The embodiment was sitting in the distance. He was paying close attention to Lu Yan's situation. Seeing the main body's gaze, the embodiment just nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. With the embodiment looking after Lu Yen, he would know immediately if anything happened, so Yang Kai left with peace of mind. His figure flickered again. He had come to another place in the small sealed world. This place was empty. A trembling figure was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, as if she was hiding in an unknown corner. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fear and torture she had suffered. Her hair was disheveled and her face was slightly pale. Her beautiful eyes were looking around vigilantly, and her pretty face was full of fear. Yang Kai appeared in front of her, but she didn't know, as if she didn't see him. This. Yang Kai looked at her and whispered, "Is it enough?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but when it reached Hua Qingxi's ears, it was as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. She trembled violently, and when she looked up again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been shrouding her had finally been replaced by a dazzling light. And a figure that she had cursed countless times in her heart and wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces appeared not far in front of her, looking at her lazily. Seeing this person's face, Hua Qingxi's grievances and fear over the past few days turned into the flames of revenge at this moment. She shouted, "This old lady will kill you." As she spoke, she shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. With a twist of her delicate body, she turned into 100 butterflies, blotting out the sky and surrounding Yang Kai tightly. Yang Kai raised his hand and raised his palm like a knife, ignoring the 100 spirit plates, and directly chopped towards the void in front of him. With a bang, the knife hand chopped something. Ouch! Hua Qingxi's figure staggered out of the void, and the 100 spirit plates disappeared at this moment. She covered her head with both hands and kept retreating, tears almost flowing out of her eyes from the pain. It seems. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and said lightly, "You still don't understand your situation. Since that's the case, I'll give you some more time. When you think about it, we'll talk again." As he spoke, he was about to use the same trick again. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed, "No. I was wrong, I won't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Please, please let me go." In the boundless darkness, being killed countless times by strange existences every day, feeling the realistic effects of death, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. When Hua Qingxi was killed for the first time, she thought that she was really dead. But she didn't expect that in just a moment, she would come back to life again, but it was a life worse than death, because not long after, she was killed by strange existences again. After many times, she completely understood that she was in an extremely advanced illusion, unable to free herself from the reincarnation of life and death. Dying hundreds of times every day, Hua Qingxi was almost numb. If she wasn't strong enough, this kind of torture was enough to make her go crazy. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the culprit, for the first time, she was naturally angry, and evil grew in her heart. In the end, she was still subdued by him in one move. Hua Qingxi was in complete despair. "Very good, I'm very happy that you can be so sensible." Yang Kai looked at her, nodded, and stood in place calmly. Chapter 21:11. Hua Qingxi looked at him with both jealousy and hatred. Thinking about how she had been wronged, she pouted and sat down on the ground, making a scene. "You bastard, you're devoid of conscience. You're worse than a dog or a pig. I curse you to go to hell after you die and never be reincarnated." Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. After waiting for a while, seeing that she still had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Enough!" Hua Qingxi's voice came to an abrupt halt, but she still couldn't stop sobbing, her shoulders shaking. "A dignified third-order Dao source realm, how can you speak so crudely?" Yang Kai reprimanded. Hua Qingxi felt wronged. "Then what do you want me to do? I can't beat you in a fight, but you won't allow me to curse you? Be obedient and I won't torture you anymore," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Hua Qingxi nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient." Saying so, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying at Yang Kai. "You should have done this long ago," Yang Kai snorted. After pondering for a while, he slowly walked over to Hua Qingxi and stretched out his hand to her. Hua Qingxi instinctively shrank back, seemingly extremely afraid, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, she pursed her red lips and bravely stretched out her hand, allowing Yang Kai to pull her up. "Come with me," Yang Kai said, pushing his strength and teleporting Hua Qingxi. Her vision blurred, and by the time Hua Qingxi came back to her senses, the two of them had already arrived at a bamboo building. The bamboo building was simple and crude, yet elegant and clean. "There's such a building here?" Hua Qingxi was surprised. "Does someone live here?" "There used to be," Yang Kai replied lightly. "Many years ago. When he brought his family and friends from Tongxian realm to Shadowed Star, there were more than 10,000 people living in the small sealed world. Naturally, there were many houses left here. Sit." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, then sat down immediately. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a while before sitting opposite Yang Kai. "I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly." After she sat down, Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi nodded. "You came to Maplewood City to find out the cause of Han Lung's death, right?" Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she nodded and said, "Yes." Kai Yang looked at her. Hua Qingxi considered her words carefully before she said, "Junior brother Han Lung is an abandoned disciple of my master. When junior brother Han escaped from the Star Soul Palace, he seemed to have stolen one of my master's treasures. My main purpose for coming out this time to find out the cause of junior brother Han's death is to find that thing." "What thing?" Master didn't say what it was specifically, only that it was a token. "A token?" Yang Kai raised his brow, but soon he seemed to remember something. Taking out a strange token from his space ring, he handed it to Hua Qingxi and asked, "Is this it?" This token was about the size of a palm and was made of a special material, neither gold nor wood, with the word dragon engraved on its front. On the back was a picture of a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. This token was naturally something that Yang Kai found in Han Lung's space ring. However, Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for at that time, so he put it in his space ring and ignored it. But now, Hua Qingxi said that she came here on the orders of her master for this token. Yang Kai immediately realized that this token was no small matter. Hua Qingxi was the cultivator of the third order Dao Source realm, so her master was at least a second order Emperor realm master. Something that could make a second order Emperor realm master so obsessed with it must be valuable. Did you find this in junior brother Han Lung's space ring? Hua Qingxi asked. Yes. If junior brother Han Lung didn't have any other tokens in his space ring, then this should be the target of my mission. Hua Qingxi looked at the token with a strange expression. Do you recognize what this is? When Yang Kai asked this, he had been watching her expression change. Hua Qingxi shook her head at first. But then she reached out and picked up the token, carefully examining it. The look in her eyes gradually changed, and after a long time, her tender body suddenly shook as she covered her mouth with her hand and cried out in surprise. Say something. Yang Kai urged impatiently. If I'm not wrong, this should be the famous Dragon Island token. Hua Qingxi exclaimed. Dragon Island token? Yang Kai frowned. What's that? You've never heard of it? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if she was surprised that he hadn't even heard of something like the Dragon Island token. He was really ignorant. But when she saw Yang Kai's expression, she quickly swallowed the mocking words that were about to come out of her mouth. She asked cautiously, I wonder if Master has heard of Dragon Island? Dragon Island? Is there a true dragon living there? Yang Kai didn't answer her question but immediately chuckled. I'm just kidding. Hua Qingxi's face was tense and very serious. Dragon Island? Is there really a true dragon living there? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Hua Qingxi nodded her head. Nonsense. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. True dragons were one of the most powerful existences among the ancient divine spirits. Existences like true dragons and heavenly phoenixes should only exist in legends and ancient books. They shouldn't exist in this world. Hua Qingxi's pretty face reddened. She rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and said, If Dragon Island really exists, then there really is a true dragon living there. Moreover, there's more than one. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Hua Qingxi said, According to legend, Dragon Island is the most mysterious force in the entire astral boundary. It's also the most powerful force because there are many descendants of true dragons living on Dragon Island. There are even ancient dragons and archaic dragons. They are existences that even the 10 great emperors are afraid of. However, we don't know whether Dragon Island really exists or not. Only the most powerful cultivator can get in touch with this secret. Only they can find the way to Dragon Island. The Dragon Island medallion came from the Dragon Island. Hua Qingxi continued, the holder of this token can go to Dragon Island and ask the dragon race to do one thing for him unconditionally. It's something that the dragon race can do for him. For example, if I go to Dragon Island with this Dragon Island command token, I can let the dragon race use the true dragon's strength and advance to the Emperor realm. Moreover, I won't just be in the First Order realm. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. She grabbed the Dragon Island command token even harder. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Yang Kai waved his hand and the Dragon Island command token flew back to his hand. He glanced at Hua Qingxi calmly and said, Continue. Hua Qingxi smiled awkwardly. She put away the fanatical look on her face and said, Since ancient times, only 5 Dragon Island commands have been passed down. According to the ancient legends, 3 of them were used. The use of these 3 Dragon Island commands shook the entire star boundary. As she spoke, she raised a finger and said, First, 80,000 years ago, the second-ranked sect in the Northern Territory, Profound Frost Sect, was uprooted overnight. None of the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect survived, including all the masters in the Emperor realm. It's said that until now, there are still remnants of dragon breath in the ruins of Profound Frost sect. Many cultivators like to go there in search of opportunities. Secondly, 50,000 years ago, I don't know which daring bastard angered the Holy Spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua turned the entire southern domain upside down in a fit of rage. Countless lives were lost, and sects and clans were destroyed. At that time, even the 10 great emperors couldn't stop Shihua's crazy massacre. In the end, the Dragon Island stepped in and scared Shihua away. Otherwise, the southern territory would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. Third, 30,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor, one of the most powerful great emperors in the human race, was killed. It's said that the dragon race was involved. In that battle, the heavens and earth collapsed, the stars moved, and the laws were reversed. The heaven-devouring great emperor was killed by the dragon race? Yang Kai suddenly interrupted Hua Qingxi and asked suspiciously. Hua Qingxi stuck out her tongue. It's just a legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's possible. After all, the heaven-devouring great emperor was the most powerful expert in the human race at that time. Even if others joined hands, they might not be able to kill him. It's reasonable for the dragon race to be involved. Speaking up to here, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You've also heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors? Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Hua Qingxi smiled embarrassedly and said, Anyway, it's said that these 3 events are related to the use of the Dragon Island medallion. If this thing in front of us is really the Dragon Island medallion, then Master, you have to plan how to use it properly. It's a priceless treasure. Why are you so concerned? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Hua Qingxi muttered unhappily, Can't I be concerned? Are you sure this is the Dragon Island medallion? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. I've never seen the real Dragon Island medallion before. However, looking at its patterns and material, there's a high possibility that it's the real Dragon Island medallion. If you're still worried, why don't you ask someone knowledgeable about it? Who knows, you might be able to get some clues. I don't know if the Dragon Island really exists. Even if it does, I don't know where it is. It's too early to think about the Dragon Island medallion, Yang Kai said and put away the medallion. However, he did have a candidate in mind who he could ask. Who knew he might be able to get some accurate information. Master. Hua Qingxi hesitated and looked a little restless. She looked at Yang Kai and stammered, I've said everything I should say. You see, don't even think about it. Yang Kai rejected her flatly. Then, are you going to lock me up here for the rest of my life? Hua Qingxi was depressed. I'm from the Star Soul Palace. I've been ordered by my master to search for junior brother Han's relics. If I don't go back to report for a long time, my master will definitely come looking for me. He might even trace it back to you. After saying this, she nodded heavily and said with certainty, He'll definitely trace it back to you. You don't want to be targeted by my master, right? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Let me go quickly and we'll part on good terms. Chapter 21:12. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Kai stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile as he stroked his chin and said, Actually, if you want to regain your freedom, it's quite simple. What do you mean? Hua Qingxi shuddered and looked at Yang Kai warily. What do you want to do? Yang Kai snorted and said, Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. But if you really want to regain your freedom, you should obediently hand over your soul brand to me. Maybe I can consider it. The strength of the third order Dao source realm is not bad for me right now. Wishful thinking. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, not waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words. Then, goodbye. Yang Kai waved at her and directly left the small sealed world bead. Hua Qingxi was left alone in a daze. After a long while, she cried out in grief, Come back, come back, come back. In the side room, Yang Kai reappeared. After pondering for a moment, He turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Jiang family's old mansion, heading in the direction of Maplewood City. A moment later, he arrived at Maplewood City. He did not look for Mo Xiaoqi and Kong Si Ran, but went straight to the Qin family's residence. He had been to the Qin family once, so he was quite familiar with the place. With just a sweep of his divine sense, he found Qin Yu's location. He had no intention of hiding his aura and just swaggered over there. Not long after, he came to a side room and gently knocked on the window. "Who is it?" A low cry came from inside. Kai Yang nodded in agreement. The room was silent for a while, but soon. Then he heard a series of light footsteps moving. He came to the window and opened it. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise and confusion. "Yang? Lord Yang? It's so late, why are you looking for me?" I have something to ask you," Yang Kai replied, looking inside and asking, "Can I go in and talk?" Qin Yu blushed and said, "Master, please come in." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai directly flashed in through the window. Qin Yu's face turned even redder. It was night. Yang Kai did not enter through the front door, but took a different way through the window. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, it would cause a misunderstanding. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried about Yang Kai. After all, with Yang Kai's strength, if he really wanted to do something to her, he could do it without anyone noticing. There was no need for him to deliberately expose his identity. After sitting down, Qin Yu offered him tea and said, "Master, what do you want to ask me?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "Sister Qin is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Her intelligence is peerless, and her knowledge and experience is something I have never seen before in my life. I mainly want to ask you to solve my doubts." Qin Yu pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Master, you flatter me. I'm just a little more educated. If there's anything I can do to help, Master, please don't hesitate to tell me." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I'll get straight to the point. But I hope today's talk, I swear on my divine soul that I won't reveal it to a third person." Qin Yu said seriously. Yang Kai looked up at her, thinking that it was easy to talk to smart people. He said, "Outside the city, I was invaded by the demonic qi. I was almost turned into a demon. I'm sure you saw it." Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. She nodded and said, Master, heaven helps the worthy. You're safe now." During the period when I was corroded by the demon qi and turned into a demon, many strange images appeared in my mind. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Qin Yu said in surprise, "Many strange images?" Yang Kai nodded his head. "Back then, we used our secret technique to pry into Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea and saw the silhouette of the ancient giant demon. Therefore, I'm guessing that there might be a sliver of the ancient giant demon's remnant within the demon qi, retaining many of the knowledge and experience of the ancient giant demon. After being corroded by the demon qi, it had the opportunity to see these things. Master's words make sense." "I think so too," Qin Yu said happily, as if she had found a confidant. "However, what I saw was different from what Jiang Chuhi saw. Although those images were fragmented, there was no trace of the ancient great demon." "Oh? What kind of images were they?" Qin Yu said with interest. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and said in a low voice, "There are too many images, and I can only see two of them clearly. The first one is a seed that is half gold and half silver in color. After it was planted, the seed grew into a gold and silver-colored tree. Gold and silver-colored divine lights twined around it, overlapping and alternating, as if it possessed great power." "A gold and silver strange tree?" Qin Yu said with a surprised look on her face. She covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded seriously and looked at her. "I wonder if young Lady Qin knows what this gold and silver strange tree is?" This young lady seems to remember reading about this strange tree somewhere. Qin Yu frowned as she tried hard to recall. Yang Kai's expression shook as he looked at her expectantly. However, even after a long time, Qin Yu was unable to give a correct answer. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Master. I have indeed read about it, but I can't remember it for the time being. How about this, Master?" Give me a few days and I'll look up the ancient books I've read before. I should be able to find the relevant records. Alright, there's no hurry anyway. I'm just very curious about what it is, Yang Kai chuckled. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, he did not show it. What about the second image that Master saw? Qingyu asked. It's a token that's the size of a palm. It's made of a strange material. It's neither gold nor wood. There's the word dragon on the front, and it seems to be written with ancient characters. There's a picture of a real dragon soaring in the sky behind it. The Dragon Island token. This time, Qingyu gave the answer as soon as Yang Kai finished his description. Is that really the Dragon Island token? Yang Kai was delighted. Although Hua Qingxi had told him that it might be a Dragon Island token from the Dragon Island, he did not believe it completely. Moreover, Hua Qingxi was not sure if his judgment was correct. However, since Qingyu said so, it was highly likely that it was true. If Master's description is correct, then it's definitely the Dragon Island token. Qingyu was so excited that her face seemed to be flushed. It said that only 5 Dragon Island tokens have been circulated since ancient times. 3 of them have been used, and only 2 of them are left in the outside world. What she said was basically the same as what Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai before, whether it was the number of Dragon Island tokens or the time and place where they were used. It was apparent that Hua Qingxi did not lie to Yang Kai about this. But Qingyu was puzzled as she spoke. She asked in confusion, why would the Dragon Island token appear in the remnant will of the ancient giant devil? Why can't it appear? Yang Kai asked in return. Because the timing is wrong. When the ancient giant devil was sealed, the Dragon Island token shouldn't have appeared yet. How did the giant devil know about it? Qingyu had a puzzled look on her face. Yang Kai cursed in his heart when he heard that. He only wanted to ask Qingyu what he did not understand, but he did not expect her to be so quick-witted. She immediately found an obvious loophole. I don't know. Maybe the giant devil felt that the Dragon Island token was a threat to him. Yang Kai laughed. That's possible. Qingyu did not think too much about it. After all, it had happened too long ago, and she could not verify it. Alright, I'm here to find out about this. It's late now, and you should rest. I'll take my leave. Yang Kai stood up as he spoke. Qingyu stood up and sent him off. She said, I'll try my best to find out about the gold and silver exotic tree. If I have any news, I'll inform the master immediately. But Yang Kai nodded. He walked out of the front door and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yu's door. He stared at Yang Kai's disappearing figure and asked with a strange expression, why did Brother Yang look for you? He wanted to ask me something, Qin Yu said. What is it? Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Qin Yu stuck out her tongue and said, it's a secret. Qin Chaoyang was surprised. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, you little girl, you won't tell me the truth, right? Qin Yu said helplessly, it's not that I won't tell you, it's that I can't. However, I can tell you that what Lord Yang wants to know has nothing to do with Maplewood City or the Qin family. Qin Chaoyang understood and nodded. That's good. After a moment of silence, he sighed and looked at Qin Yu. He said, how's your body? I'm fine. Qin Yu replied. Nonsense. Qin Chaoyang's expression became serious. Don't think that I don't know that you spent a lot of effort to repair the seal. With your body's condition, you won't be able to hold on for long. Qin Yu didn't say anything. Qin Chaoyang sighed. With your talent, if you didn't have that kind of constitution, you might have a chance to restore the glory of the Qin family. It's just that, it's regrettable that I'm too weak. I can only extend your life, but I can't cure you. I'm sorry. Qin Yu's eyes reddened. She said in a low voice, don't say that, ancestor. If it weren't for you, you would have died 3 years ago. You is already very happy to be able to live for 3 more years. You's only regret is that I can't serve you, ancestor. I've made you worry about me. Don't worry, ancestor will think of a way for you. I definitely won't let you die young. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Qin Yu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Qin Chaoyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. However, after pondering for a moment, she seemed to understand Qin Chaoyang's plan. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Chapter 21:13. When Yang Kai returned to the Zhang family, he pushed open the door of the guest room and saw Zhang Ruoxi sitting in a chair, looking like she was about to cry. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ruoxi looked up and her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Quickly getting up, she called out in a panic, "Sir." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "What's wrong? Did you think I left the Zhang family alone and now you're crying?" Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and slowly shook her head. "Then why are you crying?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi whispered, "Since Ruoxi has followed Sir, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family anymore. Ruoxi thought Sir didn't want me anymore." Speaking of this, she suddenly summoned up her courage and looked up at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Sir, Ruoxi knows her strength is low and can't help you. On the contrary, Sir has been taking care of me. Ruoxi can serve you tea, make your bed, and do some trivial things for you. I can be a servant." After that, she seems to be a little shocked at herself for saying such a thing. Quickly lowering her head, her pretty face blushed as she quickly bowed her head. "Ruoxi has been rude, please rest, mister." After saying this, she turned around and wanted to leave. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Yang Kai suddenly called her. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stood there uneasily and asked in a trembling voice, Sir, do you have any orders?" She seemed to have thought of something and her face became nervous. Her two small hands were placed on her abdomen and unconsciously entangled together. Her face was as red as fire. The sound of his heart beating like a war drum came from his small chest. Yang Kai looked at her. "Don't underestimate yourself. Since I promised the old madam to take you with me, there is naturally something I need your help with." "Something I can help with?" Zhang Ruoxi heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She eagerly asked, "What does Sir want me to do? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai smiled. "I wanted to wait until your strength improved a little before telling you, but since you are so anxious, then there is no harm in telling you first." While talking, Yang Kai took out the space spirit jade he obtained from the Lu family's Lu Baichuan from his space ring. When this space spirit jade appeared, Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stared at it and murmured, "This feeling." At this moment, the space spirit jade seemed to have been stimulated by something, and it was constantly emitting spatial energy fluctuations, causing the space around it to become chaotic, as if it was about to sink into the void. Lu Baichuan was right. Zhang Ruoxi was the key to the space spirit jade's reaction. As long as Zhang Ruoxi spaced to a certain extent, it to do young. It was for this reason that Lu Baichuan was able to gain a basic understanding of the Tao of space. To marry Yang's, Yang Kai's to marry to the Lu families to heaven is to the Lu families to have to study to spaces. Yang's Yang spaces. To Yang to raise to uses to. Yang Kai waved his hand and space principles surged, completely sealing off the room and isolating the transmission of energy fluctuations. "What can you feel?" Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked. "Ruoxi can't explain it clearly." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly, "But this feeling is very familiar. When I visited the Lu family before, I often had this feeling. It was as if something was calling out to me from somewhere in the Lu family. It's just that it wasn't as strong as it is now." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the connection between Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade should be two-way. "Do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "I got it from Lu Baichuan," Yang Kai said. "Granduncle Lu's thing?" Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. Even if Lu Baichuan was the Zhang family's blood enemy, Zhang Ruoxi still didn't address him casually. It could be seen that this little girl was still very pure and kind. "But according to Lu Baichuan, this thing originally belonged to your Zhang family." Yang Kai continued, "It seems that when a woman of the Zhang family married into the Lu family, she took this thing as a dowry and brought it to the Lu family. Since it's a dowry, it should belong to the Lu family." Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. Yang Kai said, "No matter who it belongs to, it originated from your Zhang family. Your Zhang family's ancestor, Was there a great master? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, Ruoxi doesn't know, but when I was young, I heard from my grandmother that my Zhang family was a top family a long time ago. But for some reason, it gradually declined. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. But why does this thing have a strange connection with me? What about the others in my Zhang family? Zhang Ruoxi asked blankly. The others shouldn't have it. As for you? Yang Kai paused for a moment and said, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that there is some kind of bloodline power in your body, and this bloodline power is much stronger than the other members of the Zhang family. That's why there is a reaction between you and the space spirit Jade. This bloodline power should have originated from the previous owner of the space spirit Jade, an ancestor of your Zhang family. Then what about the other possibility? Do you have some kind of special constitution? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and slowly shook his head. Personally, I don't think it's possible because according to my observations, you don't have a special constitution. Then the first possibility is more likely? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's hard to say what kind of bloodline power you have. Perhaps your bloodline is very similar to that ancestors, so you can react with the space spirit Jade. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have much of a reaction after hearing this. Are you unhappy? Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and asked, Sir, why do you ask? Yang Kai smiled and said, It seems that you don't know anything. Well, let me explain it this way. Your bloodline power is very similar to that ancestors, and you have been acknowledged by the space spirit Jade to a certain extent. In the future, your achievements are very likely to be on par with that ancestor of yours. Yang Kai's voice suddenly lowered and he continued, The space spirit Jade isn't an ordinary object. Anyone who can become its owner must be at least a master in the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to finally understand. She looked shocked and said, Sir, you mean Ruoxi may also become a master in the Emperor realm in the future? Yang Kai nodded. That's great. Zhang Ruoxi's face was full of joy. If that's the case, then Ruoxi will definitely be able to help Sir. Hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. After learning that she might become a master in the Emperor realm in the future, the first thing she thought of was to help him. This made Yang Kai's heart feel warm. Sir, can I take a look at this thing? Zhang Ruoxi looked eagerly at Yang Kai and asked, then looked at the space spirit Jade in his hand. This thing was related to her future, so she immediately paid attention to it. I wanted to show it to you. Yang Kai smiled and handed over the space spirit Jade. To be honest, he had studied the space spirit Jade several times since he got it, but he didn't discover anything. He only knew that this thing had been refined by someone using the great divine technique. It should be an artifact, but he didn't know how to use it. He was proficient in the Tao of space and had even mastered the space principles. But even he was helpless against the space spirit Jade. If there was anyone in this world who could understand the mysteries of the space spirit Jade, it would be Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi received it excitedly. Then, a scene that neither of them had expected happened. As soon as the space spirit Jade came into contact with Zhang Ruoxi, it shook violently and burst out with a strong energy fluctuation. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body also trembled at this moment, as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Asterisk wung wung. Asterisk a strange sound rang out, and the surface of the space spirit Jade, which had been motionless until now, suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, strange images suddenly shot out from the space spirit Jade like projections, filling the entire room and revolving around Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit Jade. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he frowned and looked at the images, only to find that they were flashing very quickly. But with his eyesight, he was still able to see a lot of them clearly. Pavilions, mountains, clouds, mountains, rugged rocks, towering peaks, flying spirit cranes, flocks of birds, mountain springs, beautiful mountains. Those scenes seemed as if they'd been taken out from a paradise in the mortal world, and it caused one to be dazzled and forget to leave. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly let out a cry as the aura on her body rapidly weakened, revealing an expression of extreme pain. At the same time, A mysterious fluctuation of space principles began to fluctuate in the room. Yang Kai vaguely saw a pitch-black void corridor suddenly appear in the middle of the room. It was slowly taking shape, but it was still unstable. The void corridor was filled with chaotic nothingness, and Yang Kai didn't know where it led to. "Throw it away!" Yang Kai shouted as he pushed the source qi in his body and mobilized the space principles to suppress the formation of the void corridor. At the same time, he rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi and snatched the space spirit jade. The images in the room suddenly disappeared, and the void corridor in the middle of the room also collapsed. Zhang Ruoxi let out a soft groan and fell to the ground. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change drastically. He never expected that letting Zhang Ruoxi take the space spirit jade would cause such a thing to happen. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After putting away the space spirit jade, Yang Kai bent down and picked up Zhang Ruoxi. In that short moment, Zhang Ruoxi's whole body was drenched in sweat. After placing her on the bed, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her wrist, circulating his source qi around her body. His face was extremely gloomy. He found that a lot of Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been extracted from her body, causing her yuan qi to be greatly damaged. The situation of a teenage girl was no different than if she had lived for decades. This kind of fundamental damage couldn't be healed by ordinary spirit pills. If left alone, Zhang Ruoxi's body would rapidly age. Chapter 21:14. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After checking that Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been depleted, he immediately summoned the sealed world bead and took her into the sealed world bead to the medicine garden. After laying Zhang Ruoxi flat on the ground, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, causing the world to shake and setting off a visible wind. From the immortal tree planted in the distance, a green aura visible to the naked eye flew over along with the wind, lingering around Zhang Ruoxi's body, wrapping her up and entering through her pores. Since her vitality had been depleted, all he needed to do was to replenish it. The astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree was the best medicine for the illness. Sure enough, after receiving the vitality from the immortal tree, Zhang Ruoxi's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. The pain disappeared and was replaced by incomparable joy. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the situation in her body was also rapidly improving. Her aging organs and meridians were glowing with a youthful luster. The reason why she had suffered this misfortune was entirely due to external forces, so the vitality emitted by the immortal tree was a good solution to this problem. If it had been an old man with one foot in the grave instead, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to regain his vitality. After a full hour, Yang Kai checked again and confirmed that Zhang Ruoxi was safe and sound. Not only that, she seemed to have gained some other benefits from the immortal tree's vitality. Only then did he take Zhang Ruoxi out of the sealed world bead and send her to her own room. Zhang Ruoxi was still unconscious, but it shouldn't take long for her to wake up. However, after doing this, Yang Kai confirmed his previous guess that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was insufficient. She couldn't understand the mysteries contained in the space spirit jade. It was precisely because her cultivation was insufficient. That was why the vitality in her body was forcibly extracted. But where did those scenes come from? Where did the unformed void corridor lead to? While Yang Kai was puzzled, he was also looking forward to finding the answer. He instinctively felt that the space spirit jade hid a shocking secret. After returning to the room, Yang Kai set up a barrier and secretly sent a message to the Zhang family matriarch, informing her that he would be in retreat for a while and would not see anyone before he came out. After receiving a response, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world again. He first went to check on Lu Yan's situation and found that she was still struggling to refine the Luanfeng's feather. She was struggling against the Luanfeng's power contained in the divine feather. Although the situation was worrying, there was not much danger. He didn't pay attention to it for too long before he found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for 2 days. Only when his essence, energy, and spirit had recovered to their peak state did Yang Kai wave his hand, and 2 items suddenly appeared in front of him. A jade bottle and an edgeless sword. Within the jade bottle, there was a drop of dark red liquid that was rolling about incessantly. The dark red liquid would also transform into a mini dragon. It dashed left and right, spitting out flames from its mouth to burn the jade bottle. It was as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to break free. The blood of the fire dragon. Yang Kai had obtained this treasure from the 5-colored treasure pagoda's first layer's soaring dragon altar, but since obtaining it, he had never used it. The other edgeless sword was naturally Yang Kai's verdant dragon bone sword. The verdant dragon bone sword was a piece of dragon bone he found in Lu Yan's desert on Shadowed Star. It was roughly refined from a dragon bead that did not damage the properties of the material. Yang Kai took out these 2 dragon artifacts from his true dragon body at this time. His purpose was self-evident: to refine them. He had already refined a dragon artifact, a dragon scale, which he had placed in a vital part of his chest. With the powerful defensive power of this dragon scale, Yang Kai had benefited from it many times in battle. Even today, he still remembered the pain he had to endure when refining the dragon scale into his body. Before this, he had not thought about continuing to refine dragon artifacts because his cultivation was not high enough. But now, he had broken through to the Dao Source realm and would not be able to improve his realm anytime soon. If he wanted to enhance his combat effectiveness, he could only find other ways. Refining the dragon blood and dragon bone sword into his body was the most direct and effective method. He had the monster transformation secret art and the golden divine dragon source, which was enough to make this impossible possible. Looking back and forth between the dragon bone sword and the dragon blood for a moment, he resolutely picked up the jade bottle. Seemingly aware of something, the mini dragon in the jade bottle turned its head and glared at Yang Kai. Opening its mouth, a pillar of fire rushed towards Yang Kai's face. However, that jade bottle was not an ordinary item. Since it could store the blood of a true dragon, it was obviously specially refined. Therefore, the mini dragon's actions could not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. On the contrary, it made it look ridiculous. Yang Kai's lips curled up and he directly opened the bottle. At the same time, the mini dragon in the jade bottle rushed out of the bottle, and with a wave of its tail, it turned into a streak of fire and tried to escape. But in the sealed world bead, everything was controlled by one's will, so how could it escape from Yang Kai's palm? Yang Kai simply stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing the streak of fire to freeze in midair. The mini dragon continued to struggle and even let out a roar, but it was still unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. With the power of world principles on its body, the mini dragon condensed back into a drop of dragon blood with extreme unwillingness. It was like scorching hot magma, exuding a scorching aura. Yang Kai waved his hand again and the drop of dragon blood flew in front of him. After observing it for a moment, a slightly nervous look appeared on his face, but he did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he wrapped the dragon blood with his source chi and swallowed it directly. Immediately after, he immediately used the monster transformation secret art and began to refine the drop of pure fire dragon blood with the help of his Dao Source realm cultivation. As the dragon blood entered his mouth and rolled down to his abdomen, his source chi seemed to be unable to withstand the scorching temperature and was directly incinerated. His lower abdomen was burning hot, as if a volcano had been thrown into it, constantly erupting scorching hot magma. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and continued to increase the transmission of source chi, continuously attacking the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood in an attempt to destroy it. Time passed slowly and the place where Yang Kai was seemed to have turned into scorched earth. The earth dried up and the nearby trees began to wither. Cracks appeared on the ground and even space was distorted by the intense heat. From Yang Kai's body, hazy dragon roars were constantly coming out. The spirituality contained in the dragon blood seemed to be making a final struggle and resistance. At a certain moment, this roar came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a surging and scorching power erupt from his abdomen and rush into his meridians and physique. He let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale. As his divine sense swept over, he could clearly see the damage to his meridians and physique. Wherever the terrifying scorching power passed, his body would suffer heavy damage in an instant. After all, it was the blood of a true dragon. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's body, It was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, the golden blood in his body began to exert a powerful restorative ability, resisting the destruction of the scorching power in the dragon blood and gradually maintaining a balance. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he was sitting at the crater of an erupting volcano. The high temperature burned him until his consciousness was somewhat blurred. In the midst of the haze, Yang Kai even saw a trace of an illusion. It seemed that an ancient true dragon with a fiery red body and terrifying dragon eyes was floating in front of him and staring at him. Then, the ancient true dragon let out a deafening roar as it opened its bloody maw and bit towards Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. Umph! At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he shouted, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine dragon source strength in his body swayed leisurely. At the same time, it transformed into a giant golden dragon figure that appeared behind Yang Kai, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon didn't expect to encounter something like this at all. It was clearly stunned by the sudden appearance of this scene. At the same time, its majestic dragon eyes flickered with fear and panic as it retreated again and again. Although every member of the dragon race was born powerful, they relied too much on the power of their bloodline, so the bloodline suppression deeply rooted in their bodies was extremely obvious. The golden divine dragon's bloodline was undoubtedly much higher grade than the fire dragon's. The fire dragon retreated, but the golden dragon phantom did not stop and directly pounced forward, opening its mouth and tearing. The fire dragon's body, which looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, was torn apart by the golden dragon's bite as if it was made of paper. The golden dragon then sucked the fire dragon into its stomach. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail majestically as it swept its gaze around. After confirming that there was no other opponent in this world, it lazily returned to Yang Kai's body. At this point, the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood was completely eliminated. When the spirituality of the fire dragon's blood disappeared, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced. While urging the restorative effect of his golden blood to repair his meridians and physique, he also began to unscrupulously integrate the fire dragon's blood into every inch of his muscles and meridians. This was a task that tested one's mind and patience. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and proceeded in an orderly manner. After an unknown amount of time, the drop of true dragon blood was finally completely refined by Yang Kai. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his cultivation realm had not increased, but he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. This strength was not reflected in his physical body, but dragon transformation. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The power of the dragon blood in his bloodline was stimulated, and the bones in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into two sharp dragon claws with a series of cracking sounds. On his arms, dragon scales condensed from source chi slowly appeared. These dragon scales were a fiery red, and each one seemed to contain the power of fire. Even the real dragon scale on his chest began to change under the influence of the dragon blood. One turned into two turned into four turned into 8. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be wearing a dragon scale armor. He waved his hands, feeling the endless power in his body, and laughed happily. Chapter 21:15. After refining the true dragon's blood, the dragonification secret technique he used was obviously different from before. The first difference was that he now had a two-handed dragon claw instead of a single-handed one. The power of the dragon claw was invincible and could break through anything. It was enough to confront Yang Kai's artifact head-on, so the two-handed dragon claw was naturally much more powerful than the single-handed one. The second significant difference was naturally the change in the dragon scales. Although the dragon scales on his arms were also manifested from his own strength, they weren't fiery red, but now they had a trace of the fire dragon's aura, so they were obviously more solid. There was also the dragon scale armor on his chest, which was enough to provide Yang Kai with an extremely strong defense. Just refining a drop of true dragon's blood had such a miraculous effect. So what would happen if he completely refined the verdant dragon bone sword into his body? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. With a thought, He dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and sat down cross-legged again. Refining the true dragon's blood was relatively simple, as he could directly swallow it into his stomach, but the dragon bone sword was different. It was a piece of true dragon spine, so he couldn't do the same. Fortunately, Yang Kai had roughly refined it before, so he could absorb it into his body. So, he only needed to spend some time to slowly fuse with it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly separated the two materials in the dragon bone sword, the true dragon spine and the dragon bead, fusing them into his body and gradually refining them. The small sealed world was peaceful, and a month passed in a flash. During this month, people constantly came from Maplewood City to visit Yang Kai. Mo Shaoqi came the most. Next was Kong Si Ran, and of course, the City Lord's mansion and the Dao Source realm old ancestors of other families. However, the Zhang family's matriarch received a message from Yang Kai, telling her that he was in retreat and wouldn't see any guests, so she could only brace herself and block these guests outside. Mo Shaoqi, Kong Si Ran, Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Chaoyang and the others were easy to talk to, so when they heard that Yang Kai was in retreat, they didn't force them. Instead, they asked about Yang Kai's recent situation with concern. After a while, the Zhang family's matriarch became familiar with several Dao Source realm old ancestors and received a lot of help. On the other hand, the Dao Source realm old ancestors of the other great families didn't look so happy. All of them had come here enthusiastically, wanting to win over Yang Kai and hire him as an elder or foreign elder, but being blocked by an old woman at the First Order Origin King realm, they naturally felt left out. The old woman of the Zhang family and the beautiful woman. Although he was scared out of his wits, he could only explain with a smile. After a few times, no one came to this place anymore. Fortunately, even though these Dao Source realm masters were unhappy with the Zhang family's hospitality, they still had the protection of the City Lord's mansion, so they didn't dare to make things too difficult for this group of orphans and widows. How could they still exist peacefully? 1 month later, Yang Kai came out of seclusion safely. When the members of the Zhang family heard the news, they all came to meet him. After a series of greetings, the old woman said, "Master, many people came to visit Master while you were in seclusion." I know, Yang Kai didn't ask who it was because he could guess. In addition, Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong and the girl named Mo Shaoqi each left a jade slip for Master, the old woman said as she winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and handed over the 2 jade slips respectfully, then stood beside Yang Kai. She stood there with her head lowered. Yang Kai took the jade slips and picked up one of them. After scanning it with his divine sense, he smiled slightly and said, "Brother Kong was transferred away." The old woman of the Zhang family nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Shopkeeper Kong seemed to have received a transfer order from the headquarters of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and left Maplewood City half a month ago. Before he left, Shopkeeper Kong stayed in our Zhang family for a few days, wanting to see you one last time. Unfortunately, Master has been in seclusion. We will meet again if it is fate. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He had already guessed that Kong Si Ran would be transferred away. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Kong Si Ran had broken through to the Dao Source realm, so it was no longer suitable for him to stay in such a small place and manage a small shop. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would definitely send him to a place where he was needed more. Kong Si Ran had no choice. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't disobey the headquarters' orders unless he betrayed Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, if he did that, there would be no place for him in the entire Southern Territory. Before Shopkeeper Kong left, he said that he didn't know where he would be transferred to and that he would send someone to send a message to Master after confirming it. Shopkeeper Kong also said that if Master needs anything in the future, you can inform him at any time. Even if he has to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, he will rush to meet you and help you. It's just that he couldn't say goodbye to you in person, so he regrets it and hopes Master can forgive him, the old woman of the Zhang family replied. Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran was very considerate. Kong Si Ran's Dao Source pill helped him reach his current cultivation, so he was naturally grateful. Without saying anything, Yang Kai sank his divine sense into another jade slip. After checking the message left in it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Shao-Chi also left? The message in the jade slip was very simple, only one sentence. Damn Big Brother Yang, you're still in retreat. I can't even see you one last time. I have to go, Auntie Feng is here to catch me. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late. Mo Shao-Chi's origin was mysterious, but Yang Kai could guess that she definitely had an extraordinary background. However, from the message she left in the jade slip, it seemed that someone from her family had come to catch her. Yang Kai couldn't help imagining a scene. A rebellious girl who ran away from home and wandered outside. In the end, she was found, and the masters of her family surrounded and intercepted her. In the end, she was forced to obediently surrender and be taken back. Poor Shao-Chi. Yang Kai sighed. Although he sympathized with her, Yang Kai wasn't worried. Since it was someone from her family who came to catch her, it was impossible for them to hurt her. Moreover, Yang Kai had heard Mo Shao-Chi mention this so-called Auntie Feng once. He felt that the two of them had a very close relationship because Mo Shao-Chi had said that Auntie Feng had told her many stories. Yang Kai didn't expect that two of his friends would leave Maplewood City after just a month of retreat. Moreover, they were both forced to leave. This made Yang Kai sigh with emotion. After crushing the two jade slips, Yang Kai looked at the old woman and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old woman said, "The Qin family sent a message. If Master has finished his retreat, please go to the Qin family. It is said that Master's question has been answered." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Good, I'll go to the Qin family to take a look." Saying so, he stood up. Zhang Ruoshi hurriedly asked, "Sir, do you need me to go with you?" Yang Kai said, "No, you can stay in the family and cultivate." "You care, sir?" A trace of sadness flashed in Zhang Ruoshi's eyes, but when she remembered what happened when she touched the space spirit jade last time, a fighting spirit welled up in her heart. If her cultivation wasn't high enough, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Only by increasing her cultivation could she help Yang Kai unlock the secret of the space spirit jade. In the hall, Yang Kai took a step forward. Before his feet touched the ground, his figure flashed. After a short while, he arrived at the Qin family in Maplewood City. This time, he didn't go in directly, but stood outside and released his divine sense. In the next moment, Qin Xiaoyang's laughter came from inside the Qin family. "Brother Yang, you finally came out of seclusion." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Xiaoyang's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai. After examining him from head to toe, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, you seem to have gained a lot from your seclusion this time." For some reason, although Yang Kai's cultivation didn't improve at all, he seemed to be much stronger than before, and his aura was also much richer. Qin Xiaoyang immediately understood that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of secret technique during his month of seclusion. He didn't ask any questions and didn't even wait for Yang Kai to answer. Instead, he enthusiastically said, "Come, come, come in." Yang Kai smiled and followed Qin Xiaoyang into the Qin family. Along the way, all the members of the Qin family saluted respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. To Yang Kai's surprise, Qin Xiaoyang didn't take him to the main hall, but instead led him directly to the secret room. When they arrived in front of the secret room, Qin Xiaoyang smiled and said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, I know you asked a question before, and you seems to have found the answer. She's now inside. You can go in and talk to you in detail. After everything is settled, this old master will come back to catch up with you. And I have to tell Brother Yang what question you asked you. Is very tight-lipped and didn't tell this old master anything. I trust Miss Qin." Yang Kai gently nodded and pushed the door open. It was still the same secret room as before. Qin Yu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she quickly stood up and saluted him. "Miss Qin, there's no need to be so polite. We're not outsiders." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Etiquette can't be ignored." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled and glanced at her, but his expression suddenly became a little strange. His eyes paused on her face for a few breaths, and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he had discovered something. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice this at all. Instead, she said, "Sir, you asked this little girl what the gold and silver exotic tree was before. These days, this little girl has been flipping through the ancient records left behind by my ancestors and finally found its origins." "Let's hear it." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked unhurriedly. "Before that, this little girl has a question to ask Master," Qin Yu said. "What is it?" "In the images Master saw, did the gold and silver exotic tree display any strange power? Why do you ask this?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Qin Yu said, "At the beginning of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos and time and space were unstable. A strange tree called Song was born. With the chaotic power of yin and yang, it sealed the four extremes, suppressed the void, locked the heaven and earth, and trapped the four seas in a cage." Qin Yu's voice was low and indistinct. When she said these words, there was a faint silver light flickering in her eyes, which seemed extremely mysterious. It wasn't until the mighty people displayed the divine technique, broke the seal of the void, broke the cage, and cut the Tsong tree in the sky, that the tide of heaven and earth's power surged for the first time. In that ancient era, countless mighty people appeared one after another and displayed the divine technique to compete for supremacy. Chapter 21:16. The firmament strange tree seals the four poles and suppresses the void? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu nodded. According to the ancient records, the firmament tree takes root in the void, and its yin and yang chaotic force permeates the heavens and earth, trapping the heavens and earth. It's that amazing? Yang Kai was shocked. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's just a record, so there's no way to verify whether it's true or not. However, the thing Master described before is somewhat similar to the firmament tree. Maybe it has something to do with the firmament tree. The question you asked me before. The firmament tree is a tree that seals the heavens and earth, and its yin and yang chaotic force has great power. If the strange tree showed the sealing power in the picture Master saw, then the firmament tree probably really exists. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook violently. Wasn't the gold and silver exotic tree planted in the sealed world bead a perfect example of its sealing power? Even the demonic sense and demonic chi of the ancient great demon were sealed in his abdomen by the golden and silver strange force. It was obvious that it was closely related to the legendary firmament tree. The azure tree's yin-yang chaotic force has the power to seal everything. Qin Yu continued, "It's no wonder that this item appeared in the remnant will of the ancient giant demon. It's probably extremely afraid of the power of the seal, which is why it still remembers this item even after so many years." That should be the case. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and was happy to let Qin Yu misunderstand. "Master, I was fortunate enough to fulfill your request. I wonder if Master is satisfied with this little girl's explanation?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. "This Yang admires Miss Qin's knowledge. This is your explanation. I am very satisfied." "Master, you flatter me." Qin Yu blushed slightly, paused, and said, Old ancestor seems to have something to discuss with Master, so you will take her leave for now." Saying so, she opened the barrier of the secret room, turned around, and walked out. Just as she reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, "Master, old ancestors matter. If you feel it is difficult, just refuse. Don't worry too much." After saying so, she pushed the door and left without waiting for Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Qin Yu's last words meant, but, from her words, it seemed that she wanted Yang Kai was Yang Kai's request. Regarding this point, Kai Yang was already mentally prepared. Last time, Qin Zhao Yang had already hinted to him in advance. Now, it seemed that this favor would not be easy to help. A moment after Qin Yu left, Qin Zhao Yang pushed open the door and entered. "Old Sir Qin." Yang Kai smiled at him. "Calm. To Yang, S. Qin Chaoyang didn't speak again. Instead, he frowned, as if he was weighing his words in his heart. Seeing this, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. "Old ancestor Qin, from Miss Qin's appearance and aura, is there something wrong with her body?" Qin Chaoyang sighed. "Her's body hasn't been very good, Brother Yang. I'm sure you've already seen it. Previously, it was me who spent my energy every day to stabilize her body, but this time, what's wrong with Miss Qin's body? Yang Kai asked. He instinctively felt that the help Qin Chaoyang wanted from him this time should be related to Qin Yu. Since Brother Yang asked, then I'll say it directly. Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth and said, is exceptionally talented. She was born with the fated fortune heavenly pupil, the divine technique. Fated fortune heavenly pupil. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's a kind of eye technique. As for its specific power, Yu's cultivation is too low, and she's also young, so I haven't studied it thoroughly. Yu's performance now seems to be able to see one's fate, foresee one's future, and see through illusions. This is a very useful divine technique. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai had long guessed that Qin Yu had the eye technique. This little girl had displayed her divine technique in front of him more than once. However, Yang Kai didn't know what the eye technique was called and what its power was. After hearing Qin Chaoyang's explanation, he finally understood. If it's just the fated fortune heavenly pupil, it's fine. This divine technique doesn't do much harm to you or herself. It's just that every time she uses it, it'll put some burden on her body. But not only has the fated fortune heavenly pupil, but she also has the heaven and earth body. Heaven and earth tribulation body? Yang Kai frowned. Qin Chaoyang nodded. When Yu was 5 years old, an expert passed by Maplewood City. He saw that Yu's physique was different from ordinary people, so he did a little investigation. It was this expert who told me that Yu had the heaven and earth tribulation body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so clearly. This heaven and earth tribulation body. What are the disadvantages? Qin Chaoyang sighed. The heaven and earth tribulation body is also a special physique. That expert said that as long as a person with the heaven and earth tribulation body is still in this world, their vitality will be cut off by the world, and they won't live past the age of 18. 18? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, May I ask how old Miss Yu is this year? In 8 months, she'll be 18. Qin Chaoyang's expression dimmed. Doesn't that mean? Yang Kai said in a low voice, Miss Yu can only live for 8 months? That's right. Qin Chaoyang nodded solemnly. Yang Kai was stunned. Generally speaking, if a person was born with a special physique, they would be blessed by the world. Not only did Qin Yu have a special physique, but she also had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, a divine technique, which was a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth tribulation body was not a good physique, and it cut off her vitality. No wonder when he saw Qin Yu just now, he felt that her breath was weak. It turned out that she was nearing the end of her life. She had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, which could see people's futures. She might not be able to see where her end was, but she didn't seem to panic at all in front of people. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt heartfelt admiration. Not everyone could be so calm in the face of death. Old Mr. Qin and I have a private conversation. It must be because of Miss Qin, right? Old Mr. Qin, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to tell me, Yang Kai said seriously. Little brother Yang, are you really willing to help? Seeing that Yang Kai took the initiative to mention it, Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Although I haven't had much contact with Miss Qin, I still need her to answer my questions. I don't want to see her die young. Many thanks, little brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang suddenly stood up and bowed to Yang Kai seriously. Old Mr. Qin, there's no need to be so polite, Yang Kai said with a wry smile. Qin Chaoyang said, Little brother Yang, you should know that this isn't so easy to help. Although there's no danger of death, it's definitely not an easy thing to do. If little brother Yang wants to refuse, this old man can understand. This old man won't force you. Yang Kai smiled and said, It seems, it's really dangerous. Old Mr. Qin, tell me about it. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, Back then, that expert not only checked Yu's physique, but also told this old man the solution, which is to find a kind of heavenly treasure, the tribulation fruit. As long as Yu takes this tribulation fruit before she turns 18 years old, she will be able to survive this crisis safely. In the future, not only will she be able to grow up steadily, but the true power of the heaven and earth tribulation body will also erupt, allowing her to have a smooth future. The tribulation fruit. Yang Kai was shocked. Little brother Yang, have you heard of it? Qin Chaoyang looked at him in amazement. I have. If it was a year ago, Yang Kai might not have heard of this thing, but since he obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip inheritance at the bottom of Yuan Furnace Mountain, he naturally became familiar with all the exotic flowers and fruits in the entire star boundary. The tribulation fruit was indeed recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu. It was the main material to refine a kind of spirit pill called the tribulation origin pill. The tribulation origin pill was not a good medicine. It could barely be considered a kind of poison. It was colorless, tasteless, and easily melted in water. Even if a master of the Emperor realm accidentally took it, the source qi in his body would be completely frozen, and he would become a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, which master of the Emperor realm would drink water? Therefore, although this kind of spirit pill was very powerful, it was basically useless and could be considered a chicken rib. The tribulation origin pill was a poison pill, and the raw materials used to refine it were obviously very poisonous. The heaven and earth tribulation body could only be dispelled by this kind of poison fruit. It was a bit like fighting poison with poison. In this regard, Yang Kai was not in a position to express his opinion, because he could not determine whether the tribulation fruit was really useful to Jianghu. However, the tribulation fruit grew in extremely cold places, perhaps under 10,000 years of ice, and was extremely rare. I forgot that little brother Yang is also an alchemist. Qin Zhaoyang seemed to have recalled something as a faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, when the master asked him to search for the tribulation fruit, he spent a lot of effort to find out the shape and effect of this spirit fruit. He did not expect that when it came to Yang Kai, he would immediately know everything. Since the master said so, did he tell you where to find this spirit fruit? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang said in a low voice, the Four Seasons realm. What kind of place is that? Qin Chaoyang suddenly looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, the Four Seasons realm is the most famous secret territory in the entire Southern Territory. Every time the Four Seasons realm opens, countless elite disciples from various sects will enter to search for treasures and opportunities. Yang Kai's expression became awkward, knowing that he was being ignorant again, so he said, since it is a secret territory in the Southern Territory, doesn't that mean that anyone can enter? Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly, if that is the case, then that is good. However, since ancient times, the Four Seasons realm has been controlled by the great sects in the Southern Territory, and each sect has a specific quota of disciples who can enter. It is impossible for people like our Maplewood City to have the opportunity to enter. Then what should we do? Yang Kai frowned. Use this. Qin Chaoyang said as he reached out and took out a token from his chest. When the token was taken out, Qin Chaoyang's old face turned slightly red. Yang Kai took it suspiciously, but after glancing at it, his body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Brother Qin, where did you get this thing? Does you know that you are so disrespectful? Chapter 21:17. Generally speaking, the token would be engraved with some patterns or words to show the origin and purpose of the token. The token that Qin Chaoyang gave to Yang Kai was no exception. There were no words on the token. On the front, there was a picture, a vivid and lifelike picture, a picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water. Although the pattern was stiff and rigid, at first glance, the jade maiden on the front of the token seemed to have her own life. She was slowly getting up from the clear pool of water. Her delicate body was beautiful, causing people's imagination to run wild. Her facial features were delicate and charming. The private parts of her upper body were faintly discernible under the splashing water droplets and her beautiful hair. The most important thing was that her lower body was naked. The mysterious place between her beautiful legs and her lower abdomen was submerged under the water. It made people itch unbearably. There was a kind of hateful feeling that couldn't be called out. People couldn't help but want to reach out and pull her out of the token to see what was going on. Hateful. Yang Kai looked for a while and cursed loudly. His mood was ruined to the extreme. The person who drew this picture was definitely a dark person, but he knew the heart of a man. He deliberately did this, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Yang Kai turned to the back. It was also a picture. In the picture, there was a disheveled person with ragged clothes curled up on the ground. There was a broken bowl in front of him. There was nothing in the bowl. This was actually a picture of a beggar. Compared to the picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water on the front, it gave people a completely different feeling. Looking at this picture, Yang Kai seemed to be able to feel the cold wind blowing and see the beggar's shivering appearance. This beggar. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself, "It looks like a person." When he said this sentence, Li Yundong was stunned. A wretched figure involuntarily popped up in his mind. "This was given to me by that expert," Qin Chaoyang weakly explained. "Brother Qin, are you sure that person is an expert? Not a liar?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. The material of this token seems to be a piece of ordinary wood, right? Although the portrait must have been made by an expert, but what kind of expert would take it so lightly? "This is not an ordinary piece of wood," Qin Chaoyang said seriously. "I've examined it carefully. This is a piece of 100-year-old elm wood." "Is there a difference?" Yang Kai asked. The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched. "There doesn't seem to be any difference. As long as it was a command medallion. It was definitely a symbol of authority, a substitute for status, and a manifestation of power. Therefore, the material used to forge the token was definitely not the 100-year-old elm that could be found everywhere. For example, the Dragon Island token in Yang Kai's hand was made of a material that Yang Kai couldn't recognize at all. But the material of the Jade Lady Beggar command in his hand was actually an ordinary item. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious, as he felt that Qin Zhaoyang had been deceived in some way. "Brother Yang, I know what you're thinking," Qin Chaoyang said solemnly. "But try and see if you can break this token." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Qin, are you sure you want me to do this? What if I break it? Then it means that I've been deceived. It's not a pity even if it breaks." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the token in his hand tightly. He pushed it with brute force. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. However, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhaoyang's face, as if he had already expected this. The sound that was heard was not the sound of the token being broken, but the sound of Yang Kai's finger joints. The token was safe and sound after being grasped by him. How could this be? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The material of the token was very common wood at first glance. It wasn't some special treasure. How could it be safe and sound under his brute force? Yang Kai didn't believe it and increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the token was not damaged at all, and it didn't even deform. "Brother Yang, can you confirm it now? He's really an expert." Qin Chaoyang laughed as he watched Yang Kai make a fool of himself. This old man has suspected it many times over the years, but no matter what method this old man used, he couldn't destroy this token. If not, why would this old man take it out? This is indeed an expert. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what kind of power the mysterious expert had added to this token, but it made this ordinary wood hard and indestructible. It was impossible for ordinary people in the Emperor realm to do this. At this point, Yang Kai no longer had any doubts. He solemnly handed the token back to Qin Chaoyang and asked, "How can you enter the Four Seasons realm with this token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "The expert told me to go to Azure Sun Temple and ask for a place to enter." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Azure Sun Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Southern Territory. Whether it was strength or prestige, it was only second to Star Soul Palace. Such a sect must have a lot of places to enter. Qin Chaoyang used this token to exchange for one of them, which was reasonable. What he didn't know was the relationship between the owner of this token and Azure Sun Temple. "Is the Four Seasons realm about to open?" Yang Kai asked. "It should be." Qin Chaoyang nodded and pondered for a while before saying, "This old man suspects that all of this was expected by the expert. When Yu was 5 years old, he gave me this token and told me to go to Azure Sun Temple in 12 years. Whether the Four Seasons realm is about to open or not, this old man doesn't know. After all, we can't get any information about this in Maplewood City. But now it seems that this should be the case. Brother Qin wants me to go to the Four Seasons realm for you to look for the tribulation fruit. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. If this old man had half of Brother Yang's strength, I wouldn't bother you, but this old man knows his own situation. Although I am also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, I am still far behind the elites of those sections. If this old man really goes in, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can only ask you for this matter. When do we leave? Yang Kai asked bluntly. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Brother Yang, you agree? Yang Kai grinned. Why wouldn't I agree? Since Brother Qin is willing to provide me with this rare opportunity, how can I not seize it? I also want to see the sealed world in the Southern Territory. Speaking of this, Yang Kai showed a look of yearning. This time, it was Qin Zhaoyang who had entrusted him to enter the Four Seasons realm to find the tribulation fruit, but if he thought about it from another perspective, it was actually an opportunity. The elite disciples of the major sects were all rushing to enter the sealed world, and there were obviously a lot of good things inside. Not to mention the precious treasures hidden in it, just the countless young talents alone were worth Yang Kai entering and taking a look. This was an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Great. Qin Chaoyang didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to persuade him at all. Overjoyed, he said excitedly, because I don't know when the Four Seasons realm will open, but I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Brother Yang has nothing else to do, how about we set off tomorrow? It will take more than 10 days to get to Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai nodded and got up. Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll come to you tomorrow. Then it's settled. After a short while, Yang Kai left the Qin family and returned to the Zhang family. Not long after Yang Kai left, Qin Yu suddenly came to the secret room again. Looking at Qin Chaoyang's face, he understood and asked in a low voice, Old Ancestor, Lord Yang, did he agree? He agreed very quickly. Qin Chaoyang said happily, I didn't need to say anything at all. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person. Then did Old Ancestor tell him about the risks of entering? In there, killing and stealing treasures is normal. The disciples of the major sects fight openly and secretly, and no one forbids them. Although Lord Yang is strong, he is only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. What if? Qin Chaoyang heard this and fell silent for a while before saying, I don't think Brother Yang is a short-lived person. Since when did Old Ancestor learn to judge people's appearance? Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed and said helplessly, There is no other way. In Maplewood City, there is no one in the Qin family that can be trusted. Besides Brother Yang, I can't think of anyone else. How about Old Ancestor go alone? Qin Yu's face darkened and said, If Old Ancestor goes personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. The Qin family has just taken over the Jianghu family's business. If you leave, who can maintain the current situation? After a pause, she said, Forget it. Old Ancestor, give the Qin family's Myriad sword and the method to use it to him. Myriad sword. Qin Chaoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this. That was passed down by the Qin family's ancestors. Knows that the Myriad sword is of great importance, but there is no one in my Qin family who can use this Emperor artifact now. Senior Yang's cultivation is a little lacking, but I think that with his strength, he should be able to display a little of the Myriad sword's power. Perhaps it will be able to help him in the Four Seasons realm and turn misfortune into fortune. Since Lord Yang is willing to risk his life for the Qin family can't just stand there and do nothing. If we do, I will feel uneasy. Since you said so, forget it. When he comes tomorrow, I will give him the Myriad sword. I hope he can understand your painstaking efforts. Qin Chaoyang sighed and finally compromised. On the way back to the Zhang family, Yang Kai explained a few things to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her that he was going out for a while and that she should cultivate well in the family. Jianghu she looked reluctant, but she agreed without saying anything. However, Yang Kai could see that this little girl seemed to be holding back a strong desire to enter retreat and improve her cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai changed his mind and asked, "Do you want to come with me? Sir is willing to take me with you?" Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. "There's no problem with taking you with me, but you can't follow me," Yang Kai said. "Sir, I'm confused." Zhang Ruoxi showed a puzzled look. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand, wrapping her in source qi and bringing her directly into the sealed world bead under Zhang Ruoxi's exclamation. Chapter 21:18. The next day, Yang Kai arrived at the Qin family's residence early in the morning. Qin Chaoyang was also prepared. Seeing that Yang Kai had come as promised, he was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging some pleasantries, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, before you leave, this old master has something to give you." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang gestured to the side, and Qin Yu, who had been waiting respectfully, slowly walked over with a wooden box in his hands. He stood in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at the wooden box and found that it was long, about 4 feet long. The material of the wooden box was extraordinary, and there were some mysterious patterns engraved on it. Inside the wooden box, however, there was a unique energy fluctuation being emitted. "HM?" Yang Kai frowned, instinctively feeling that the item inside the wooden box was extraordinary. He looked at Qin Chaoyang, and the latter nodded at him, indicating that he should open it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly reached out to open the wooden box. A sword light suddenly appeared, so bright that Yang Kai squinted his eyes. When he saw the item inside the box, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, he reached out and took out a long sword from the wooden box, whispering, "An emperor artifact?" This long sword was more than 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. The blade was thick and heavy, and both sides were smooth and clean. Only the hilt was engraved with 2 small characters. "Million. One sword, one can block 1,000,000. This is the myriad sword left behind by my Qin family's ancestor," Qin Chaoyang explained with a solemn expression. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Myriad sword? What a domineering name." As he spoke, the sword soared into the sky. He circulated his source qi. The long sword buzzed and trembled. As if a heroic spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened, a halo of light flowed around the sword, and sword qi sizzled. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with some disappointment and shock, "Little brother Yang's strength is really not something this old master can compare with. To be able to activate the sword's power without even refining it." This was an emperor artifact, and even if it had been dormant for countless years, it was still not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could activate. Even if Qin Chaoyang poured all his source qi into the sword, he might not be able to trigger any reaction. What surprised Qin Chaoyang even more was that Yang Kai did not show the slightest surprise or excitement after learning that this was an emperor artifact, as if it was just an ordinary object in his eyes. "Brother Qin, what does this mean?" Yang Kai casually swung his sword a few times and turned to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass." Before he could say anything, Qin Yu shot him a rebuking glare. "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue." Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed. He said seriously, "Little brother Yang, take this sword for self-defense. The 4 Seasons realm is not a peaceful place." Yang Kai said, "Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that I will run away with it?" Qin Yu said from the side, "If Lord Yang really does so, it will be its honor. This sword has been passed down from our ancestors to our Qin family generation and has been buried for countless years. I think it also hopes to find a better master to start a new journey and show its brilliance." Yang Kai glanced at her, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite clever and knew how to chat. But after hearing Qin Yu's words, even if he had the heart to do so, he would be too embarrassed to take it away. What's more, he had no intention of taking it for himself. Although emperor artifacts were rare, it was not like he did not have any, And there was more than one. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I will take the myriad sword for now. When we leave the Four Seasons realm, I will return it to your Qin family. Qin Yu smiled and handed over a jade slip, saying, This is the secret method left by our ancestors to refine the myriad sword. Maybe it can help Lord Yang. Yang Kai nodded and took it. Without looking at it carefully, he directly put the jade slip and the myriad sword into his space ring. Then let's go. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai nodded and rushed out with him. Lord Yang, Qin Yu shouted from behind, your safety is the most important thing. Yang Kai did not turn his head and just waved his hand from afar. After leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai directly summoned the ship artifact he obtained from Flying Saint Palace. After boarding it with Qin Chaoyang, he urged the artifact to fly forward. Maplewood City originally had a space array, but after the demonic Qi siege last time, it was completely destroyed by Drunkard and could not be rebuilt in a short time. This matter must be reported to Star Soul Palace or other great sects and ask them to send someone to arrange it. Of course, Yang Kai could help, but he was not willing to do so. His strength was still low, so the fewer people who knew about his mastery of the Tao of space, the better. The ship flew at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang took turns to control the direction, so it was not difficult for them. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang found time to tell Yang Kai the details of the Four Seasons realm, as well as some things to pay attention to, which Yang Kai secretly committed to memory. According to Qin Chaoyang, the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a valley in the Southern Territory. It would open on its own every once in a while, and each time it would only open for 33 days. Once the 33 days were up, all foreign cultivators would be repelled by the power of the sealed world and would be teleported out. The reason why the Four Seasons realm was called the Four Seasons realm was because the environment inside was extremely strange. It was divided into 4 large areas corresponding to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring territory was perennially fragrant, the summer territory was scorching hot all year round, the autumn territory was cool and refreshing, and the winter territory was covered in snow. In the Four Seasons realm, there were many precious treasures and spirit grasses that were rarely seen in the star boundary, and there were even some other opportunities. When the disciples of the various sects entered, they could search and investigate a certain area of the territory according to their own cultivation methods and needs. Since Yang Kai wanted to look for the tribulation fruit, he naturally had to go to the winter territory, because only the cold environment of the winter territory was suitable for the growth of this spirit fruit. The opening of the sealed world, the Four Seasons realm, was not only an opportunity for the various sects in the Southern Territory to obtain rare resources, but it was also an opportunity for them to secretly compete with each other. Therefore, they would allow their disciples to fight and kill in order to test the results of their cultivation. For this reason, even if the disciples sent by the various sects were not the best, they were all elites. Every battle was unimaginably fierce, and the casualty rate often exceeded 40%. Qin Chaoyang did not come from a great sect, nor had he entered the Four Seasons realm. Everything he knew was recorded in various ancient books by Qin Yu, or information passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, if Yang Kai really entered, the specific situation would be determined by him. The journey was peaceful. In addition to chatting with Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai was comprehending the jade slip for refining the myriad sword. He had gained something. Although he had a lot of emperor artifacts in his hands, the myriad sword was a sword after all, and it was an emperor artifact. Comprehending and refining it might give him some insights. 5 days later, above a wilderness, a ship was flying quickly. Yang Kai, who was sitting in one of the rooms refining the myriad sword, seemed to feel something, and his heart jumped. He opened his eyes and looked at a certain spot in the void. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chaoyang also seemed to have noticed something and controlled the ship to stop midair. Immediately, Qin Chaoyang's shout came from the front, "Dare I ask who your excellency is and why you are blocking our way?" While he was shouting, Yang Kai had already rushed over from behind and fixed his eyes on the ship, only to see a fiery red figure about 1,000 meters in front of him, its back facing the direction he had come from. This figure was like a burning flame, And although Yang Kai could not see her face clearly, judging from her beautiful figure and long hair, it was obviously a woman. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "This woman suddenly appeared in front of us. I don't know if she was already here or if..." Enigmatic. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. Because when he swept the area with his divine sense, there was no one there. If not for his eyes being able to see the figure of the woman in red, he would not have noticed her at all. "This is the Emperor Realm?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, a chill suddenly rising from the bottom of his heart. "And it's not the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai swallowed hard. When he was plagued by the demon spirit, he fought against the 3 first-order great emperors, so he had some understanding of their strength, but this woman in red gave him a feeling that even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be able to match her. In other words, this woman in red was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and most likely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart sank. No matter what this woman was doing standing in front of them at this moment, if they made her unhappy, both he and Qin Chaoyang would have to die here. Brother Yang, do you know her?" "How could I know her?" Yang Kai curled his lips. After thinking about it, he raised his voice and asked, "May I ask the name of this master, and why are you standing in front of us?" As soon as he shouted, the woman slowly turned half of her body and looked in his direction. A jade-like nose, red lips, picturesque eyebrows, fine black hair fluttering in the wind, a graceful figure, a perky bosom, skin as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust, especially those watery eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. Being stared at by her, even someone as old as Qin Chaoyang could not help but be stunned, becoming slightly absent-minded by the beauty of this girl. "You're really slow," the woman muttered. Although Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivations were not low and their hearing was good, they did not hear what she said, so they did not know if she was using some kind of mysterious power. After she finished speaking, the corners of the woman's mouth curled up as she looked towards the ship with a faint smile. Yang Kai's body suddenly stiffened. For no apparent reason, Yang Kai felt that the woman's gaze had penetrated the void and the ship's barrier and landed directly on his body. This caused him to become vigilant and he secretly circulated his source qi in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, he rapidly pondered in his heart. When had he met this woman and where had he offended her? Chapter 21:19. No matter how he thought about it, Yang Kai couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. He hadn't been in the star boundary for a long time and had only come into contact with a few people from the Emperor Realm. If he had really seen this woman before, he would definitely have an impression of her. Then, there were only 2 explanations for the current situation. First, the other party was handling some matters here and he and Qin Chaoyang accidentally broke in. Second, the other party was waiting for him and Qin Chaoyang here. The second situation was basically impossible, so it should be the first one, right? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the woman in red suddenly opened her mouth and said in an ethereal and pleasant voice, "Speaking to this queen while hiding in this ship, you're quite bold." The corners of her mouth were full of smiles, but her eyes were bone-chilling cold. Speaking up to here, she raised her hand slightly and snapped her fingers. A scorching force suddenly appeared and a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared in front of her. After a slight tremor, it shot directly towards the ship. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's expressions changed greatly at the same time and they flew out without thinking. Boom! With a burst of sound, the huge ship was directly engulfed in monstrous flames. Qin Chaoyang was hit by this terrifying wave of power and directly fainted, falling from mid-air onto the grass. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai also felt a burning pain on his back, as if several of his ribs were broken. He regained his footing and looked back, only to see the entire ship wrapped in raging flames and burning. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. "My artifact!" Yang Kai shouted. His heart ached to death. He finally had a flight artifact that could be used as a means of transportation, and its grade was also quite good, but he didn't expect that the first time he went on a long journey, it would be destroyed by this inexplicable woman from the Emperor Realm. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the woman in red raised the corners of her mouth again and an imperceptible smile flashed across her cold eyes as she said lightly, "Boy, instead of worrying about your artifact, shouldn't you be worrying about it? Shouldn't you be more worried about your own life?" "Senior, why did you attack us?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shouted. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. The other party was a master who was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet she had destroyed his artifact just because of a disagreement. Moreover, from her tone, it didn't seem like she was willing to give up and even wanted to attack him. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. "You don't need to know." The woman in red smiled. That smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. It was unknown what kind of divine technique she had used, but in just a few steps, she had arrived within 10 feet of Yang Kai. Then, she gently raised her jade-like hand and pointed it at Yang Kai's position. Then, she continued, "It's just that this queen doesn't like the sight of you." At this point, her jade-like hand slapped down. The laws of heaven and earth suddenly froze. Under the boundless pressure, Yang Kai's bones began to creak. It was as if he was about to be crushed into a meat patty by the terrifying pressure. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that he would one day encounter such an unexpected disaster. Just because the other party didn't like him, she wanted to kill him. As he spoke, the source chi in his body surged and a four-fingered sword appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Million swords, one man holds the pass." Sword light flashed. Sword chi hummed. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk at this moment, the myriad swords seemed to have turned into countless swords. They densely surrounded Yang Kai and shot into the sky like a swarm of locusts. "Oh, an emperor artifact?" A look of surprise flashed across the woman in red's beautiful eyes, but she didn't take it to heart. She just ridiculed. "With such a weak cultivation, how much of the Emperor artifact's power can you display?" Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk as she spoke, dazzling lights burst out in the sky. It was the collision between the countless sword chi and the invisible pressure. However, Yang Kai had only refined the myriad sword for a short time, and his cultivation wasn't very high. So, although the countless sword chi seemed fierce, it was actually weak inside. As soon as it came into contact with the boundless pressure, it dissipated. The terrifying pressure continued to press down, directly covering the place where Yang Kai was standing. "It doesn't matter how much of its power I can display. What's important is, I didn't expect that sword to block your divine technique." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded behind the woman in red. He held the sword with both hands, pushed his brute force, and slashed at the woman in red's slender neck. The woman in red seemed to be taken aback as she cried out, "Teleportation? Space Force? This is really interesting." As she spoke, she actually turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a smile. She had no intention of dodging. That sword had directly cut through her neck and cut her body into two. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he retreated as if he had been stung by a scorpion. At the same time, the woman in red appeared next to where he was originally standing and pointed at his afterimage. "You can dodge that?" The woman in red frowned and murmured, "This queen has underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed slightly and she frowned as she looked around. A dark black hole had appeared where she was standing, and a terrifying suction force was coming from it. On the other side, Yang Kai formed a seal with his hands and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Exile!" "With these tricks?" The woman in red smiled indifferently. "You want to deal with this queen?" With a wave of her hand, the black hole disappeared. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stood in place without moving, simply putting away the myriad sword. "What? Giving up resistance?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai with interest and ridiculed. "I can't beat you, so what's the point of fighting?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Then are you ready to die?" The woman in red giggled. Yang Kai said, "Meaningless resistance will only increase the pain. Senior, please give me a quick death. But before that, I want to ask, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to offend you?" "Didn't I tell you?" This queen just doesn't like you. The woman in red replied. Crazy woman. Yang Kai said bitterly. Fifth. Somewhere in the void, a hidden figure was leisurely sipping tea. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. And almost sprayed it onto the face of a young girl opposite him. The young girl didn't notice it and just looked nervously at Yang Kai and the woman in red, anxiously begging, Uncle Li, can you let me go? I'll go back to the island with you obediently. Why are you looking for trouble with Big Brother Yang? He's only in the First Order Dao Source realm. How can he be your opponent? No. The man called Uncle Li by the young girl shook his head slowly and corrected, It's not Uncle Li looking for trouble with this little brat. It's your Auntie Feng looking for trouble with him. It has nothing to do with Uncle Li. Uncle Li is just here drinking tea. Why? Auntie Feng has never seen Big Brother Yang. Why is she looking for trouble with him? The young girl asked anxiously. Shao Qi. Uncle Li showed a weathered look and said earnestly, The outside world is very complicated. The men outside are also very cunning. Your Auntie Feng is doing this for your own good. Mo Shao Qi heard this and pouted. I don't care. Uncle Li, if you don't call Auntie Feng back, I will. I will tell Auntie Feng that you peeked at her bathing. Hearing this, Uncle Li's expression changed drastically. His face suddenly turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he said, Little Seven, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Your Uncle Li is a righteous man. When have I ever done such a despicable thing? Alright, it was only that one time. However, I didn't see anything and was dragged back by you. Little girl, you have a good memory. You were only 4 years old at that time. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, do you agree or not? Mo Shao Qi snorted. If you don't agree, I will have to tell Auntie Feng about that incident in dozens of sections and slowly tell her about it for a few days. Great Aunt, please spare me. Uncle Li's face turned bitter. Please let me go. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? You agree. Mo Shao Qi looked at Uncle Li coldly. Uncle Li sighed. If it was just now. Uncle Li might have been able to help you, but now what? That little brat dared to call your Auntie Feng a crazy woman. He's dead. Uncle Li gloated. But don't. Mo Shao Qi was startled and turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw Auntie Feng's angry appearance, her beautiful eyes blooming with a cold light. Mo Shao Qi was most afraid of seeing Auntie Feng like this. Little brat, what did you just say? The woman in red seemed to be smiling sweetly, but Yang Kai could feel the bone-chilling coldness in her words. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai was ready to throw caution to the wind. If this woman really dared to kill him, he would just release the gold and silver seal on his abdomen and give her a big surprise. At that time, even if he was no match for her, he could still run. He didn't know if he could escape. It was just that at that time, he wouldn't have the power to seal the demonic sense and the boundless demonic chi again. The sealing power contained in the firmament tree also needed time to accumulate. Crazy woman. Yang Kai raised his head slightly and glared at the woman in red. Ah! The woman in red laughed instead of getting angry. In the next moment, her voice suddenly became sharp. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh? That means, you don't want to kill me? Speaking of this, his expression relaxed and he smiled. Then I find it strange. You are a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but instead of doing business, you came here to block my way. What do you want? I have never seen you before, so I don't have any deep hatred for you. The woman in red sneered, You think you're so smart. However, Yang Kai's next words caused her expression to change drastically. Hello, Auntie Feng. A look of surprise immediately appeared on the woman in red's face. She didn't expect Yang Kai to expose her identity. She hurriedly looked at a certain spot in the void, where Uncle Li spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Auntie Feng, right? Although Yang Kai was asking, his tone was basically affirmative. At the same time, he glanced in the direction the woman in red was looking at and waved to the void, shouting with a smile, Shao Qi. Chapter 2120. Up in the void, Uncle Li, who had hidden himself, looked at Yang Kai down below with some surprise and whistled frivolously, "This little brat, he's quite thoughtful. Big brother Yang knows I'm here?" Mo Xiaoqi was also stunned. Looking at Yang Kai, who was greeting her not far away, she hurriedly responded, but no matter how hard she tried, her voice could not reach Yang Kai's ears. The void was sealed by a powerful force, isolating them from the outside world. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became anxious. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Xiaoqi, it's good that you can see me. Go home obediently. If fate wills it, we will meet again." "Oh." Mo Xiaoqi nodded, "Okay." She had originally felt a sense of loss because she had not been able to see Kai Yang one last time before she left, but after hearing this sentence, all of that disappeared. She smiled happily. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at the woman in red. "Auntie Feng, who is Auntie Feng? Who are you calling Auntie Feng?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai coldly. "Senior, try calling me that again." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Master? I probably know why you are blocking my way. Don't think you're so smart." The woman in red coldly snorted, interrupting Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was stunned for a few breaths before frowning. "You still don't want to admit it. In that case, then?" At this point, he suddenly looked up into the void and declared softly with a tender look on his face, "Xiaoqi, go home obediently and wait for Big Brother Yang to collect the betrothal gifts. Then he will come and marry you." The woman in red's face suddenly changed. She shouted, "Boy, you dare!" Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly seemed to realize something and ground her teeth. "You're very treacherous." Only now did she realize that Yang Kai's words just now had not reached Mo Xiaoqi's ears at all, but had been deliberately said to her, and her reaction had obviously confirmed his previous guess. "This consort is Little Seven's Aunt Feng." The woman in red saw that she had failed to play the fool, so she admitted it directly. She stared at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, I don't care where you are from and whether you have a bright future or not, but Xiaoqi is not someone you can covet. Remember this." "Master, are you here to warn me not to be a toad that wants to eat swan meat?" Yang Kai said calmly. "If that's the case, you should have said it earlier. At least you have some self-awareness." The woman in red snorted. "Since you're so sensible, this consort doesn't want to bully the weak. Remember this consort's words. If there comes a day when you have any improper thoughts towards Xiaoqi, this consort will definitely make you regret being born into this world. Master's threat, it's so soft and weak." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But Master, please don't worry. Little Seven and I are just friends. That would be for the best." The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Yang Kai smiled again. He said, "Compared to young and inexperienced girls, I prefer beautiful and mature women, such as... Milord, you really make me drool." In the void, Uncle Li spat out another mouthful of tea. His jaw seemed to be dislocated as he opened his mouth wide. After a while, he came back to his senses. With a face full of cold sweat, he said, "She was molested. Ninth young lady was molested." Saying so, he couldn't help laughing out loud. A little brat actually dares to take liberties with ninth young lady. If this matter were to be known to the great emperors, the great emperors would definitely laugh to their heart's content. "Big Brother Yang, how can you say that?" Opposite him, Mo Xiaoqi also blushed and spat, "You're too shameless. You like someone like me?" The woman in red's expression was slightly strange as she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "Based on your presumptuous remarks just now, this queen can pull out your hateful tongue. But..." She suddenly changed the topic and smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes overflowing with charm as she said softly, "This queen likes your straightforwardness very much. When your cultivation surpasses mine one day, this queen may give you a chance to pursue me." "Ha, then it's a deal." Yang Kai laughed. The woman in red stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before she sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. "Hey, Master, you destroyed my flight artifact and just left like this, isn't that a bit unkind?" Yang Kai shouted into the void. Just as he spoke, A blue light suddenly flew over from the distance and stopped in front of him in a flash. Yang Kai looked over and found that the thing wrapped in the blue light was a miniature wooden boat about 3 inches in size, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source-grade artifact. You really compensated me? Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse and directly put the wooden boat into his space ring. Then, he stood in the void and waited quietly. After a while, he suddenly shuddered, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his whole body was like a fish out of water. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. Although the confrontation with the woman in red wasn't thrilling, it was definitely not peaceful either. After all, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She was many realms above Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai really released the gold and silver seal on his lower abdomen, he wasn't completely confident that he could escape from her hands. So, he could only take a risk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly guessed the other party's true identity. It wasn't difficult to figure this out. He had no grievances with this woman in red, but she, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, deliberately came here to find trouble with him. Obviously, there was a reason. As for Yang Kai, he could only think of Mo Shaoqi. Before Shaoqi left Maplewood City, she left a jade slip to tell Yang Kai that Auntie Feng had come to catch her. With Mo Shaoqi's third-order origin king cultivation, how could she escape from Auntie Feng's pursuit? She would definitely be caught and brought home. After catching Mo Shaoqi, Auntie Feng might have learned of his existence from her. Auntie Feng deliberately stopped here to test him. Yang Kai could understand Auntie Feng's approach. A young girl who was ignorant of the world often mentioned a strange man. As an elder, Auntie Feng naturally had to come to see Yang Kai's character and see if Mo Shaoqi was deceived by a shameless person. The next step was simple. Since he knew the other party's identity, Yang Kai naturally understood that Mo Shaoqi must be hidden nearby. As for the woman in red, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill him. However, when she said those words before she left, she seemed to have used some kind of soul secret technique, and he was almost fooled by her seductive charm. Fortunately, Auntie Feng also underestimated the power of Yang Kai's soul, so he was able to use the power of the soul-warming lotus to resolve the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Shaoqi really saw his embarrassing state, she would probably never have any contact with Yang Kai again. She should be gone, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was a little exhausted, but he still hurried in the direction of Qin Chaoyang. After a brief investigation, he found that Qin Chaoyang had only fainted. There was not a single wound on his body. It seemed that Auntie Feng had deliberately knocked out Qin Chaoyang with the first blow to create an opportunity for her to talk to Yang Kai alone. In the distance, Uncle Li used the great divine technique to carry Mo Shaoqi and Auntie Feng through the void. Mo Shaoqi wore a sullen look. The two masters from the Emperor realm ignored her. From time to time, Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. It seemed that she had something to say. What do you want to say? Just say it. What are you looking at? Auntie Feng glared at Uncle Li angrily. The latter laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just curious. How did that boy neutralize your soul summoning technique? How much of your strength did you use? 10% or 5%? Auntie Feng was silent for a moment before saying, 20%. Are you kidding me? Uncle Li's eyes widened. Auntie Feng said, that boy's soul power is a little strange. He only has the cultivation of the first-order Dao Source realm, but his soul power is comparable to the third-order Dao Source realm. And what? He seems to have some powerful artifact to protect himself. Most of my soul summoning technique's power was offset by that thing. Even you didn't notice what kind of artifact it was? It exists in his knowledge sea, unless I break open his head and take a closer look. Can you stop talking about such a scary topic? I'm right here, Mo Shaoqi interjected from the side. She was proving her existence. And that boy. Auntie Feng didn't pay attention to Mo Shaoqi at all. Instead, she looked at Uncle Li with interest and said with a smile, his attainments in the Tao of space are not low. He can actually use a secret technique similar to a black hole. I remember that even you couldn't do this back then. What are you trying to say? Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng smiled tenderly. It's rare to find a suitable one. Haven't you thought about accepting him as your disciple? In all fairness, this boy is quite good. Even the top sect in the star boundary may not be able to cultivate such a talent. Tisk, Uncle Li sneered. What's so fun about having a disciple? After taking him in, I still have to spend a lot of effort teaching him. I still have to worry about him, afraid that he will die young and whatnot. If he was a beautiful girl, I might consider raising him. Unfortunately, that's because he doesn't have this blessing, Auntie Feng smiled. That's right. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly clapped her hands and said, Uncle Li is proficient in the Tao of space, so is Big Brother Yang. Uncle Li, why don't you accept him as your disciple? He can also inherit your mantle. I refuse. Uncle Li didn't even think about it. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him, then turned to look at Auntie Feng and said, Auntie Feng, when I was 4 years old, Uncle Li, oh? Uncle Li's face changed as he clapped his hands and shouted, this king suddenly feels that taking in a disciple is not a bad idea. If I'm in a good mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. And if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. Uncle Li, do you really think so? Mo Xiaoqi looked at him excitedly. Uncle Li nodded seriously. When Uncle Li sees him next time, he will definitely accept him as a disciple. At the same time, he secretly thought, when this king returns, I'll enter retreat for 1,000 years. Xiaoqi will definitely forget about this matter by then. Chapter 21-21. It took 2 hours for Qin Chaiyang to wake up. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. His expression changed drastically as he looked around. After finding that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he was very curious about what the woman in red wanted to do and what had happened while he was unconscious. Yang Kai didn't tell the truth. After all, this matter involved the origin and identity of Mo Xiaoqi, so he casually made up a story, saying that the woman in red mistook him for someone else. Qin Chaiyang was skeptical, but since both of them were unharmed, he didn't get to the bottom of it and continued to fly in the direction of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's ship artifact was destroyed. Yang Kai didn't have time to refine the small wooden boat artifact that the woman in red gave him before she left, so Qin Chaiyang could only summon his own flight artifact. It was a carriage-like artifact, a Tao Source-grade low-rank artifact. Although it wasn't as big as Yang Kai's ship, its speed wasn't much slower. Yang Kai took the time to refine the wooden boat artifact. The woman in red was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the artifact she gave Yang Kai was a Tao Source-grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, there were many barriers attached to it. Although it had no offensive power, its defense was impregnable, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. He was going to enter the Four Seasons realm, so he would definitely need to use a flight artifact, so he seized the time to refine it. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and after more than 10 days, the two entered the sphere of influence of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple was a famous sect in the Southern Territory. And Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the other two sects were equal in status and strength, second only to Star Soul Palace. Their headquarters was located in a continuous mountain range, and there were tens of thousands of disciples and countless masters. Yang Kai and Qin Chaiyang didn't know why that master had appointed Qin Chaiyang to come to Azure Sun Temple in exchange for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but since the other party had said so, it probably had some relationship with Azure Sun Temple. As soon as the two of them stepped into the Azure Sun mountain range, they were shocked by the spirit qi contained within the mountain range. The rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. With the fragrance of flowers and plants, it made people feel refreshed. The effects of cultivating in such a good environment would definitely be extraordinary. Yang Kai estimated that there should be a lot of good earth veins under the Azure Sun mountain range. Even the best earth veins should exist. Otherwise, there would not be such a rich world energy. Moreover, this was merely the periphery. If one were to go deep into the center, what sort of scene would it be? He was looking around. He was secretly shocked by the heritage of Azure Sun Temple, but was surprised to find that Qin Chaoyang was a little nervous and reserved. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. After all, this was the headquarters of the top sect in the Southern Territory. Qin Chaoyang, the patriarch of a small family in Maplewood City, may be regarded as a top figure in Maplewood City, but here, he may not even be as good as an ordinary disciple. Naturally, there was a lot of psychological pressure, fearing that he would make a mistake or lose his manners when he met someone. After all, he came here to ask for help, so naturally he was very nervous. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed to have no pressure at all. It was as if he was on a scenic tour, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and said, "Brother Qin, someone is coming." Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a little distracted and was shocked when he heard this. He also stopped and stood quietly in place. After a while, two streams of light suddenly shot from a distance and landed accurately not far in front of the two people, looking at them coldly. One of them had a fat head, big ears, and a simple and fat body. The fat on his face was piled together, and it was almost impossible to see where his eyes were. The other person was a man with a blue face. He didn't know if it was his original skin color or because he cultivated some kind of secret technique. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. The cultivation of these two people was not high. One was a second-order origin king, and the other was a third-order origin king. But as a patrolling disciple, such cultivation was enough to show the powerful heritage of Azure Sun Temple. "Who are you, and why are you trespassing into my Azure Sun Temple?" The fat man didn't show any signs of fear because of the difference in cultivation. On the contrary, he had an arrogant look on his face as he ordered Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang around. Yang Kai's heart moved, thinking to himself that a great sect was a great sect. If it was elsewhere, an Origin King Realm cultivator would be trembling in fear in front of a Dao Source Realm cultivator. But here, these two guys didn't show any fear. Instead, it seemed that their cultivation was lower than theirs. Qin Chaoyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that this was Azure Sun Temple, he was relieved. He quickly lowered his posture and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two little brothers. This old master is the patriarch of the Qin family in Maplewood City. This is..." Before he could introduce Yang Kai, the fat man frowned and said, "Maplewood City? Never heard of it." "Never heard of it." The blue-faced man also looked impatient and said contemptuously, "It's probably some remote village." "Senior brother, you're right." The fat man touched his double chin with a look of approval. In the blink of an eye, he shouted at Qin Chaoyang, "Bumpkin, why don't you stay in Maple Leaf City? What are you doing in my Azure Sun Temple?" "Bumpkin." Qin Chaoyang was shocked at the time. This fat man actually called him that in front of him. No one had ever called him that before. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, but now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile apologetically. "It's Maplewood City, not Maple Leaf City." "Isn't it the same?" the fat man said. "And it's the same." The blue-faced man also nodded. "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in Azure Sun Temple? If you don't answer quickly, you will be regarded as invaders. Don't blame my brother for being ruthless." As the fat man spoke, he opened up an attack posture with an agility that didn't match his body shape. "We brothers are very powerful. Hurry up and tell us why you've come." The blue-faced man also struck a pose at the right time, as if he was about to start a fight if there was a disagreement. "Wait!" Qin Chaoyang was shocked. The two Origin Kings dared to take the initiative to show their intention to attack them. Although they were a little overconfident, this was the headquarters of Azure Sun Temple. Once a fight broke out, there would be masters coming. At that time, he and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if they had the means to reach the heavens. He chose his words carefully and said, "Two little brothers, don't be nervous. Brother Yang and I are not enemies of your temple. Whether we are enemies or not, brother and I have our own judgment." The fat man shouted in a low voice. "Yes, it's not up to you to decide." Although the blue-faced man was the brother, he didn't seem to be a person who had his own opinion. Whatever the fat junior brother said, he followed. Qin Chaoyang sighed and said helplessly, This old master came here to ask for an audience with your temple's temple master Wen. Hearing this, the fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother were both taken aback and were silent for a while. After a while, the fat junior brother turned to look at his brother and said, "Brother, did I hear wrong? This bumpkin just said that he wanted to see the temple master?" Brother also heard it. The blue-faced brother nodded. "Presumptuous." The fat junior brother suddenly became angry and shouted, "You bumpkin, I gave you 3 points and you want to open a dye house. How dare you use this uncle as an example? Take this." In the blink of an eye, the chubby junior brother's body trembled as he formed a seal with both hands. Activating the power in his body, he pushed it forward, causing a surge of power to surge out and strike towards Qin Zhaoyang. The blue-faced brother's reaction wasn't slow either. He directly took out a long sword artifact and with a flash of sword light, he went straight for Yang Kai's face. His moves were big and wide. To put it bluntly, they were full of flaws. "What are you two doing, little brothers?" Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. Pushing his source chi, he directly dissolved the fat junior brother's attack. He didn't expect that the other party would immediately kill him after he said what he came for. Fortunately, the strength of these two people wasn't high. With his Dao Source Realm cultivation, there was no need for him to be afraid. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blue-faced man's fierce-looking long sword in his hand. Both of them just broke each other's killing moves and didn't fight back. "Ah!" Seeing this scene, the fat junior brother exclaimed, "Not good, brother, these two are Dao Source Realm cultivators, retreat quickly." It seemed that only now did he understand that Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang's cultivation was higher than his. Oh! The blue-faced brother also came back to his senses at this moment. Using some kind of movement skill, he ignored his long sword artifact and quickly retreated to the junior brother's side. "Great enemies. Brother, leave quickly, these two aren't easy to deal with." The fat junior brother looked a little flustered. After he finished speaking, he immediately ran away. The blue-faced man followed closely behind. In the distance, the fat junior brother's voice came from the other side. "If you have the guts, just wait for me. When the masters of my palace arrive, they will teach you a lesson." This. Qin Zhaoyang was stunned, standing in place with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai's face was also full of black lines. After thinking for a while, he held the long sword between his fingers in the palm of his hand. "Little brother Yang Wei." Qin Zhaoyang's expression was flustered, as if he wanted to retreat. "Let's go inside. If it's as expected, we should be able to see the real deal soon." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Is this okay?" Qin Zhaoyang was hesitant. "If we really escape, it will be like yellow mud falling into our crotch. Once we are wanted by Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid you and I won't be able to establish ourselves in the Southern Territory in the future. It's better to take the initiative to meet them and explain to them. Brother Yang's words are reasonable, but I'm afraid they won't believe us." Qin Zhaoyang said worriedly. Yang Kai laughed and said, "The two we met before, their way of thinking, is a bit unique. I guess the others in Azure Sun Temple should also be aware of it. If we explain it well, they should be able to understand." "I hope so." Qin Zhaoyang nodded. After thinking about it, the tension and fear in his heart disappeared a lot. He moved forward again with Yang Kai. Chapter 21-22. This time, Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang didn't go far before they noticed that there were Dao Source Realm Masters coming over. They should be the helpers invited by the two Azure Sun Temple disciples before. These people were extremely fast, and there was more than one. There were 4 or 5 of them, and the leader was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai waited quietly and didn't move forward. Qin Zhaoyang also looked nervous. Not long after, a light flashed and a group of cultivators appeared in front of the two. "Deacon Tao, these are the 2 guys who trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range and talked nonsense. Brother and I were no match for them, so we retreated in shame. Look, that person is still holding brother's long sword in his hand." The fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother who appeared before were also among these people. As soon as they appeared, the fat junior brother explained to a semi-old man while pointing at Yang Kai. The semi-old man looked about 50 years old. Half of his hair was white. He wasn't tall, but his eyes were shining. He looked very capable. This person should be the Deacon Tao mentioned by the fat junior brother. A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator only served as a deacon in Azure Sun Temple. The higher positions of protector and elder should be held by a more powerful cultivator. Yang Kai thought secretly in his heart. As soon as the fat junior brother's voice fell, the blue-faced brother also shouted, "Hey, country bumpkin, return this uncle's artifact to me, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't have the intention of taking the other party's artifact for himself. This long sword was just an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. The reason why he held it in his hand. He wanted to return it to this blue-faced man when he saw him again. But when the other party said this, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't return it, but he couldn't not return it. If he returned it, it would seem too cowardly. If he didn't return it, it would be an obvious provocation. This made Yang Kai feel a headache coming on. He couldn't wait to tear that green-faced man's mouth open. "Don't be rude." Fortunately, Deacon Tao seemed to be a reasonable person. He didn't blindly believe in his own sect's disciples. He probably knew the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother very well, and knew that their style of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Suddenly, he had an idea. Although the cultivation of the two first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't high, it wasn't low either, compared to the cultivator outside. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was still considered a master. This deacon already has a rough understanding of what happened. "I wonder if the two of you have anything to say?" Deacon Tao asked. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "The head of the Qin family in Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang, greets Deacon Tao. Brother Yang and I took the liberty to come to Azure Sun Temple, not to cause trouble. It's just that the two disciples of your temple suddenly took the initiative to attack. Brother Yang and I were forced into a corner and could only defend. Deacon Tao, please understand." Maplewood City. When Deacon Tao heard this, his brow suddenly frowned slightly and he said lightly, "Recently, this deacon seems to have heard the three words Maplewood City often." The other two Dao Source Realm cultivators standing next to him also gently nodded. First, the divine spirit Luan Feng appeared in Clear Jade Mountain near Maplewood City, then the ancient great demon's seal was broken, the demonic chi besieged the city, and so on. These things were not secrets, and those who were interested could naturally find out. "Did something happen in Maplewood City again?" Deacon Tao asked with some surprise. He thought that Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang were messengers from Maplewood City who came to ask for help. Hearing him say so, Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that the other party did not know the purpose of his visit. It must be because the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother did not explain. Qin Chaoyang said, "It's not about Maplewood City. This Qin is here for personal matters." "Personal matters?" Deacon Tao frowned slightly when he heard the words, and asked, "Who do you have a relationship with in my Azure Sun Temple?" Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "Then you want to join my Azure Sun Temple?" Deacon Tao asked again. "Not really." Deacon Tao suddenly became a little impatient. At this moment, the fat junior brother leaned over and whispered in Deacon Tao's ear. A cold light flashed in Deacon Tao's eyes. He stared at the two people opposite him and nodded. "So that's how it is. Such shameless boasting, no wonder they would attack you." After a pause, he said, "It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Dao Source Realm, and it's your first offense. Each of you leave an arm and leave." Qin Chaoyang's body trembled. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in disbelief. Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that things were a bit difficult. Although Deacon Tao's thinking was normal, his style of doing things was straightforward. He did not give them a chance to explain it all. Deacon Tao saw the look on their faces and chuckled. "Why? Reluctant? If you can't bear to, this deacon doesn't mind helping you." "Deacon Tao!" Yang Kai shouted suddenly. "What else do you have to say?" Deacon Tao turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Is Deacon Tao asking us to break our arms just because Brother Qin and I want to see Temple Master Wen? What kind of logic is this?" Is this how Azure Sun Temple treats its guests? The top sect in the Southern Territory is really better than seeing it once. His sarcastic tone made several people on the opposite side glare at him angrily. Deacon Tao even sneered and said, "You trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range, so this deacon took your lives. Now that you are not dead, you should be grateful and leave an arm behind. If you continue to be long-winded, you don't have to leave." He had a confident expression on his face. It was not surprising. He was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivation in the first-order Dao Source Realm were obvious at a glance. Deacon Tao did not feel that they were his opponents. What's more, he had two first-order Dao Source Realm companions by his side. Yang Kai said, "Just because of our request? That's strange. Is there a rule in your temple that says outsiders are not allowed to see Temple Master Wen?" "Of course not, but what qualifications do you have to ask to see Master Temple Master?" The Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan, was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He was a figure standing at the peak of the martial Dao. Not just anyone could see him. If you wanted to see him, you had to be at least in the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, made such a request. It was simply unbearable. It was like a sloppy beggar asking to see the noble empress of a country. Those guards would naturally rather kill the beggar. They could not let him tarnish the eyes of the empress. "Since Brother Qin and I have come here from afar, we naturally have a reason to see Temple Master Wen," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "How about this, Deacon Tao? You report this matter to Temple Master Wen. As for whether he will see us or not, it is up to him." Presumptuous. Temple Master Wen Zishan is busy every day. How can he see a nobody like you? Deacon Tao snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at him with great interest and said, "Deacon Tao, are you saying this because you can't see Temple Master Wen, right?" After saying that, he did not wait for him to deny it. Yang Kai looked like he was enlightened and said to himself, "Yes, with Deacon Tao's status, it is not so easy to see Temple Master Wen. How about this, Deacon Tao? You go and report to the elder or protector that you can speak to. How about letting them tell Temple Master Wen? I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Deacon Tao seemed to be a little angry. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Deacon Tao, old Brother Qin and I came here not only to ask to see Temple Master Wen, but also because we have something to rely on. Are you sure you want to drive us out of the Azure Sun Mountain range?" When Deacon Tao heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai gave him the feeling that he was too calm. It was definitely not what a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could show. It seemed that the Temple Master would really meet them. If they really brought any important information to the Temple Master, he would be driven out and driven out. Yet, Zhang Xian had stopped him here and chased him out. If the Hall Master were to find out about this matter in the future, he would not be able to get away with it either. Thinking of this, Deacon Tao suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said, "What do you two rely on that the Temple Master must see? Let me hear it. If this is the case, I will report it for you." Yang Kai heard the words and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang knew that things had come to this point. He had to come up with something, otherwise he couldn't even enter the gate of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai reached out and took out the Jade Maiden Beggar token from his space ring. Using a little bit of his strength, he tossed it to Deacon Tao and said, "Sir Deacon only needs to pass this thing to Temple Master Wen and he will naturally understand." When he said this, Qin Chaoyang was still calm, but he was secretly praying in his heart. He prayed that the master he met back then was not joking with him. If this Jade Girl Beggar token didn't work, then he and Yang Kai would really be doomed today. "What is this?" Deacon Tao reached out and took the token, put it on the palm of his hand and looked at it carefully. The other two Dao Source Realm Masters also leaned over to take a look. Soon, Deacon Tao's face changed from the initial bewilderment to puzzlement. Then he was stunned and angry. He shouted, "How dare you? Do you think you can deceive me by randomly carving a nondescript token? I think you are not awake yet." Deacon Tao's reaction was completely within Yang Kai's expectations. Anyone who saw this token would have doubts in their heart. When he first saw this jade beggar token, he also didn't take it seriously. Only after he personally tested it, did he know that the one who made this token was indeed an expert. Moreover, it was an expert beyond his imagination. There was no reason for such a master to play with Qin Chaoyang, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so Yang Kai felt that this token should be real, symbolizing identity and status. So he smiled confidently and said, "Deacon Tao, although this token is a bit strange, it was not casually carved by me. It was made by a peerless master. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I believe Master Temple Master will understand." Good, you two bastards, do you really think this deacon is so easy to talk to? I wonder if you will still think so after your limbs are cut off and your scalps are peeled off. Deacon Tao's face suddenly became ferocious, and as he spoke, he gripped the token fiercely. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Kacha. The token broke. Chapter 21-23. The Jade Girl Beggar token, which was unscathed by Yang Kai's brute force, and Qin Chaoyang couldn't damage it at all, was easily crushed into 4 or 5 pieces by Deacon Tao. It was effortless. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the front in a daze, and his mind was in chaos. Qin Chaoyang also looked like his jaw was dislocated. His mouth was open, and his eyes were wide open. His mind was in a mess. "Oh!" Deacon Tao sneered and threw away the pieces of the token in his hand. He said, "This kind of garbage, I can carve a few hundred pieces. How can garbage be used as a token? It's the biggest joke in the world. You two scums, what else do you have to say?" "Brother Qin," Yang Kai whispered, turned to look at him and said, "What's the situation?" He expected Qin Chaoyang to give him a reasonable explanation. Qin Chaoyang didn't respond. He stood there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. "I've been played." Kai Yang's heart was filled with anguish, as he cursed this so-called expert to his heart's content. That token didn't have an accident earlier or later, but when it was in the hands of Deacon Tao, it was obvious that the power attached to the token had disappeared. Otherwise, with Deacon Tao's strength, it was impossible to destroy the Jade Maiden Beggar token. Now, the token was broken, and the token was gone. They couldn't explain it clearly. Yang Kai was already considering whether to leave the southern territory after escaping from the Qingyang mountain range. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be targeted by such a huge monster sooner or later. "All disciples, listen to my order. Follow me to kill these 2 treacherous people on the spot. Let's show the power of the Divine Hall." Deacon Tao couldn't wait to give orders. The 2 First-Order Dao Source Realm disciples responded and rushed forward aggressively. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother seemed to have found a good time for revenge. They ignored the gap in cultivation and followed closely behind. "Brother Qin, let's go!" Yang Kai shouted. Qin Chaoyang was still indifferent. He just stood there with his lips squirming. He muttered to himself as if he had lost consciousness. Broken. It seemed that the scene just now was quite a big blow to him. What was broken in front of him was not only a token, but also the only hope to save Qin Yu's life. At this critical moment, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared out of thin air. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. In the sky, the clouds rose, the wind, and the thunder. The ripples of energy slowly spread out from the clouds in the sky. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Chaoyang, Deacon Tao, and the others all felt a terrifying pressure. Not only them, but all the martial artists in the entire Azure Sun Mountain range felt it. They trembled in fear because of this pressure. This is. On the main peak of the Qingyang mountain range, in a palace, a middle-aged man in a purple shirt who seemed to be in his 40s seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. However, at the moment when the pressure fluctuated, he immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with light. He suddenly looked in one direction. His eyesight seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He saw the scene that happened thousands of miles away. His face was dignified. After sensing for a moment, his face was a little shocked. How is it possible? At the same time, on another mountain peak, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The environment was serene, as if it did not belong to the human world. It was magnificent. In the mountain peak, A dignified beautiful woman also stood up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. Her pretty face changed slightly. Without thinking, her delicate body shook and disappeared from the place. On the other side, an old man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him were many elite disciples of the Divine Hall. They were listening to the old man explain the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the old man's voice stopped abruptly. He raised his head and looked in one direction. After a while, he slowly got up and flashed away, leaving a group of disciples bewildered. Similar scenes happened everywhere in the Azure Sun Temple. Those powerhouses of the Emperor realm, whether they were in seclusion or not, all sensed this terrifying power gathering. They rushed to the place of the incident from their residences to find out what was going on. At the edge of the Qingyang mountain range, the 7 people present, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling. This had nothing to do with courage and will, but a complete suppression of power. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had weak cultivation. Their bones creaked. After holding on for a while, they both fainted. As for the 4 first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators present, they were also pushing the power in their bodies to resist the inexplicable pressure. Deacon Tao was the same. His face was filled with difficulty and his body, which was not tall to begin with, seemed to be pressed under a mountain, his waist completely bent. What is this? What kind of power is this? Deacon Tao shouted in horror. Qin Chaoyang and the other 2 Tao Source Realm cultivators of the Azure Sun Temple were also full of awe and horror. Yang Kai's eyes rolled around, looking around. He wanted to release his divine sense to perceive the source of this power and pressure, but he found that his divine sense couldn't leave his body at all. This space seemed to be completely imprisoned. In the sky, a beam of light suddenly cast down, and a person appeared strangely. The light dissipated, and the person was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat on his head. The bamboo hat was slightly slanted, covering half of his face. His specific appearance couldn't be seen, but there was a jagged stubble on his chin. Coupled with the languid gaze that was faintly discernible through the edge of the bamboo hat, this person seemed to have a magical charm. The person was also dressed very ostentatiously. He was obviously a tall man with broad shoulders, but he was wearing a gaudy robe and a pair of deerskin boots on his feet. He looked a little out of place. As soon as this person appeared, Qin Chaoyang's eyes suddenly widened and he said in surprise, "Master." Yang Kai heard him shout and immediately understood that this person should be the owner of the token. Sure enough, as he guessed, this person's strength had reached the peak. He was definitely a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. The feeling coming from him seemed to be stronger than that of Auntie Feng. The most important thing was, this person was not a real person, but just a projection. Who is it? Deacon Tao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. If it weren't for the fact that he was in his own territory, he would have fled long ago. Even so, he was trembling all over. When he shouted, he didn't dare to look at the person for fear of angering him. Azure Sun Temple. The mysterious person raised his head slightly and glanced, then muttered to himself. He didn't mean to pay attention to Deacon Tao at all. Instead, he turned to look at Qin Chaoyang and said, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you look so old. It seems that you have worked hard all these years." Master, Qin Chaoyang's eyes were full of tears, and after saying a sentence, he choked up and couldn't say anything. "Since you are here, then feel free to make your request." The person smiled slightly, and his eyes suddenly fixed on Yang Kai. He said in surprise, "You are here too." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Master, do you know me?" Hee. That person laughed but didn't say anything. He pretended to be profound, which made people angry. Moreover, this projection of his only lasted for a few breaths of time before it showed signs of dissipating. "Time's up, what a pity." With that said, the projection really disappeared in front of everyone. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. As soon as the projection disappeared, the various heavenly phenomena disappeared as well. Naturally, that sensational pressure also vanished without a trace. In the jungle, there was immediately the sound of people gasping for breath. Pa pa pa. There was the sound of something falling on the ground. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look. They found that the thing that fell on the ground was the token fragments that Deacon Tao had crushed before. There were as many as 4 or 5 pieces, and they fell in the place where the mysterious expert disappeared. Seeing this scene, Deacon Tao's face turned pale. How could he not know that he had made a big mistake? The token that was crushed by him obviously had a great background. Otherwise, it would not be used as a medium to project the figure of such an expert. Perhaps the expert had already poured power into the token when he made it. Once the token was destroyed, a projection would appear. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Deacon Tao was panicking like a stray dog. He rolled and crawled, and he even fell on the way. He finally ran to the token fragments and reached out to pick them up. But the moment the token fragments were in his hand, they turned into powder and flowed through his fingertips. The wind blew, and the powder scattered. It's over, it's over. Deacon Tao saw this, and his whole body stiffened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another, and figures suddenly appeared around the crowd. These figures were old and young, male and female, and they came from different directions. Each of them looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. After arriving at the scene, they scanned with their divine thoughts, but their faces were full of doubts. Because the energy fluctuations and coercion they had sensed before were completely gone at this moment. The other 2 Tao source realms of Azure Sun Temple hurriedly bowed when they saw these people. Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. These people were all masters of the Emperor Realm, the top fighting force of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's gaze swept through these people, and after seeing a dignified and beautiful woman, his neck couldn't help shrinking as he cursed in his heart. That person was none other than Gao Xueting, who he had fought with before. Although Yang Kai had predicted that he might have a chance to see this beautiful woman again when he came to Azure Sun Temple this time, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The two had fought before. Even though Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic qi at that time, and his face couldn't be seen, it would be over if Gao Xueting noticed something. Yang Kai didn't want to see this woman the most. Who has been here? An old man who looked about 70 or 80 years old suddenly asked after sweeping his majestic gaze across the crowd. This old man's aura was as deep as the sea, and he was obviously much stronger than Gao Xueting. He was similar to Xiao Yuyang, whom Yang Kai had met before. He should be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Chapter 21-24. The old man asked, but the few disciples of Azure Sun Temple didn't know how to answer. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had already fainted, so they didn't see the scene projected by the master. Deacon Tao was still muttering to himself in a daze. The remaining 2 first-order Tao Source Realm disciples couldn't say anything at all. Are you all mute? Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but snort coldly, looking displeased. Tao Ming, what are you doing? On the side, a middle-aged man in the First-Order Emperor realm looked at Deacon Tao and frowned. When the shout reached Deacon Tao's ears, it was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. With a sudden shock, a mysterious force came out, causing Tao Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. But with this, Tao Ming's slackened eyes finally refocused, and his frightened emotions calmed down. He looked around blankly, and after seeing the old man and the others, his body trembled and he shouted, "Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors." Don't be long-winded. The middle-aged man who used the soul secret technique to wake Tao Ming up shouted, "Tell me, what happened here, and who came here?" Tao Ming muttered as the terrifying and shocking scene from before abruptly appeared within his mind, and then he recalled the scene of the command token transforming into powder that flowed through his fingertips. He was shocked to the point his countenance couldn't help but go pale, and he directly knelt on the ground as he said in terror, "Lords, spare my life. This subordinate didn't do it on purpose." Seeing this, the old man slowly shook his head. "Let me do it." On the other side, a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old suddenly spoke up. Of course. She just didn't look that old. But she was a genuine master from the Emperor realm. It was unknown what kind of mysterious power she used, but her body was strangely suspended in midair. As she spoke, she slowly floated in front of Tao Ming. Her expression was as gentle as water. She stretched out a jade hand, patted Tao Ming's head across the air, and said, "Don't be afraid. Just tell me what you've seen and heard." As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Ming's trembling body and frightened emotions seemed to have been comforted by something, and he immediately calmed down. He stared blankly at the sky and said, "Master, it's like this?" He didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he fan the flames. He spoke truthfully about everything that had happened before, and it was extremely detailed. Seeing this, Kai Yang was secretly startled. He knew that the young girl from the Emperor realm must have used some kind of soul secret technique. This kind of soul secret technique should be able to guide Tao Ming to tell the truth without damaging his soul. When he heard a strange figure descending from the sky, the old man shouted in a low voice, "What does that person look like? Tell me clearly." "I couldn't see clearly," Tao Ming said. "The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat. She covered her face. However, his attire is extremely strange. He's clearly a man, but he's wearing a gaudy gown." When the old man heard this, his expression changed and he asked in surprise, "What about the token? What does it look like?" Tao Ming described the situation truthfully. The old man was silent for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a strange expression and asked, "Vice Temple Master Chiu, do you know who this person is?" The others also looked at the old man curiously, waiting for him to give an answer. The old man had no intention of answering. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. It was only at this moment that someone looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang for the first time. The two didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The old man nodded lightly and asked, "Did you bring that token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "Master, it was this Qin who brought the token." "Good," the old man said, and then said lightly, "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." After speaking, the old man rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang felt a gentle force wrap around them, and then they flew forward involuntarily, following the old man closely. The others from the Emperor realm looked at each other and followed the old man closely. After everyone left for a while, Tao Ming seemed to come back to his senses. His body shook, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. His face turned pale all of a sudden. "Deacon Tao." The other two Dao Source Realm Masters hurried forward and paid attention to him nervously. "I'm fine." Tao Ming waved his hand with lingering fear and said, "Fortunately, Master Chen Qian showed mercy, otherwise, I would have become an idiot." But when he remembered that the crucial token was destroyed in his hands, Tao Ming felt uneasy, fearing that the sect's higher-ups would blame him for the mistake he made. Azure Sun Temple Main Peak, Myriad Saints Peak. In front of the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang stood there, looking at each other. There was no guard at the entrance of this palace. After the old man brought the two here, he left them here without asking. As for the others, they all went into the palace. There were many barriers in the palace, and the door was closed. With the strength of Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, they couldn't see anything at all. Although neither of them was restrained, they didn't dare to act rashly at all, so they could only stand there obediently. "Brother Yang, do you think?" Qin Chaoyang said with some apprehension. "They won't." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish, and knew what he was worried about. He smiled lightly and said, "If they really wanted to harm us, they would have done it long ago. How would we have a chance to resist? They brought us here and left us outside the door. It seems that they have to discuss it themselves before they make a decision. From what I heard from those people just now, it seems that many people don't know who the owner of that token is. This Qin still can't figure out who he is." Qin Chaoyang said with annoyance. "It's normal not to know." Yang Kai smiled slightly, but an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master may not have the ability to make Azure Sun Temple so afraid. "That person, Brother Yang, you mean?" Qin Chaoyang heard him say this and suddenly thought of a possibility, whispering, "One of the 10 Master?" "That's most likely the case." Yang Kai nodded. "See." Qin Chaoyang gasped. He couldn't believe that he had come into contact with such a legendary figure. Inside the palace, a man in a purple robe sat at the head of the table. His expression was dignified, and his aura was as deep as the sea. This man was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wenzi Shan. The old man and the others from the Emperor Realm that Yang Kai had met before also came to the hall. They all held their breath and listened attentively to the old man's report to Wenzi Shan. The token, the man in the flowery robe. Wenzi Shan smiled when he heard this. His smile wasn't very good-looking, but it seemed to have a strange charm. When his smile bloomed, the entire palace seemed to light up for a moment. "Temple Master, did you think of something?" the old man asked. "Old Xiao." Wenzi Shan didn't act like a temple master at all. He addressed Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran very casually in front of everyone. This made the old man's veins bulge on his forehead, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Gao Xueting, whose temperament was as cold as ice, had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. "Since you thought of it yourself, why ask me?" Wenzi Shan said as he reached out and picked up a bunch of spirit fruits next to him. He raised it above his head and bit off one fruit, then another. His mouth was full of saliva. "Temple Master!" Qiu Ran couldn't help but shout. Okay, Wenzi Shan mumbled. He put down the unfinished spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up, saying, "In this world, who would carve a token that symbolizes their identity into a beggar on one side and a jade maiden on the other? What kind of person would wear such tasteless clothes and parade through the streets?" There is only one answer. In the main hall, everyone held their breaths and focused their attention on Wenzi Shan. At this moment, Wenzi Shan's temperament suddenly changed. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, "Wandering the mortal world, playing in the world, the great emperors of the mortal world." Gao Xueting suddenly cried out. "Little Xueting is very smart, you guessed it right away." Wenzi Shan glanced in Gao Xueting's direction, and the dignified face from before suddenly disappeared. He showed a bright smile and said softly, "What reward do you want? Uncle can satisfy you." The corner of Gao Xueting's mouth twitched slightly. "Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am no longer the little girl from back then. I have long passed the age of needing rewards. I am already more than 200 years old." 200 years old? That's still very young. Wenzi Shan smiled and said with some disappointment, "I still prefer the way you were when you were young. Now that you have grown up, you are so cold." Gao Xueting snorted coldly and turned her head to the side, showing a "I can't be bothered with you" expression. "Temple Master, let's get down to business." The veins on Qiu Ran's forehead throbbed even more violently. He looked like he couldn't bear it anymore, and his robes fluttered even though there was no wind. All right. Wenzi Shan heard this, turned his face, and said as if nothing had happened, "The great emperors of the secular world is the most mysterious person among the 10 great emperors. That old thing has always been elusive and elusive." Old thing. Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked, and their faces twitched. What kind of people were the 10 great emperors of the secular world? Yet, in the mouth of their own temple master, they had become an old thing. Temple Master, is it okay to call him that? What if that master finds out? One of the middle-aged men interrupted in horror. Wenzi Shan smiled, "Don't be fooled by that old thing. He is actually a very good person. He won't get angry over such a small matter," he casually explained, then continued, "and very few people have seen his secular world token. Even in the Emperor realm, very few people know what the secular world token looks like, but I happen to know. On the front, there is a picture of a beautiful woman in water, and on the back, there is a picture of a beggar begging. Also, the material of the token can be found everywhere. It is definitely not something precious." Chapter 21-25. Judging from the information you brought back, the 2 Dao Source Realm brats brought the bustling world token without a doubt. Anyone can imitate the bustling world token, but the power attached to it is not something that anyone can imitate. Wenzi Shan smiled and said, "But then again, who would want to imitate that kind of token? How could these two have the bustling world token of the great emperors of the bustling world?" Qiu Ran frowned. When Zishan shrugged and said, "The master style of doing things." No one can guess it. It's not surprising that those two have the bustling world token. Maybe one day, there will be many beggars and prostitutes coming to my Azure Sun Temple with the bustling world token. Everyone had a look of indifference on their faces. You don't believe me? When Zishan said, back then, when this king founded Azure Sun Temple, a group of prostitutes came to this king with a bustling world token to ask for money. Well, at that time, none of you were here. Only little Shui Ting was by my side, so naturally I didn't know. There's such a thing. Everyone was shocked. Qiu Ran looked speechless and murmured, the bustling world token actually fell into the hands of that kind of woman. This master is really, how treacherous. So unpredictable. The great emperors of the bustling world live up to their reputation. At this time, the girl Chen Qian, who had been quietly floating in the air after using the soul secret technique on Deacon Tao, suddenly said lightly, speaking of which, why does this subordinate feel that the temple master's style of doing things is somewhat similar to that of the great emperors? As soon as she said this, everyone fell into deep thought. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Lord Temple Master is also acting strangely all the time. He's not serious at all. He also wears such tasteless clothes. He has no self-respect. This king is right here. You are talking about this king in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf? When Zishan said with a straight face. Qiu Ran glanced at him and cupped his fists. Master, this subordinate heard that when Temple Master was young, he was adopted by the great emperors of the bustling world for a period of time? I don't know if this is true or not. Absolutely not. This subordinate has also heard that the great emperors of the secular world have imparted knowledge to the master. Wind from an empty cave. Many people were shocked when they heard this. There's such a thing? Master of the temple has such a relationship with the great emperors of the secular world? I see. I understand. When Zishan looked at the group of people below and said helplessly, what do you understand? Are you trying to say that my character was influenced by that old thing? Nonsense. I'm not related to that old thing at all, so why would I be affected by him? Then why does the red dust token appear in my Azure Sun Temple so frequently? Qiu Ran asked. Counting this time, the red dust token had appeared in Azure Sun Temple twice. However, he had never heard of any other faction receiving a Hongqian writ. Well, this king is very curious about what those two want to do in my Azure Sun Temple with the red dust token. Let them in. When Zishan suddenly said seriously, Qiu Ran sighed deeply, feeling more and more that his master of the temple was somewhat similar to the great emperors of the secular world. However, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door of the palace and sent a message to the outside. Outside the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang looked at each other and walked inside side by side with solemn expressions. After the two walked into the main hall, the palace door closed again. There was a group of people from the Emperor realm in the room. Even if these people did not deliberately release their power, the omnipresent pressure was still not something the two First Order Dao Source realm could withstand. Yang Kai was better off. Although he felt a little difficult to walk, at least he did not make a fool of himself. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. Along the way, he left clear watermarks on the ground and his clothes were soaked with sweat. When they got closer, the two cupped their fists and bowed to the surroundings. The rest of the people just looked at them quietly and did not speak. When Zishan waved his hand and an invisible force radiated out, making Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang feel a lot more relaxed. Thank you, Temple Master Wen. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked the person on the high platform. Although no one introduced him, since he could sit in the main seat here and wear a symbolic purple robe, there was no doubt that he was the Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. After this Temple Master's verification, the tokens you two brought are correct. When Zishan's expression was serious as he looked down and said, "This king asks you, why did you bring this token to my Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai glanced at Qin Chaoyang beside him, but found that he was cowering, as if he did not dare to speak. In desperation, he could only say, reporting to Temple Master Wen, the two of us are from Maplewood City. That token was given to Brother Qin by a mysterious master 12 years ago, and instructed him to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later to ask Temple Master Wen for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm. Four Seasons realm? Wen Zishan was a little surprised, and the others also had strange expressions. They thought that the two of them came to Azure Sun Temple with the Hongshan token to make some special requests, but who would have thought that they only wanted a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm? When Zishan's divine sense swept over Qin Chaoyang and said lightly, "This old man doesn't look like a talented person, then why did the old master let him enter the Four Seasons realm?" Although the Four Seasons realm is not a great secret territory, because of the limited number of people who can enter, only the elites of the major sects and clans can enter to explore opportunities. Is there any reason why you must go in? Qin Chaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Reporting to Master, it is for a grandchild of this little old man. She suffers from a chronic illness and is congenitally deficient, which can only be cured by a kind of spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm. Back then, that lord saw this, so he gave this Qin a token and instructed me to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later." So that's how it is. When Zishan nodded and did not intend to ask in detail, but said, "Since the master said so, then this temple master can't refuse, it's just a matter of a spot." Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang could not help but show a look of joy. He thought that this trip would be difficult. Not to mention who the owner of the token was, whether or not Azure Sun Temple would give him face, and even if they did, whether or not they would give him a spot. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang was worried. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, and the spot seemed to be at his fingertips. He was pleasantly surprised. But when Zishan changed the topic, "This matter has always been handled by an elder of my temple." Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked to the side, "Little Xueting." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Xueting glared at him fiercely. "Elder Gao." When Zishan quickly corrected himself. "Subordinate is here." Gao Xueting stepped forward and replied solemnly. "You heard what I said just now, how about you arrange this matter?" When Zishan said. Gao Xueting heard this and could not help but show a difficult expression. "What's so difficult about it?" When Zishan observed her expression and asked curiously. Qin Chaoyang could not help but feel nervous. Gao Xueting glanced at Qin Chaoyang and said, "The Four Seasons realm will open in a month, and the spots have already been determined and the disciples have been informed. If one of the spots is taken away now, there will definitely be people who will not be willing." "That's true." When Zishan showed a thoughtful expression and muttered to himself, "Entering the Four Seasons realm is something they have been looking forward to for a long time. It is indeed unfair to suddenly revoke one of their qualifications. But after all, this is the master's intention. Well, this is difficult for this king." Gao Xueting said, "Actually, this subordinate has a suggestion." "Let's hear it." When Zishan's eyes lit up, Gao Xueting said, "I just heard this elder say that he entered the Four Seasons realm to obtain a spirit fruit to cure his grandson's illness. This subordinate would like to ask this elder, what kind of spirit fruit do you want to obtain in the Four Seasons realm? If it's convenient, you can tell me. Maybe my Azure Sun Temple already has such a thing. If that's the case, you don't have to take the risk to enter. To be honest, with your strength." She paused for a moment as if she was thinking of the right words, but in the end, she said, "You may not be able to come out alive." Qin Chaoyang listened and felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately replied, "Elder Gao, this old man only wants a tribulation fruit." Tribulation fruit. Qiu Ran could not help but frown. Gao Xueting also showed a difficult expression. When Zishan turned his gaze to the girl named Chen Qian and asked, "Elder Chen, you have been in charge of my temple's storehouse. Is there a tribulation fruit in the treasury?" Chen Qian said, "This subordinate needs to check." "How long?" "A quarter of an hour." When Zishan nodded and closed his eyes, no longer speaking, Chen Qian took out a communication artifact and sent her divine sense into it, apparently to convey some orders to the disciples below. For a moment, the main hall was silent. Only Qin Chaoyang waited anxiously, his heart thumping wildly, worrying about his gains and losses to the extreme. Yang Kai was originally standing in place with nothing to do, but suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look to the side. Over there, Gao Shueting was looking at him. When she saw him looking over, she did not have any intention of avoiding his gaze. Instead, she looked at him more attentively. This made Yang Kai's heart skip a beat. He secretly felt that something was wrong. Most of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so this scene quickly attracted the attention of others. Everyone could not help but curiously look at Yang Kai, wondering what he had that Gao Shueting was so interested in. Wen Zishan quietly squinted his eyes, watching all of this with great interest. "Elder Gao, what can I do for you?" Yang Kai felt that it was not a good thing to be stared at all the time, especially when the other party was from the Emperor realm. It made him feel uneasy, so he simply spoke up. "Where have I seen you before?" Gao Shueting asked. "I keep thinking that you look familiar." "Ha!" Before Yang Kai could answer, Wen Zishan, who was above, laughed loudly. Gao Shueting frowned and glared at him unhappily. Chapter 21-26. Wen Zishan said, "Elder Gao, these words have always been said by a man to a woman, and in a special atmosphere and environment, and with ulterior motives and intentions. If this little brother had said these words to you, this king could still understand, but if you took the initiative to say these words, there seems to be something wrong." "Shut up!" Gao Shueting shouted. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Qin Chaoyang was also dumbfounded and looked at Gao Shueting with a strange expression. Although Gao Shueting was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, she was just an elder in Azure Sun Temple, while Wen Zishan was the Temple Master. As an elder, she dared to ask the Temple Master to shut up? Wasn't this disgraceful and heinous? What shocked Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang even more was that Wen Zishan really did shut up. Looking around, the others didn't seem to be surprised by this scene and didn't blame Gao Shueting at all. Instead, a few people cast disdainful looks at Wen Zishan. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that the Wen Zishan sitting on top was an imposter. That was why Gao Shueting didn't give him any face, and even the others could stare at him. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't very likely. When Wen Zishan waved his hand just now, he clearly felt the fluctuations of power in his body. This guy was definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, he was the only third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he wasn't Wen Zishan, who else could he be? Yang Kai was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple. "You haven't answered my question yet. Have I seen you somewhere before?" Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai again. She asked relentlessly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "I am from Maplewood City. Elder Gao went to Maplewood City last time to help Master Xiao Yuyang open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. At that time, I was also present and even entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Perhaps this is why Elder Gao finds me familiar." "I see," Gao Shueting muttered. She felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded and said, "Maybe." After saying that, he then ignored him. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. If Gao Shueting were to recognize him as the demon cultivator she had fought with before in this situation, Yang Kai reckoned that his end would be very miserable. Everyone waited quietly in the hall for a moment, and Chen Qian's communication compass suddenly fluctuated with divine thought. After checking for a while, she raised her head and shook her head at Wen Zishan. "Temple Master, there is no such thing as a tribulation fruit in our treasury." "How disappointing," Wen Zishan murmured. Qin Chaoyang also showed a disappointed expression. After all, it would be best if they could get a ready-made tribulation fruit, so Yang Kai wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the Four Seasons realm. But now, Azure Sun Temple didn't have such a thing, so they didn't know what the group of Emperor Realm Masters would do next. "Since there is no such thing," Wen Zishan said, "then you can go in and look for it yourself. As for whether you can find it or not, it will depend on your own luck." He said this to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Gao Shueting frowned slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but since Wen Zishan had already spoken, she did not want to interrupt. "Many thanks, Temple Master Wen." Qin Chaoyang bowed to the ground. However, this Qin has another request. When Zishan smiled slightly, let's hear it. If it is not too much. Qin Chaoyang said, this Qin requests that Temple Master give me the quota to enter the Four Seasons realm. Give it to Brother Yang. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sure all of you can see that this Qin is already very old, and although his cultivation is only at the first order Dao Source realm, I am well aware of my own strength. Just now, Elder Gao said that if I enter with my current strength, I may not be able to come out alive, so my death is a small matter. However, if I can't get the tribulation fruit, you mean to say that if he goes in, he can come out alive? When Zishan asked with interest, Qin Chaoyang said, Brother Yang is much more powerful than this Qin. At least you have some self-awareness. When Zishan smiled gently, since you have made such a request, then this king will grant it. Anyway, the master only said that he would give you a quota. As for who the quota will be used on, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Temple Master Wen. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed and thanked him. When Zishan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, this king doesn't know what relationship you have with this old man, but this king has to remind you that the Four Seasons realm is not safe. Although you are considered an elite with the richness of the source qi in your body, which one of those who enter that place isn't an elite? Be careful that you don't fall in there. Yang Kai grinned. I was just about to meet the elite disciples of the great sects. Young man, you are so arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The first order Dao Source realm is only at the bottom of the Four Seasons realm. The masters of the Emperor realm in the hall began to talk. When Zishan smiled and said, it's good to have such an imposing manner. And I hope you can maintain it when you enter. Alright, you two can leave now. When the day of departure arrives, someone will come to greet you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and before Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang could react, they were already outside the hall. They stood outside and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, a stream of light shot over from a distance. When it came close, they saw that it was Deacon Tao Ming whom they had met before. However, at this moment, Tao Ming was no longer as aggressive as before. He was sweating profusely and rushed forward in a panic. He cupped his hands and said, please follow me. Saying so, he led the way, and Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind. Inside the hall, after when Zishan sent off Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, he turned his head and looked to the side, saying, Little Xue Ting, do you still have something to say? Gao Xue Ting frowned and said, Temple Master, if you do this, you will make it very difficult for me. When Zishan smiled and said, isn't it just a quota? Just squeeze one out. Gao Xue Ting snorted coldly and said, okay, I will pass the order later and say that the Temple Master will draw a quota. This matter has nothing to do with me. But when Zishan nodded and said, if anyone disagrees, tell them to come to this king. He was so straightforward that Gao Xue Ting was taken aback. Chen Qian said, actually, this subordinate thinks that we don't have to give them a quota. At worst, we can ask the disciples to help us look for the tribulation fruit when we enter. If it really doesn't work, let Sister Gao stay at the entrance of the secret territory and wait until the secret territory closes to find those who come out to buy it. Maybe we can get something. You should know that our Azure Sun Temple is not the only one who has entered the secret territory. Maybe someone has obtained that kind of spirit fruit. When Zishan said, Little Qian is right, but this is the master's request. This king really can't refuse. This matter ends here. Give them a quota. At this point, he smiled evilly. As for whether they can keep it or not, it will depend on their ability. If they can't even keep a quota, then it's fine if they don't go. They will just die anyway. At that time, this king won't be considered to have gone against the master's wishes. Hearing this, Gao Xue Ting's eyes lit up and she nodded. This subordinate knows what to do. After when Zishan nodded slightly, his figure flickered and he disappeared. The others also gradually dispersed. In the end, only Chen Qian and Gao Xue Ting were left. Sister Gao, who do you want to make a move? Chen Qian asked. Gao Xue Ting thought for a while and said, what do you think of Xue? Xue? Qin Qian didn't seem to have much of an impression of this person. Hearing this, she thought for a while and said, "He is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Can that young guy deal with him?" Among the 20 people, Shui Yi's strength is considered to be below average. If that young guy can't even deal with Shui Yi, what's the point of going in? The Four Seasons realm is not a place to play, and the tribulation fruit is not easy to find. I'm doing this for his own good. Sister Gao's words make sense. Chen Qian nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. Tao Ming brought Yang Kai and Qin Zhao Yang to a solitary mountain peak that was 1,000 kilometers away from the main hall. He then left alone after settling Yang Kai and Qin Zhao Yang in a palace on the mountain peak. Yang Kai checked a little and found that there was no one on this lonely peak. In other words, only he and Qin Xiaoyang were here. It was quite leisurely. After the two chatted for a while, they each found a room. Along the way, Qin Xiaoyang had also consumed a lot of energy. Naturally, he wanted to quickly recover his strength and return to Maplewood City. Yang Kai, on the other hand, needed to take this opportunity to refine the flight-type artifact given to him by Auntie Feng and the Myriad Sword Emperor artifact. The grade of the Myriad Sword was too high, so there was no need to think about how thoroughly he could refine it. He could only slightly strengthen his connection with it. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the refining experience left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, so he could avoid some detours. There wasn't much time left. After all, according to Gao Shuiting's previous statement, the Four Seasons realm would open in a month, and considering the travel time, Yang Kai estimated that at most half a month later, someone would call him to set off. So, he was racing against time. 5 days later, Qin Xiaoyang recovered. After telling Yang Kai some things, he said goodbye and set off. Given the current situation, it was useless for him to continue staying. Since it had been decided that Yang Kai would enter the Four Seasons realm, it would be a waste of time for him to continue staying here, so he might as well return home. After Yang Kai sent him away, he was the only one left in the palace. On this day, he was in seclusion in his room when he suddenly felt 2 tyrannical auras coming from afar. They were rapidly approaching him. The newcomers had no intention of hiding themselves. One of them exuded the aura of the third-order Dao Source realm, while the other was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Setting off so soon? Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. He thought that they were sent by Azure Sun Temple to call him to gather. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly got up, walked out of the room, and waited outside the hall. Chapter 21-27. After a short while, 2 rays of light flashed and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, revealing 2 figures. The person on the left was dressed in snow-white robes, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. He had an extraordinary temperament, exuding a sharp aura from head to toe, like an unsheathed sword. This person had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily take a few more glances at him. The aura of the other party gave him a faint pressure, as if the sharp aura could cut through his skin, causing him to be slightly shocked. As expected of an elite disciple of a great sect. Just the aura he exudes, intentionally or unintentionally, is not something an ordinary third-order Dao Source realm cultivator can achieve. The man on the right had a wide mouth and a chipped nose. He was burly and wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Black hair covered his thick calves and arms. At first glance, this person looked like an upright gorilla, giving off a strong visual impact. This person had a second-order Dao Source realm cultivation. After the two landed, they both cast their gazes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai from Maplewood City greets the two of you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "How should I address the two of you?" The white-clothed man's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Kai Yang's words. Instead, it was the gorilla-like burly man who suddenly shouted, "Hey, you are that Kai Yang?" Yang Kai was stunned, but still nodded solemnly and said, "If there is no one else in the temple with this name, then it is me." "Very good." Seeing this, the burly man grinned. He looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was examining a prey. He said in a booming voice, "Boy, you stole this uncle's spot to enter the sealed world. I think you're tired of living. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that these two were not companions who came to welcome him to the sealed world. They were probably here to cause trouble. He frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand. It's a bit complicated for me to explain it unilaterally. Why don't you ask Elder Gao? I think she will give you a satisfactory answer." There's no need to ask. The burly man snorted coldly. Elder Gao has already told me that he wants to cancel my spot and transfer it to you. I refuse to accept this. Sir System's spot was obtained through the Sex Martial Arts exhibition, where he fought hard and fought for it. What right do you have to snatch it away? Sect Martial Arts exhibition? Yang Kai frowned. At this time, the man in white who had not spoken until now suddenly said, 3 months ago, there was an internal competition among the disciples of my temple. Only the top 20 disciples in the competition were qualified to enter the Four Seasons realm. Shui was ranked 15th. So it's Brother Shui. Yang Kai finally knew the burly man's name. He curiously looked at the white-clothed man and asked, "How should I address you?" "This is Brother Xiao Bai. Shui coldly snorted. "I'm curious. Brother Zhao's ranking in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition was?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. Brother Xiao was ranked 2nd. Shui spoke with a complacent expression. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted sternly, "Bastard kid, don't even think about changing the topic. I asked Senior Brother Xiao to accompany me here today to tell you that if you want to snatch the quota from me, then you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with Elder Gao's support. Be careful or I'll crush your head." As he spoke, he opened his big fan-like hand. He fiercely clenched it and threatened Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then what will it take for Brother Shui to agree to give up this spot?" "It's very simple." Xiao Bai said lightly, "Our spots are all obtained through the Sex Martial Arts exhibition. In other words, the strong will get it. If you can kill Junior Brother Shui, then your spot will naturally be deserved. I don't think the others will say anything." Shui nodded fiercely, "Kill me or be killed by me. The person who lives will have the spot." "That's not good." Yang Kai showed hesitation. These two guys spoke so crudely that it made him feel uneasy. If he was killed by Shui, nothing would happen, but if he killed Shui, he was afraid that he would make a big mess. "There's nothing wrong with it." Xiao Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. "Or, are you afraid? Why is Brother Xiao trying to provoke me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Heh, if you are really afraid, it's not too late to leave Azure Sun Mountain Range now. With your weak First Order Dao Source Realm cultivation, this sir is really worried that he will accidentally kill you." Shui laughed arrogantly. Yang Kai sighed and said, "I understand why you two are here." He didn't expect that just asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm would cause such trouble. If possible, he naturally didn't want to fight with the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple. But seeing Shui so aggressive, he couldn't solve this matter even if he tolerated it. After all, he had promised Qin Chaoyang and used the Jade Beggar token left by that master, so he had to go to the Four Seasons realm. Since you two are so kind, then this Yang will accept. Brother Xiao, please be a witness to the outcome of this matter. Don't worry. Xiao Bai was a little surprised to see Yang Kai agree. He thought that if he and Shui came in person and threatened the other party, wouldn't they be scared witless and run away? But the result of this matter was not like that. He said lightly, "I agreed with Junior Brother Shui to come here this time to witness this matter. No matter how you two win or lose, or if you are in danger, I will not intervene." Brother Xiao seems to be a trustworthy person. Yang Kai grinned, "Then I'll have to trouble you. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't die too easily. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will not be good for the temple's reputation." Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void, two beautiful figures were hiding, quietly watching the situation below. Chen Qian said, "This young guy, he's got guts." Facing Shui, who is one realm higher than him, he didn't even flinch. "Guts have nothing to do with strength," Gao Shuiting said lightly. While speaking, she suddenly looked up at the void, curled her lips, and snorted, You're not doing your job. Coming to watch the show for such a trivial matter, what a scandal. Chen Qian heard this and also looked in that direction, pursing her lips and smiling. Temple Master, I'm afraid you're bored. At this moment, when Zishan's voice sounded in the ears of the two women, are the two beauties interested in drinking with this Temple Master? This Temple Master has specially prepared, not interested. We don't want to go. The two women didn't wait for him to finish his words and simply refused, leaving no room for discussion. When Zishan was stunned for a moment, looking heartbroken, and sighed deeply, drinking without a companion, life is not going to go your way. Be serious or I'll go over and flip your table. Gao Shueting looked over there coldly. When Zishan slapped his face and said in despair, how did I raise you to have such a cold personality? You're not like me at all. Gao Shueting snorted, are you my father or something? Why should I be like you? When Zishan was speechless, the corner of Gao Shueting's mouth raised, revealing a subtle smile. Brother Xiao, he agreed to fight me, right? Shui Yi turned his head and asked. He agreed. Xiao Bai Yi nodded. Then can I make my move? Shui Yi asked again. He didn't wait for Xiao Bai Yi to answer at all. As soon as he said this, he rushed directly in front of Yang Kai and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was fast, he didn't expect this simple-minded gorilla-like man to be so cunning. In a moment of carelessness, the other party's fist had already arrived in front of him. The fist was raging, and a strong destructive force lingered on it, condensing at one point and blooming with a cold light. Startled, Yang Kai could only step back a few steps and retreat. Shui Yi's huge body showed an unnatural agility, like a maggot attached to a bone. He maintained a very close distance with Yang Kai and sneered, boy, if you can survive, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist slammed into Yang Kai's face. Accompanied by an explosive sound, a violent force raged out, and Yang Kai's body flew back uncontrollably, crashing directly into the wall of the palace, creating a big hole in the solid wall. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a series of noises came from inside the palace, as if Yang Kai had been smashed into several walls. After a while, the noise gradually disappeared. Boring. Shui Yi swung his big fist and snorted coldly, not even looking in the direction of Yang Kai. Brother Xiao, let's go. Xiao Bai didn't move, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward, his gaze so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted, it's not over yet, Shui Yi heard this and turned his head sharply. From the hole in the wall, a person slowly walked out. As he walked, he swung his two arms, grimacing in pain as if he was complaining about his pain. You blocked it, in the nick of time. When Zishan squinted and looked down, praising, good reaction. At that moment, when Zishan clearly saw Yang Kai suddenly cross his arms and block in front of him. Shui Yi's earth-shattering blow directly hit his arms and did not hit his head. Otherwise, with his brutal strength, Yang Kai would have fainted even if his head was not blown off. His physique is very strong, this young brat. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes also narrowed. Chen Qian said, I remember that Shui Yi cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body, right? Gao Shueting nodded. He started cultivating it when he was in the Origin King realm. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated it to the 6th stage. In terms of physical strength, he is the best among all the Dao Source Realm disciples, except for that person. He took Shui Yi's blow head-on and didn't seem to be injured. This young brat should have also cultivated a body-tempering secret art. Qin Qian said thoughtfully. Chapter 21-28. Little Shueting, how about we make a bet? At this moment, when Zishan suddenly transmitted his voice over. What bet? Gao Shueting turned her head and looked over. Let's bet on who will win. When Zishan smiled slightly and pointed below. What's the bet? Gao Shueting asked coldly. Let me think. When Zishan showed a thoughtful look. Oh right, little Shueting, haven't you always wanted to enter the door of life and death? If you win, this king will allow you to enter. Are you serious? Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shouted. On the side, Qin Qian, who heard the words door of life and death, also had a change in expression. When has this king ever lied to you? Wen Zishan showed a harmless smile as he spoke. Gao Shueting stared at Wen Zishan as if she wanted to see into his heart, but the other party still maintained that warm and dazzling smile. After a while, Gao Shueting finally moved her gaze away and said, "Indeed, although you are always sloppy and don't do proper work, you don't have the temperament and demeanor of a sect master." When Zishan's face darkened as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, "After hearing your evaluation, this king feels useless." Gao Shueting changed the topic and said, "But you really haven't lied to anyone. Is this the only good thing about this king?" When Zishan looked dejected. "Then what do you want if you win?" Gao Shueting asked coldly. When Zishan chuckled as his bright eyes swept over Gao Shueting a few times. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze and her face was slightly red. She snorted, "Quickly put away your dirty thoughts. Be careful or I'll gouge your eyes out." "What are you thinking?" When Zishan laughed. "Well, how about this? If I win, you promise me a small request that is not against your principles and is not too excessive." "A small request? What kind of request?" Gao Shueting asked warily. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it, okay?" When Zishan laughed. "Sister Gao, don't be fooled. We don't know what the temple master is trying to do," Qin Qian kindly reminded her, afraid that Gao Shueting would be rash and fall into Wen Zishan's trap. "I know." Gao Shueting nodded. As he spoke, he turned his head to look down and continued, "But he has to win this bet first. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything." While speaking, she nodded at Wen Zishan. "Okay, I agree. It's a deal." Wen Zishan chuckled, "Don't go back on your word. You'd better prepare the pass to enter the gate of life and death for me first." Qin Qian sighed with a helpless look. She didn't think that Yang Kai could defeat Shui Yi, who was ranked 15th in the Dao Source realm in the entire Azure Sun Temple. However, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. Although the temple master was not serious in all kinds of ways, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Qin Qian did not think that Wen Zishan would really let Gao Shueting enter the door of life and death, so he should have a lot of confidence in this bet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked down. Below, Shui Yi looked at Yang Kai, who was walking over step by step, with a slight surprise and grinned. "Why can't you just lie there obediently? Why do you have to come out? You're courting death. Friend, you're quite insidious." "I've learned my lesson." Yang Kai snorted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Boy, do a good job and beat your opponent down. This king can promise you a request that is not too excessive." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this voice was clearly the voice of the Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan. He had just seen this man a few days ago, so he was naturally familiar with his voice. Moreover, in this Azure Sun Temple headquarters, no one would dare to impersonate Wen Zishan and send him a message. In other words, the one who sent him the message was Wen Zishan himself? What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense. He glanced around but did not find any trace of Wen Zishan. A sect master actually secretly sent a message to an outsider, asking him to work hard and beat the elite disciple of his own sect. If such a funny thing did not happen to Yang Kai himself, he would not believe it. Moreover, when Zishan actually said that he could promise him a request that was not too excessive, what did this mean? Even though Yang Kai was shrewd, he could not understand the whole story. And just at the moment when he was absent-minded, a fierce attack had already arrived in front of him. "What are you thinking? You dare to be distracted in front of a great enemy. Don't look down on people." Shui Yi's words came along with the attack. It was still the same rough punch. The fist was wrapped in a strong wind vortex, as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Great enemy? Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at Shui Yi with cold eyes, revealing a kind of disdain. In the face of the earth-shattering blow, he did not dodge and met it with a punch of his own. A loud noise came out and the sky trembled. The ground where the two of them were standing suddenly caved in, forming a huge circular crater. The ground was torn apart, and spider web-like cracks crisscrossed the ground. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk above the fists, the source chi of the two collided, making a harsh sound. The surrounding gravel and dirt were affected and slowly floated into the air as if weightless. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the space was distorted several times. You've got some skill. Shui Yi's thick eyebrows rose slightly as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him. Just now, he sent Yang Kai flying with a punch, so he thought that his opponent was just SOSO, but now that they really fought, he found that his opponent was very strong. Although he was a minor realm lower than himself, it seemed that he would not be so easy to defeat. Not far away, Xiao Baiyi also showed a look of astonishment, his expression changing slightly. You also have some skills. Yang Kai replied, the corners of his mouth rising as he sneered, Mouth? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his other fist. It swung in an arc. It blasted toward Shui Yi's cheek. Shui Yi was not afraid. He just snorted coldly and raised his arm to block the attack. He did not stop at all. His arm flicked leisurely, taking advantage of the gap between Yang Kai's attack. He launched another attack. Yang Kai's reaction was naturally not slow. He retracted his fist into a palm and placed it in front of his neck. When Shui Yi's attack arrived, he clenched his fist fiercely, as if he wanted to crush his opponent's fist. Naive. Shui Yi sneered. His body leaned back slightly, and his foot shot out like a cannonball, kicking Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai's elbow slammed down. Before his attack arrived, it was dissolved. The two of them fought like a flash of lightning, directly in close combat, quickly probing, attacking, and counterattacking. Their movements were smooth and without any pattern. It was dazzling. It was breathtaking. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in Xiao Baiyi's eyes. Although he was ranked second in the sect's martial arts exhibition, if he were to fight Shui Yi in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But that Kai Yang was able to fight evenly with Shui Yi, evenly matched. In other words, in terms of close combat in the territory, his level was the same as Shui Yi's. What made it difficult for Xiao Baiyi to accept was that Yang Kai was only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm. One minor realm lower than Shui Yi, two minor realms lower than him. Which corner did this guy pop out from? He and Shui Yi were the elites of Azure Sun Temple. Asterisk peng peng peng. Asterisk in front of the palace. Two figures crisscrossed, moving back and forth. They did not use any artifacts or secret techniques, only the collision of their flesh and source chi. The rough fighting style bloomed with a wild beauty, dazzling people who watched. Deep pits appeared on the ground one after another, and the void collapsed due to the violent power. The battlefield shifted several times, and the entire lonely peak was a mess. Sister Gao. Qin Qian was stunned. Although she was shocked that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability, she was more worried about the bet between Gao Shueting and the unscrupulous temple master. If this guy surnamed Yang really won, who knew what kind of shameful things he would ask Gao Shueting to do with his bad taste? Damn it, I misjudged him. Gao Shueting also gritted her teeth and glared fiercely in the direction of Wen Zishan, only to see him leisurely drinking wine and eating spirit fruits with an expression of victory on his face. This made her sullen mood even worse. Do you think you've won? Gao Shueting said coldly, in that case, don't blame me for using my trump card. Having said that, she stared down again and moved her divine sense slightly. Down below, Shui Yi, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Kai, suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted, no. At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his whole person showed a frightened expression. Yang Kai did not care what happened to him and directly punched him in the face. Shui Yi screamed and his body flew high like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed out of his nostrils in midair, and he fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Baiyi looked at this scene in amazement. He really did not understand what had happened to Shui Yi just now. How could he be hit by Yang Kai in a situation where they were evenly matched? It seems like he's more of a hindrance than a help. Wen Zishan smiled at Gao Shueting gloatingly in the void. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, don't talk nonsense, just wait and see. Wen Zishan was rebuffed, but he did not care. After all, he had always been shameless. On the other side, Shui, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bottom of his nose. He grinned and said, "I don't want to be locked up for half a year. Ancient Black Peak is not a place for people to stay. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you get beaten silly?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I just want to say, you're finished." Shui Yi's eyes suddenly burst with an extremely dangerous light, and his whole body bloomed with a faint light. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I might accidentally kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body suddenly became brighter, accompanied by a shocking roar. His exposed skin and flesh suddenly became as hard as steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Chapter 21-29. At the same time, Shui Yi's aura was rising steadily. He was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he was exuding a tyrannical aura comparable to a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui Yi, who had changed greatly, and smiled slightly. Body tempering technique. While speaking, he shot out 2 source chi bursts toward Shui. This was just a test. Shui Yi obviously saw it and did not dodge. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk 2 sounds rang out. When the attack landed on Shui, it was as if it had hit steel, making a crisp sound. Not only that, but sparks also sputtered. "It's useless. In front of my Vajra Heavenly King physique, all your attacks are futile." Shui Yi raised his head slightly and said to Yang Kai in a condescending manner, "Whether it's futile or not, you will know soon." Yang Kai did not want to waste time with him. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shui Yi's eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. At that moment, he lost track of Yang Kai. The other party's speed was beyond his imagination. But as an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not panic. He instinctively stretched out a big fan-like hand and grabbed behind him. Over there, Yang Kai's figure appeared as expected. It was as if he had walked into a trap and slammed into his big hand. A smirk appeared at the corner of Shui Yi's mouth as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled. Accompanied by a muffled roar, an earth dragon suddenly shot out from the ground and shot towards Yang Kai, intending to kill him. Above the earth dragon, the power of principle lingered. Obviously, it was a secret technique that Shui Yi cultivated. The earth dragon was extremely fast. In a breath, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. At this time, Yang Kai was standing in the air and was about to launch a sneak attack on Shui Yi, so there was no time or space to dodge. The earth dragon opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai, then exerted force. Yang Kai's body was directly broken in two. Shui Yi didn't feel happy or relaxed after he succeeded. Instead, he looked startled. In that instant, he didn't feel like he had been attacked. As he looked over, sure enough, the body that had been bitten in half had turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. It was just an afterimage. Not good. Shui Yi shouted in a low voice as he hurriedly looked ahead. He didn't know when Kai Yang had appeared in front of him, lowering his body. His gaze was sharp and firm as he aimed at his lower abdomen. With a slight shake of his fists, he turned into countless afterimages. Bang bang bang. Shui Yi's tall body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he kept retreating. Halos of power kept bursting out from his lower abdomen. A violent sound rang out. Vajra. Barrier. Shui Yi suddenly roared. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared around him, wrapping around him like a cylinder. After using this defensive secret technique, Yang Kai clasped his fists together and smashed downwards. Boom, dust splashed and a huge crater appeared on the ground, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. More than 100 feet away, Yang Kai stood quietly with a thoughtful look on his face. After refining the true dragon's blood, dragon bone, and dragon pearl, my strength and reflexes seem to have increased a lot. Perhaps, it is also the effect of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup. After all, although I drank it at that time, it was not completely refined and was only stored in my flesh and blood, he secretly thought. In the past, he would never be able to cause harm to an enemy like Shui Yi in such a way, but now, on the opposite side, Shui Yi seemed to be unscathed, but his aura seemed to be a little chaotic. There was even a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Xiao Baiyi's heart was in turmoil. In the sect's martial arts exhibition 3 months ago, he had faced Shui Yi head-on, so he naturally knew the power of the Vajra Heavenly King body. Even if he wanted to break through that impregnable defense, it would not be easy. That battle was still fresh in his memory. He had spent a full 2 hours and used all his means to defeat Shui. But now, Yang Kai was able to injure Shui Yi just by relying on brute force. So, did he still have some strength left in the previous battle? When this thought came to his mind, Xiao Baiyi was almost confused. This person was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. He either hid his true cultivation or had an extraordinary background. Xiao Baiyi secretly guessed in his heart. Brother Shui, not bad. You've cultivated a good ability to take a beating. Yang Kai stood not far away and smiled at Shui. Shui had long lost his previous arrogance and carelessness. Since he was injured, he realized that the situation was not right. He had cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body to the 6th level, and even those in the Emperor realm in the sect praised his physical strength. Now, he was injured by an unknown First-Order Dao Source realm. If someone had told him that this would happen before, he would probably have just laughed it off. But the truth was right in front of him. However, Yang Kai said, his eyes sharpening again, you can only take a beating, but you can't win against me. Don't boast so shamelessly. Shui Yi became angry, the corners of his eyes twitching fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, if you really die later, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious force burst out from his body, and his already burly figure suddenly grew taller. The muscles on his body bulged, and the metallic luster became more dazzling, blooming a dazzling white light. He stomped his feet and a light flashed on his fists. He summoned a knuckle-like artifact, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, and rushed towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the white light on his body spread out layer by layer, lingering around the peak, turning the whole world into a white world. Not good, he's really going all out. When Zishan narrowed his eyes and looked down, secretly preparing to intervene if the situation went wrong. After all, Shui Yi was an elite disciple of the sect, and Yang Kai was a guest. No matter who died in this battle, it was not something he wanted to see. It's a bit surprising that this kid surnamed Yang could force Shui Yi to this extent. Chen Qian was slightly surprised. He's also a talent. I wonder if Temple Master has any plans to accept him into the sect. It's not impossible to accept him into the sect. It's just that. Just what? It's just that I have a feeling that I've seen this kid surnamed Yang somewhere before, and he's very dangerous. Qin Qian looked at Gao Shueting in amazement, not understanding what she was talking about. At this moment, in the white world, a 5-colored light suddenly bloomed. The 5-colored light was dazzling. It was like a sharp blade that cut a hole in the white world. The power of the 5 elements? Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows, a look of surprise on her face. She felt the power of the 5 elements from the 5-colored light, which countered and reinforced each other, circulating endlessly. The whole world seemed to be left with only the battle between the 5-colored light and the white world. The hole that was cut expanded for a while, and from it came Shui Yi's unwilling roar and Yang Kai's continuous groan. The battle between the two had obviously entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Baiyi, who was watching the battle from below. He had to use his secret technique to resist the impact of the terrifying power. He grew to this extent in 3 months? Xiao Baiyi was shocked. It seems that Shui Yi is working very hard. He was sure that the current Shui Yi was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he had such strength 3 months ago, it was possible for him to rush into the top 10. But even so, that kid named Yang Kai could still compete with him. Leisurely. A low voice sounded, million sword waves. Moon swallowing wolf chasing moon. As soon as these words fell, countless dazzling sword waves suddenly shot out from the sky. They were all 5-colored and full of the power of the 5 elements, sharp and unstoppable. At the same time, an extraordinary energy fluctuation spread out leisurely. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the white world was suddenly destroyed, leaving behind only a ball of 5-colored light, standing quietly in midair. Shui Yi's body was full of wounds. He fell from the sky with a look of unwillingness and helplessness. His face was extremely pale, and his originally metallic body had lost its previous luster. The brass knuckles artifact on his hands were also dim. Seeing that Shui Yi was about to fall heavily to the ground, Xiao Bai hurriedly swayed and came under him to catch him. He checked Shui Yi's injuries and found that he was fine. He had just consumed too much energy, so he was relieved. Raising his head again, Xiao Bai stared coldly at Yang Kai in the air, his eyes fixed on the broad long sword in his hand as he coldly snorted, "An emperor artifact?" Yang Kai grinned. "Relying on the suppression of an emperor artifact, what kind of skill is that?" Xiao Bai said with a look of contempt. Yang Kai asked curiously, "He can use an artifact, but I can't? If you have the ability, then fight junior brother Shui on equal footing." Xiao Bai's disdain deepened. In his opinion, the reason why Yang Kai could suddenly win was entirely because of the power of an emperor artifact. If he really relied on his own ability, he might not be able to defeat Shui. "If you have the ability, then ask him to find an emperor artifact to fight me," Yang Kai said with a proud look on his face. "Very good." Xiao Bai seemed to be quite angry as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You win this battle. I hope you can come back from the Four Seasons realm alive." After saying so, he no longer bothered to pay attention to Yang Kai, carried Shui Yi on his back, and flew off. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at the void and said, "Is this enough?" In the void, a figure flashed, and when Zi Shan appeared, staring curiously at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand, and asked, "Boy, where did you get that emperor artifact? It's not something you can find on the streets." "None of your business." When Zi Shan choked on his words and couldn't help rolling his eyes, but soon his expression changed and he said solemnly, "You've put a lot of thought into this. You actually saw that the longer Shui Yi was in this state, the more dangerous it would be. Perhaps he would lose his mind and directly use an emperor artifact to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, you were misunderstood. I just enjoyed the pleasure of being suppressed by an emperor artifact," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Haha, Xiao Bai is not as easy to deal with as Shui. The words he said before he left are very concerning. Perhaps he will attack you in the Four Seasons realm. Do you want this king to explain to him?" Chapter 2130. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai curled his lips. When Zi Shan smiled and did not get angry. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then, do you want this king to help you refine this emperor artifact? I see that your compatibility with this emperor artifact is very low. You can't even unleash its power. You don't have much time left. This king helps. I guarantee that you will be able to unleash 1/10 of its power after entering the Four Seasons realm. You will be invincible in the sealed world. What do you think?" He had an earnest expression on his face, as if he was going to give Yang Kai a huge benefit. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at him mockingly. "Temple Master Wen, are you so eager for me to make a request?" When Zi Shan heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you saw through me." Yang Kai laughed. "This junior will consider your request carefully. When the time comes, I will come to Temple Master Wen to fulfill it." He understood that when Zi Shan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Although this person gave him a somewhat unreliable feeling, such a master always kept his promises. He promised that he could make a request that was not too excessive after defeating Shui Yi, so he would definitely fulfill it. Yang Kai did not have anything to ask for at the moment, so it was better not to mention it and save it for later use. Who knows, it might be of great help at a critical moment. This brat is too insidious and cunning. When Zi Shan said hatefully, but soon he showed an indifferent expression and waved his hand, "Forget it. You deserve it. Come to Fallen Flower Peak in 7 days. When the time comes, someone will take you along." Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists and bowed. "See you off, Temple Master Wen." When Zi Shan smiled slightly and his body gradually faded. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the void on the other side. He had a blank look on his face. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding there, but he couldn't find out who it was. However, if the other party was from the Emperor realm, then everything made sense. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, he was probably just here to watch the show. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He turned around and walked towards the ruined palace. This kid surnamed Yang seems to have discovered us? Chen Qian stared at Yang Kai's back with some surprise and said softly, "It's probably just a suspicion," Gao Shueting said. "His senses are also unusually sharp. This person is very interesting. Sister Gao, do you think he came from that place?" Gao Shueting turned to look at her. Chen Qian said, "If he didn't come from that place, how could he have such strength? He even has an emperor artifact. He's only in the first order Dao source realm." Gao Shueting shook her head. "If it really came from there, there's no way we wouldn't know. However, they were the rising stars of this generation. There are really many capable people." Chen Qian heard this and nodded. Princess Lan Sun perfectly inherited the bright moon phantom of the great emperors. I heard that she also advanced to the Dao source realm more than a year ago. This time, she will definitely go to the Four Seasons realm. In Heavenly Martial Holy Land, there seems to be a yin-yang dual body. Although Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple doesn't have a special physique, he is talented and intelligent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has seen fighting above his realm as a common occurrence. He has made a name for himself at a young age and is now in the third order Dao source realm. Although the two chambers of commerce are mainly businessmen, they have also recruited many outstanding talents in recent years. I suddenly feel that the Southern Territory is already their Southern Territory. I'm already old. Gao Shueting was silent. Obviously, she felt the same way. Yang Kai returned to his room and naturally sped up the refining of the Emperor artifact. When Zishan had already made it clear that they would gather at Luo Ying Peak in 7 days, so there wasn't much time left for him. While comprehending the insights left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, he strengthened the connection between himself and the myriad sword. When Zishan was right about one thing, right now, he couldn't even display the slightest power of the myriad sword. Being able to severely injure Shui Yi in one move was mostly due to his own strength, and only a small part of it was due to the power of the Emperor artifact. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed by. On this day, Yang Kai was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes. At the same time, an unusual tidal force surged between heaven and earth. This force was so powerful and mysterious that it was unpredictable. Listening carefully, he could vaguely hear some strange sounds. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he arrived outside the hall in a flash. The sky was dim, and the earth was hazy. A huge shadow covered the sky, as if a behemoth was flying above. Yang Kai looked up and was immediately stunned. In the sky, a huge white bird was flying slowly. The white bird's appearance was ordinary. At first glance, it looked like a pigeon that had been magnified countless times, but the pressure coming from its body was as heavy as a mountain. What is this? A divine spirit? Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. Looking at the direction the giant pigeon was flying, it seemed to be flying towards the main peak of Azure Sun Mountain Range. Shio Shio Shio. One figure after another appeared from all directions. Clearly, they were all alarmed by this power. On the main peak, when Zishan's figure flashed and appeared strangely, he stared at the giant pigeon flying towards him, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his usually frivolous face. After a short while, the giant pigeon flew above Wen Zishan. With a flash of brilliance, the giant pigeon suddenly became the size of an ordinary pigeon, and the astonishing pressure and power fluctuations disappeared in an instant. The white pigeon did not stop and flew straight towards Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had no intention of stopping or moving, and just stood in place. When it was only about 10 feet away from Wen Zishan, the white pigeon suddenly burst into pieces, turning into spots of fluorescent light that wrapped around Wen Zishan's body. The fluorescent light slowly seeped into Wen Zishan's skin and gradually disappeared. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the people who followed the white pigeon appeared one after another beside Wen Zishan. They were the masters of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple. Qiu Ran frowned as he stared at the changes in Wen Zishan's expression without saying a word. Chen Qian and Gao Shueting stood side by side, waiting quietly as if they knew something. One of the middle-aged men frowned and whispered to Gao Shueting, "Elder Gao, that thing just now, was it a message from the master?" Gao Shueting nodded. "It should be, but I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes." The middle-aged man looked shocked. "The master actually sent a message. It seems there's a great change in this world." Everyone was indifferent and uneasy. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, and if it were an ordinary matter, it would not be worth their worry, but the current situation was different. A message from the master had appeared in Azure Sun Temple. If there was no major event, the master would not have mobilized so many people. And now, the only one who could know the accurate news was Wen Zishan himself. So they all looked at Wen Zishan, wanting to know what had happened. But from the changes in Wen Zishan's expression, they could not see any clues at all. They were anxious but helpless. After a while, Wen Zishan let out a sigh and whispered, "There's such a thing." "Temple Master." Qiu Ran was the first to speak up, but when he was about to ask, Wen Zishan interrupted him and explained, "The Master of Heaven's Revelations sent a message. This time, the situation in the Four Seasons realm has changed." Heaven's Revelations. Great Emperors. The middle-aged man who spoke before could not help but exclaim in excitement, "It's really Heaven's Revelations, Great Emperors." Among the 10 great emperors, except for a few who had founded sects and were in charge of their sects, most of them were elusive. For example, the great emperors of the secular world could transform into thousands of incarnations and play around in the world. Maybe a sloppy beggar on the side of the road in the cold wind was the incarnation of the great emperors of the secular world. If someone could gain their favor, they would have a great fortune. Heaven's Revelations, great emperors of the secular world were also unpredictable. Since he was called Heaven's Revelations, he naturally had skills that other great emperors did not have. Heaven's Revelations, great emperors, could see the past and see the future. Among all the great emperors, he was the most mysterious in terms of divine technique. Although many people in the world knew that he lived in the Heaven's Secret Valley, very few people knew where it was located. Even the territory of Heaven's Secret Valley in the star boundary was unknown. The Four Seasons realm. Why would the Master of Heaven's Revelations come out? Qiu Ran looked confused. Although the Four Seasons realm's secret territory was relatively famous in the Southern Territory, it did not involve the entire star territory. According to the nature of Heaven's Revelations, great emperors should not care about the opening of such a mid-level secret territory. So, the situation has changed. Wen Zishan frowned. This time, the Four Seasons realm has a connection with the Shattered Star Sea. What? Qiu Ran exclaimed. Shattered Star Sea? Gao Shueting's pretty face also changed slightly. The Shattered Star Sea was also a top-secret place. Few people knew its specific location. Only the masters of the Emperor realm knew that the Shattered Star Sea flowed in the space crevice of the star boundary and had no fixed location. The Shattered Star Sea was the burial place of the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It could even be said that it was because of the death of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor that the Shattered Star Sea was born. It was rumored that the Shattered Star Sea contained the mysteries of becoming great emperors, as well as many secrets and divine technique of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Such a place was very attractive to the people of the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, the Emperor realm cultivator could not enter the Shattered Star Sea at all. It seemed that the masters of the Emperor realm were repelled by the world principles there, so only Dao Source realm cultivators could enter. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the entire star boundary would become active. The great sects would send their disciples to enter in an attempt to find the mysteries and opportunities left behind by the great emperors, eager to achieve unprecedented achievements. The Shattered Star Sea was a secret territory that was much more important than the Four Seasons realm. Chapter 2131. With Wen Zishan's explanation, everyone immediately understood why the mere opening of the Four Seasons realm could alarm the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was annihilated, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations were also involved. It was thanks to his divine technique that he was able to calculate the whereabouts of the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and see through his end. Otherwise, who would dare to act rashly in the face of the number one master of the star boundary? Wasn't that courting death? What did the master of Heaven's revelations say? Gao Shueting asked nervously. When Zishan said, "It's actually not that serious. It's just that the appearance of a star seal in the Four Seasons realm is a bit unpredictable." Star seal? Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows. The voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. But I know what you want to say. When Zishan waved his hand, over the years, the star seal has appeared randomly before the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, so we didn't expect that the star seal would appear in a certain sealed world. But this time, it's probably a coincidence that the opening of the Four Seasons realm happened. Anyway, it's something that appears randomly. Since we received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, let the disciples work hard to find it. The number of star seals is related to the number of disciples who can enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future, so we can't be careless. Now that you mention it, Lord Temple Master, it does make sense. Qiu Ran thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, pass down the order and let the disciples work harder. By the way, Master, since our Azure Sun Temple received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, other forces? Those with a little strength will definitely get it, Wen Zishan said. In that case, in order to compete for the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be in danger. This time, it's an experience for the Four Seasons realm. I'm afraid it will be several times more dangerous than in previous years. Qiu Ran couldn't help but show a worried look. When Zishan smiled and said, "Young sprouts will always have to go through trials and tribulations. They won't be able to grow if we give them too much care." Temple Master is right, Qiu Ran said respectfully. Alright, since things have changed, let's set off earlier. Pass down the order, everyone will gather and depart tomorrow morning. When Zishan turned to look at Gao Shueting, he said, "Yes." Gao Shueting replied. When Zishan grinned again and said, "Elder Gao, don't forget what you promised me," Gao Shueting's pretty face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you really have to do this?" When Zishan chuckled, "What? Do you want to go back on your word? That's not good. A man can't live without his word." Gao Shueting said bitterly, "I understand. I definitely won't call you master of the palace hall. I'm just disappointed." At the end of her speech, she looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with accusations of blood and tears. "I'll wait and see." When Zishan laughed, seeming to be in a good mood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone cast puzzled glances at Gao Shueting, not knowing what happened between her and the temple master. "Sister Gao?" Chen Qian said worriedly. "You don't have to say anything. We'll know tomorrow." Gao Shueting's mood was extremely bad, and her emotions were somewhat abnormal. Her chest was heaving violently, and she had no desire to explain herself. At night, Yang Kai received the news that they were to gather at Luo Ying Peak the next day. To his surprise, the person who brought him the news was actually Xiao Baiyi. After the other party left a cold sentence, he left immediately. He didn't even have the intention to talk to him. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this, but he vaguely guessed that the early gathering had something to do with what happened during the day. The next day, he woke up early and went straight in the direction of Luo Ying Peak. After a while, he arrived at the square on the peak. Many people had already gathered here, including Dao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Qiu Ran and Chen Qian, whom Yang Kai met last time, were among them. Seeing him arrive, they just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. Those Dao Source Realm disciples, on the other hand, were looking at Yang Kai curiously. It seemed that the news of the battle between Yang Kai and Shui had already spread, so everyone was very interested in him. After realizing that he was really only from the First Order Dao Source realm, a few people couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Xiao Bai also stood in the crowd, not even looking at Yang Kai. Having never met these people before, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't ask for a snub, so he casually found a corner where no one was around and stood there quietly, waiting. Speaking of which, since coming to the Star Boundary, it was the first time he had seen a gathering of disciples from a large sect, but he boasted that he was not weaker than others, so he didn't feel inferior. Just as he was waiting quietly, he suddenly noticed that someone was walking towards him. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, looking at him with a smile. Not only was this young man ordinary in appearance, but he was also dressed very casually, without any temperament. If such a person was thrown into a crowd, no one would pay much attention to him. But when he walked towards them, the disciples who were originally gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other, suddenly became completely silent, and all of them turned their gazes towards this direction. Even several masters from the Emperor realm paid attention to this scene, and the girl named Chen Qian even showed a worried expression. The young man came to a stop not far from Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and showed a bright and gentle smile. "Are you the outsider who defeated Shui? Yang Kai?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, and as he introduced himself, his divine sense swept over this person without leaving a trace. But what made Yang Kai's expression change slightly was that he couldn't detect the strength of this person's cultivation. After his divine sense swept over him, it was as if this guy didn't exist. If it weren't for the fact that he could see him with the naked eye, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that there was no one in front of him. This guy was definitely not as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Combining the reactions of those disciples and the people from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai secretly deduced. The young man smiled slightly. "So it's Brother Yang. And my name is Xia Sheng." "Brother Xia, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai skipped the greetings and went straight to the point, secretly vigilant in his heart. "Nothing, just casually chatting." Xia Sheng still maintained his bright smile. "I heard that Shui was in your hands, so I'm a little interested in you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Xia, are you planning to avenge your fellow disciple?" "Ha!" Xia Sheng laughed loudly as if there was no one around, and waved his hand. "Brother Yang, it's not good for you to think that way. I don't have such intentions, but, although Shui is a bit of trash, to be able to defeat him with a cultivation level lower than his, Brother Yang should have some real ability." At this point, Xia Sheng's expression suddenly froze, and his entire temperament and demeanor underwent a great change, becoming arrogant and confident. "People like you and me are destined to dominate this world in the future and become the overlords of this world. Let those old fellows eat shit." Yang Kai's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Sure enough, an explosive shout came from the side. "Bastard!" Qiu Ran looked like he was bristling with anger as he yelled at Xia Sheng. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, see if this seat doesn't tear your mouth." "Vice Temple Master, Master?" Xia Sheng once again returned to his ordinary appearance and panicked. "Disciple didn't mean you, and that's not what I meant. Please calm down." Qiu Ran seemed to know this guy's nature, so he didn't really mean to teach him a lesson. He just cried and sighed. "The upper beam is not upright. The lower beam is crooked." Who was this upper beam he was talking about? Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Let me introduce myself again. Hello, Brother Yang, my name is Xia Sheng, first place in this sect's martial arts exhibition." "I guessed it," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Bai, whom he met last time, was second place in the sect's martial arts exhibition, and Yang Kai felt that Xia Sheng was stronger than Xiao Bai, so naturally he was first. "You and I should have many opportunities to meet in the future, so let's work hard together," Xia Sheng said. "Good. I hope Brother Xia won't fall too far behind." Yang Kai smiled evilly. The smile on Xia Sheng's face faded slightly, but soon, it returned to its original appearance and grinned. "Interesting, interesting. Brother Yang is really a wonderful person, much more interesting than Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai, who was not far away, suddenly said angrily, "Who are you calling Xiao Bai? Do you believe that I won't duel with you right now? Xia Sheng shrugged with a helpless expression. At this moment, a purple light flashed. When Zi Shan appeared in front of everyone. He raised his eyes and glanced around, then asked curiously, "The leader, Elder Gao, hasn't arrived yet?" Chen Qian stepped forward and replied, "Sister Gao should be here soon. Women are so troublesome." When Zi Shan muttered to himself. After that, he suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled, "She's here." He didn't know why, but at this moment he revealed a look of great anticipation, and his eyes shone brightly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a white light shooting from there at an extremely fast speed. After a short while, the white light landed in front of everyone, and when the brilliance dissipated, Gao Shueting's beautiful figure was revealed. "Elder Gao, all the disciples have gathered, you see." Qiu Ran stepped forward and said to Gao Shueting. After all, Gao Shueting was fully in charge of this trip to the Four Seasons Realm's sealed world, and she would also be the one to lead the disciples to the entrance. However, due to some accidents, there were still some things to inform everyone before they left, especially about the Star Seal. But before Qiu Ran could finish speaking, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Gao Shueting in a daze, and wailed in his heart, "This woman is definitely not Elder Gao." The visual impact was so great that he almost blurted out, "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be an elder of our temple? Quickly show your true form." Fortunately, he swallowed his words at the critical moment, but the expression on his face was very interesting. Chapter 2132. Not only Qiu Ran, but Chen Qian's beautiful eyes also widened. She covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. The disciples of the Emperor Realm were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Even the disciples of the Emperor Realm, who could remain calm in the face of a landslide, were shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Shueting. "Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Gao Shueting asked lightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, but her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. An inexplicable chill descended, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard one after another. "Am I seeing things? Elder Gao, she's actually smiling?" A voice suddenly sounded. "She's really smiling. Heavens, this disciple has been in the temple for dozens of years, but I've never seen Elder Gao smile. Now that I've finally seen it, I can die without regrets. This isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. This is an illusion, an illusion, an illusion." The group of Dao Source Realm disciples was in a mess. None of them could believe what they were seeing. The reason was actually Gao Shueting's smile. "You all seem to have a lot of opinions about this queen." Gao Shueting's smile remained on her face, but for some reason it seemed very stiff. Hearing the disciples' discussion, she suddenly turned her head to look at them. None of the disciples dared to look at her, and they all looked away. They were afraid of being stared at by her. "Sister Gao." Chen Qian took a step forward. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What's wrong with me?" Gao Shueting smiled sweetly and gritted her teeth. When she replied, her eyes were fixed on Wen Zishan. She said, "I'm very good." Oh. Chen Qian didn't know what to say. Her heart was in a mess. Not to mention the Dao Source Realm disciples, even she, an elder of the sect who was often with Gao Shueting, saw Gao Shueting smile for the first time today. And that smile didn't seem to disappear, which made her feel strange and terrifying. She couldn't help but shudder. Elder Gao." Qiu Ran couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although Gao Shueting's rare smile made him feel gratified, this frightening expression wasn't as cold as her usual expression. As the Vice Hall Master, he felt that it was necessary for him to step forward and advise her. After some consideration, he said, "Don't force yourself too much." Gao Shueting turned to look at him. His face was still full of smiles as he said, "Forcing myself? I didn't." "What? Does Master Chiu think that this consort smile is ugly? That's not true. Chiu Ran jumped in fright and hurriedly denied it. He quickly changed the topic and said, the disciples have all gathered. Elder Gao asked to see if there was anything that needed to be said. Tell them about it. What else do you want to say? Gao Shueting swept her gaze over the 20 Dao Source Realm Cultivator and said straightforwardly, we'll talk to them on the way. Let's go. As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a mini ship. Her hands formed a seal, and the ship suddenly expanded until it was over 100 feet long before it slowly came to a stop. The ship's design was smooth and exquisite. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the ship, and it was obviously much better than the ship that Yang Kai had obtained before. After all, it was an artifact from the Emperor Realm, so this ship should be a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact. Everyone, get on. Gao Shueting said. The Dao Source Realm Cultivator did not dare to hesitate. They all used their movement skills and leaped onto the ship. Yang Kai also mixed in with the crowd and casually found a place to sit cross-legged on the ship. Gao Shueting waited until everyone was in position before her delicate body swayed and came to the deck. Then, she slowly turned around with a gloomy and terrifying grin on her face. She stared at Wen Zishan, who had been hiding in the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you properly. She looked like she had suffered a great humiliation. She was just short of saying that she would not be human if she did not take revenge. Bon voyage. Wen Zishan waved his hand, and his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and pushed her source chi. The ship immediately accelerated and flew out of the Azure Sun Mountain range. When the ship gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, a continuous burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Wen Zishan laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He clutched his stomach with both hands and wanted to roll on the ground to relieve his discomfort. He laughed and said, You saw little Shueting, right? Ha, it was so interesting. AI, what a scandal. Chiu Ran looked speechless and shook his head sadly. He flicked his sleeve and flew away. Temple Master, please have some self-respect. Another cultivator from the Emperor Realm could not stand it anymore and felt ashamed to be associated with this person. You're dead meat. Chen Qian looked at Wen Zishan contemptuously and said, wait for Sister Gao to come back from the Four Seasons realm. Let's see how she will deal with you. After that, everyone left one after another, leaving Wen Zishan alone to hang on by himself. As he laughed, he also felt quite bored. His expression became solemn as he straightened his body and said to himself sadly, it seems that I haven't seen little Shueting smile for many years. I really miss it. She was such a playful and clingy child when she was young. How did she suddenly become so independent and cold when she grew up? And a girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. On the ship, everyone was silent. The 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators all had to silently push their source chi to resist the coldness coming from the front. Gao Shueting had been standing at the front of the deck the entire time. However, she had been exuding a bone-chilling coldness since they set off. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. From time to time, Gao Shueting would let out a nervous chuckle, which made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, who would dare to provoke Gao Shueting? Therefore, no one dared to speak, not even whisper. All of them were holding their breaths and looking down. Azure Sun Temple had 20 slots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Originally, the top 20 Dao Source Realm disciples in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition were the only ones who could enter the Four Seasons realm, but after Shui Yi was defeated by Yang Kai, there was an outsider like Yang Kai. Among these 20 people, 7 were women, and the rest were men. Yang Kai only knew Xiao Baiyi and Xia Sheng, but he didn't know the names of the others. However, he was too lazy to inquire. His main purpose for this trip to the Four Seasons realm was to find the Tribulation Fruit. As long as he could find this spirit fruit, it wouldn't be Qin Chaoyang's request. The ship was indeed a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, and it flew very quickly. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After all, there was a master from the Emperor Realm overseeing the Emperor Realm, who was in an extremely bad mood. The fierce murderous intent she exuded made any cultivator who sensed it retreat, lest a disaster befall them. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Gao Shueting, who had been standing at the front of the deck with her back to the crowd, suddenly turned around. Noticing this, everyone's expression froze, and they quickly opened their eyes to look at her, feeling uneasy in the depths of their hearts. But after seeing Gao Shueting's state, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, Gao Shueting seemed to have returned to her usual indifferent and cold appearance, and the strange smile on her face had disappeared. Yang Kai heard many people secretly exhaling. Sure enough, this elder Gao is the most reassuring. Xia Sheng patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "The previous elder Gao was like a completely different person, it really scared me to death." As soon as he said this, Xiao Baiyi secretly cursed and slapped him in the face. Xia Sheng was stunned and glared at Xiao Baiyi. "Xiao Bai, you sneak attacked me? Despicable and shameless. Do you believe that?" Before he finished speaking, Xia Sheng couldn't help but shudder. He raised his head stiffly and looked at Gao Shueting, who had strangely appeared in front of him and was looking down at him condescendingly. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said weakly, "Elder Gao, did this disciple say something wrong?" "Of course not." Gao Shueting replied indifferently. Immediately, she pursed her lips and smiled. "This queen who scared you to death. Is this what this queen looks like?" Xia Sheng's face turned green. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand and caught Xia Sheng off guard, then threw him out as if he was trash. Her movements were natural and unrestrained, like moving clouds and flowing water. "Elder Gao!" Xia Sheng's shout came from afar, but his whole body had turned into a small black. "All right, the annoying guy is no longer here." Gao Shueting clapped her hands casually, glanced at everyone, and said indifferently. But all the disciples she saw lowered their heads and avoided eye contact with her. "That idiot!" Xiao Baiyi secretly cursed in his heart. At the same time, he glanced back and saw Xia Sheng chasing after them. As the champion of the sect's martial exhibition, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated, and he quickly caught up with the ship. However, there was a light curtain around the ship, so if Gao Shueting didn't open it, Xia Sheng wouldn't be able to enter no matter what, so he could only stick to the light curtain and keep begging for mercy. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Irritated by his pleas, she waved her hand and cut off the sound. Many people looked at Xia Sheng sympathetically, their hearts filled with sorrow. "There is something I need to tell you," Gao Shueting suddenly said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at her intently. This time, the Four Seasons realm is a little different from previous years. Gao Shueting continued, "You should have obtained the information about the Four Seasons realm before you set off, so I don't need to say much about it. However, this time, a star seal will appear in the Four Seasons realm." "Star seal?" Xiao Baiyi's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and said in surprise, "A star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea." Gao Shueting glanced at him approvingly and said, "Yes, it is a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. A star seal is a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Those who have a star seal can enter the Shattered Star Sea when it opens. So, this queen needs you to work hard to find a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. This is your primary and only task." Chapter 2133. However, because of the appearance of the star seal, the Four Seasons realm will be much more dangerous than in previous years, so in addition to looking for the star seal, the most important thing for all of you to remember is to ensure your own safety. You are all the future of the sect, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the sect, so this queen wants all of you to retreat safely. "Yes, many thanks for Elder Gao's concern." All the disciples responded in unison. "Elder Gao, what does the star seal look like?" Xiao Baiyi asked. "The star seal, its shape is not fixed, but if you obtain it, it will brand a certain part of your body and turn into a pattern. If you really have the opportunity to obtain it, you will naturally know." "Disciple understands." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "In addition, the star seal can be transferred. After you bring it out, you can hand it over to the sect. Of course, in return, if any of you obtain a star seal, you will be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future. Everyone heard this and could not help but hold their breath, looking very excited. Then, what if this disciple is lucky enough to obtain 2 or more? Xiao Baiyi asked again. Gao Shueting said, keep one for yourself and hand the rest to the sect. The sect will give you a corresponding reward. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and said, you too. Yang Kai looked surprised. Gao Shueting gently nodded, although you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, since you have occupied a spot in my temple, you naturally have to abide by the rules. All right, Yang Kai nodded helplessly. He could not win against Gao Shueting. It was estimated that when he came out of the Four Seasons realm, Azure Sun Temple would examine his body in detail to see if he had obtained a star seal. That's all I want to say. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. You can do as you please. Gao Shueting did not say anything. After she finished speaking, she returned to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. She was like a statue, motionless. Outside the ship, Xiaosheng still maintained the same speed as the ship, showing a pitiful look as he opened his mouth and shouted. It looked like he was begging for mercy. But Gao Shueting did not even look at him. Xiaosheng was helpless and could only turn his eyes to Xiao Baiyi, seemingly hoping that Xiao Baiyi would put in a good word for him. Xiao Baiyi decisively turned his head in another direction, on the ship. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered. He was considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for information on the Four Seasons realm. However, this woman seemed to be a bit temperamental, and because of the previous encounter, Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with her. He didn't want her to see through him. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt someone quietly poke him. He looked back. He noticed a woman sitting not far from him. She was looking at him with pursed red lips. This woman looked to be around 20 years old, but her real age was definitely higher than that. Her figure should be very tall, her skin was white, her appearance was delicate, and her hair was elegant and moving. Miss, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked curiously. You don't have this, right? This is for you. As the woman spoke, she handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. He scanned it with his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, what was recorded in this jade slip was information on the Four Seasons realm. Every time the Four Seasons realm opened, Azure Sun Temple would send disciples to enter it, so they were quite familiar with the situation inside. The information recorded in this jade slip not only included the dangerous barriers of the Four Seasons realm, but also the names of various monster beast species, the general division of strength, and even an outline map. He was just considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for such information, but he was a little hesitant. He didn't expect someone to take the initiative to give it to him. Icing on the cake was always better than timely help, so Yang Kai had a good impression of this woman. She probably guessed that he didn't have such a thing, so she quietly gave him a copy. From this point, it was not difficult to see that this woman had a good heart. Many thanks, young lady. May I ask young lady's name? Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. The other party had done him a favor, so he had to know her name. Murong Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something more when Xiao Baiyi suddenly said, Xiao Xiao, why are you talking nonsense with an outsider? Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai, but she couldn't disobey Xiao Baiyi, so she could only keep quiet. Yang Kai said, this Yang will remember young lady's kindness. Small matter. Murong Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care. Brother Xiao Bai. Yang Kai turned to look at Xiao Baiyi again. Who are you calling? Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned cold. Brother Xiao. Yang Kai changed his words. Although I am not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, since we are going to enter the Four Seasons realm together, we can be considered companions. Who is your companion? Xiao Baiyi looked disdainful. You stole Shui Yi's slot. I will settle this with you sooner or later. Brother Xiao, why are you doing this? Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. Maybe you will need my help in the Four Seasons realm. Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted. If there is something this Xiao can't handle, it's useless to ask for your help. If you think so, then I have nothing to say. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that Xiao Baiyi now bore a grudge against Yang Kai, but this was not surprising as his relationship with Shui Yi was quite good. Yang Kai had snatched Shui Yi's spot, so as his senior brother, it was natural that Xiao Baiyi would not give him any face. If he were to talk and laugh with him now, there would be a real problem. It was only human nature. Gao Shueting didn't intend to pay attention to the confrontation between these Dao source realms and just stood quietly in place, controlling the ship to fly. Time flew by and 5 days passed. On this day, a huge valley appeared in front of them. In the valley, there were many figures gathered in groups, as if they were waiting for something. From the crowd, there were even the auras of several masters from the Emperor realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression shook as he realized that he had arrived at his destination. The information provided by Qin Zhaoyang was similar to what was recorded in the jade slip given by Murong Xiaoxiao. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a nameless valley. This valley was usually unremarkable, and there was nothing special that could attract people's attention. However, before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, there would be a rich concentration of world energy gathering here. When it reached a certain level, the entrance to the sealed world would open, and it would last for 33 days. After 33 days, the entrance would close, and at that time, the cultivator who was still in the Four Seasons realm would not be able to come out. The cultivator who stayed in the valley should be the cultivator who arrived here in advance. From this point of view, Azure Sun Temple was relatively late, because in the valley, the location was better and the place with rich world energy had already been occupied. The ship came slowly, and the cultivator in the valley obviously noticed it and looked up. After seeing the symbol of Azure Sun Temple on the ship, many people's expressions became serious. After all, Azure Sun Temple was considered a top sect in the entire Southern Territory, and this ship alone represented a kind of authority and identity. From the information recorded in the Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that top sects like Azure Sun Temple had 20 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. The same was true for Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the Overlord of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace, they had 40 spots, which was twice as many as Azure Sun Temple. The lower-ranked sects had about 10 spots. There were even some sects that only had 3 to 5 slots. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about how these spots were divided, but presumably it had been carefully calculated and coordinated. However, judging from the 400 to 500 people gathered below, there were also a lot of sects in the Southern Territory. Gao Shueting stood at the bow of the ship and just watched for a while before finding a place to let the ship land. After the disciples got off the ship, she put away the artifact again. You all rest here and don't cause trouble. This queen is going to find the other master to discuss some things. After leaving this sentence, she turned and left. Everyone seemed to have expected this, so they were not surprised. They took out the things they had prepared in advance from their space rings and set up tents. Huff! A person suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing a big hole in the ground. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that this guy was Xia Sheng, who had been deliberately ignored by Gao Shueting. He had been chasing the ship for a full 5 days, relying only on his own source qi and not falling behind too much, arriving here at the same time as everyone else. At this moment, even though he was a little out of breath, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Finally, I made it. Xia Sheng looked weak as he looked at Xiao Baiyi plaintively and said, Xiao Bai, you're too mean. The veins on Xiao Baiyi's forehead throbbed, but he cleverly ignored him. Brother Yang, you didn't say a good word for me. You made me fly all the way here. Xia Sheng put his hands on his knees and rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. You're so cold to me, how can we laugh together in the future? Yang Kai said helplessly, I'm just an outsider, it's none of my business. Forget it, you guys are really unreliable. Xia Sheng waved his hand and sat down on the ground, like a dying fish that had finally returned to the water, a satisfied expression on his face. Kai Yang glanced at him, but didn't pay any more attention to him. He found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Obviously, there was still some time before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, and there were many masters here. He didn't want to run around and cause trouble, so he simply sat down and rested where everyone from Azure Sun Temple gathered. Chapter 2134. Time passed slowly, and gradually, more and more cultivators arrived from all over the place. However, there weren't many of them, so they were all cultivators from small sects or families that were relatively far away. After they arrived, they were smart enough to find a place where no one was around to settle down. Those who were familiar with each other would naturally gather in one place, preparing to join forces in the Four Seasons realm and go all out. Those who could enter the Four Seasons realm were all Dao Source realm cultivators. Origin King realm cultivators were not qualified at all, so they would only be courting death if they entered. However, this did not mean that the Four Seasons realm masters could not enter from the Emperor realm. In fact, the Emperor realm could also enter, but every entry of the Emperor realm would cause some instability in the entrance. Once more than 3 cultivators from the Emperor realm entered, the entrance would close directly. As a result, the few spots for the Emperor realm could not be allocated at all, so under the proposal of Star Soul Palace, the Emperor realm cultivator would not be allowed to enter the Four Seasons realm, lest the entrance closed prematurely. Yang Kai learned this information from the jade slip given to him by Murong Xiao. He recalled the information recorded in the jade slip in his mind, trying to memorize it all while strengthening the connection between himself and Myriad Sword. Although this Emperor artifact would eventually be returned to the Qin family, it should be able to help him a lot in the Four Seasons realm. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a woman's angry shout rang in his ears, and at the same time, a strong force burst out from somewhere. The woman who had shouted before immediately exclaimed and groaned as if she had been hit hard. Yang Kai opened his eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the sound, because he recognized the owner of this voice. It was Murong Xiao who had given him the information about the Four Seasons realm. He felt very strange. Murong Xiao was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and her cultivation was not low. Who dared to cause trouble for her in this place? Looking around, Murong Xiao was biting her red lips at the moment, looking in a certain direction with fear and anger. Beside her, another Azure Sun Temple female disciple was supporting her and asked nervously, "Xiao, are you all right?" Murong Xiao shook her head, indicating that she was fine. However, judging from her slightly disordered aura, it was clear that she had just experienced something dangerous. She was looking at a place where a group of Dao Source realm cultivators were gathered, and among this group of cultivator, there was one person who was extremely strange. This person was a man, but there seemed to be an invisible dividing line in the middle of his body. The skin on the left side of his body and even his hair were fiery red. On the other hand, the right side was snowy. 2 completely different colors appeared on the same person at the same time, forming an extremely strong visual impact. The left side was masculine, while the right side was feminine. Murong Xiao glared at him. It was this person, and he raised one hand high. This also meant that he was the culprit from before, and there was still a trace of power at the tip of his finger that had not dissipated. A figure flashed and stood in front of Murong Xiao, quietly staring at the monster cultivator. It was Xia Sheng. It was strange to say that Xia Sheng's figure was not tall at the moment, but it was like a thick mountain, giving people a very reliable feeling. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and slowly walked over there. "Xiao, what happened?" Xia Sheng asked calmly. Murong Xiao said, "I don't know, this person suddenly attacked me." Xia Sheng narrowed his eyes. He said faintly, "Interesting, someone actually dares to bully my Azure Sun Temple. It's impossible for me to let it go." As he spoke, his eyes bloomed with a very dangerous cold light. The strange-looking cultivator on the opposite side also cast his gaze on Xia Sheng. The two's gazes collided in the void, and there seemed to be sparks sputtering. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the side of Azure Sun Temple, the cultivator gathered on the other side also looked solemn, secretly urging their source chi. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. The movement here quickly alarmed the other cultivator waiting here. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples set off were quickly noticed by everyone, and they all looked over curiously. Xia Sheng. The strange-looking cultivator suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said. It seemed that he knew Xia Sheng, but this was the first time he saw him. Wu Chang. Xia Sheng raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of the name Wu Chang before, but judging from Xia Sheng's expression at the moment, this guy was obviously not easy to deal with. This person is very likely to have some special physique. That's why he has such a strange body. He is Xia Sheng of Azure Sun Temple? It is said that he is the champion of this Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts exhibition? Among the onlooking cultivator, someone immediately exclaimed. From the looks of it, Xia Sheng's popularity was quite high. Isn't he the rising star of heavenly martial Holy Land? Yes, looking at him, it must be right. It is rumored that Wu Chang has a yin and yang dual body. So this is what he looks like. It's really an eye-opener. So, keep your voice down. I heard that Wu Chang is temperamental, cruel, and violent. If he hears, "What are you afraid of? There are so many people here," he can still. Before this person finished speaking, he suddenly shut up, because he found that Wu Chang, who was confronting Xia Sheng over there, suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. A mysterious power suddenly exuded from the other party's red and white pupils, manifesting in front of him, turning into a huge red and white vortex. From the vortex came a sensational strangling force, covering him. The man screamed in horror and hurriedly tried to retreat. But what caused him to be extremely horrified was that his body actually became extremely stiff all of a sudden, and he was completely unable to move. He could only stand on the spot with a pale face, and his eyes trembled as he watched the vortex ceaselessly revolve and envelop him. Asterisk ping. Asterisk with a loud bang, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. The cultivator next to him hurriedly retreated. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and bright red. It was a horrible sight to behold. The other cultivator who had been talking to this person saw that his companion had been so tragically killed, and instead of having the thought to seek revenge on Wu Chang, he was scared silly and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept clattering together, making cracking sounds, and he couldn't say a word. These two people were disciples of some small sect or family, and it wasn't easy to get a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but one of them was met with disaster because of a slip of the tongue. At the place where Orthodoxy Temple was stationed, a handsome blue-robed man stood there and watched this tragic scene. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said to his junior brother and junior sister, "Remember, after entering the Four Seasons realm, if you encounter Wu Chang, run as far as you can and never confront him head-on." "Yes, senior brother Zhuang." Everyone felt the same way and quickly responded. After seeing Wu Chang's cruel killing methods, how could they have the heart to compete with him? In their minds, the only one who could compete with Wu Chang was their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan. Is that Wu Chang of heavenly martial Holy Land? At the Star Soul Palace's camp, Lan Sun, dressed in blue, floated in the air like a fairy, with a handsome white-faced young man guarding her on her left. Lan Sun frowned slightly at this moment and asked with some displeasure. After all, she was a woman, and seeing the scene just now made her somewhat uncomfortable and unhappy. "Yes." The white-faced man nodded. As he spoke, his eyes never left Lan Sun's delicate cheeks, a fanatical look of adoration flashing across his eyes as he said, "I've fought with this guy several times before, and he's very difficult to deal with." "Even Big Brother Xiao can't deal with him?" Lan Sun asked with some surprise. Xiao Chen said, "If I use the Emperor artifact given to me by my father, Master, I can definitely defeat him, but the price is too high." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't take it seriously. Although Xiao Chen was Xiao Yuyang's son and had an Emperor artifact given to him by Xiao Yuyang, how could Wu Chang not have an Emperor artifact? The heavenly martial Holy Land he came from was not an ordinary force, and as the #1 rising star of heavenly martial Holy Land, it was natural for him to have an Emperor artifact to defend himself. "Does Princess not believe me?" Xiao Chen vaguely noticed something and raised his brow. "If Princess wants to see it, I can go now." "No need." Lan Sun waved her hand and frowned. I'm just saying it casually. Xiaochen said. But Wu Chang dared to kill people in public. He really doesn't put my Star Soul Palace in his eyes. No matter what, the Southern Territory is not a place where Heavenly Martial Holy Land can do whatever they want. Lan Sun was non-committal, her beautiful eyes flashing for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she stared at a figure in the distance. It's that guy. Lan Sun thought to herself. She still remembered that when she broke through to the Dao Source realm in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda last time, this guy had used some unknown method to sneak into the third layer and steal many of her principal fragments. However, it was fortunate that he appeared, otherwise, even if she could have successfully broken through at that time, she would not have been able to avoid suffering, and her Yuan Qi would have been seriously injured. Lan Sun was very interested in this person and wanted to know what method he had used to sneak into the third layer without anyone noticing. She also wanted to know what kind of divine ability he had used to snatch so much principal strength. However, after she came out of the five-colored treasure pagoda, she was in a hurry to consolidate her cultivation, so she didn't think much about this person. Unexpectedly, she saw him again in this mountain valley, and he had also broken through to the Dao Source realm. Chapter 2135. So he is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Lan Sun saw Yang Kai standing with a group of people from Azure Sun Temple and thought naturally. Princess, what did you say? Xiaochen asked. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy that Lan Sun didn't want to tell him anything, she was the daughter of the great emperors after all. Her status was respected, so he couldn't ask. He could only follow her gaze. After seeing Yang Kai over there, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. What does this little guy have that the princess cares about? On the other side, after Wu Chang killed the disciple of the small family, his face was calm, as if he had just killed a cockroach, and continued to look at Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said, Brother Wu Chang is so powerful. Wu Chang smiled coldly and said nothing. I don't care about the life or death of others, but shouldn't Brother Wu Chang give me a reasonable explanation for attacking my junior sister? Xia Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Wu Chang said, Brother Xia wants an explanation? But my explanation is that no one can fly over my head, except for the dead. Xia Sheng was startled. He never thought that such a ridiculous reason would cause him to attack Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao also came back to her senses at this moment, pursed her lips and said, I just wanted to go to Star Soul Palace. She had an acquaintance in Star Soul Palace who she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, she naturally wanted to come here to catch up. How could she have known that she would be attacked by Wu Chang as soon as she flew up? Wu Chang said, Brother Xia should be glad. She is from Azure Sun Temple. Otherwise what? Otherwise she would have been a dead person. So that's how it is. Xia Sheng grinned. Suddenly, he did something that no one expected. With a leap, he flew over Wu Chang's head like a bolt of lightning, then turned around and quickly flew back to Wu Chang's side, waiting until he reached a certain distance. After a certain distance, he turned around again and flew over Wu Chang's head. As he flew, he shouted, I flew over, I flew back, I flew back, I flew back, if you have the guts, come and hit me. After flying back and forth several times, he simply stood directly above Wu Chang's head with his hands on his waist. Looking down, he said arrogantly, Believe it or not, I will piss on your head. As he spoke, he actually pulled up his pants, looking as if he was ready to go all out. Murong Xiao Xiao and the other female disciples of Azure Sun Temple blushed. Xiao Bai and the others wore black lines on their faces as they turned their heads away, obviously not recognizing this person. Mainly because of this behavior is Xia Sheng. Therefore, the moment Xia Sheng pulled up his pants, he let out a low roar and shook his arms. A tornado-like vigorous energy soared into the sky, wanting to engulf Xia Sheng. Petty tricks. Xia Sheng coldly snorted and flipped his palm. He slapped downwards. Source Qi surged, and the world principles became chaotic. A huge palm print suddenly formed, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Before it really fell, It gave off a sense of oppression that could destroy everything. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the giant palm and the tornado collided, and the world energy suddenly raged and burst out in all directions. At this moment, Wu Chang had already jumped up and put his palms together. One hand was fiery red, and the other was snow white. Two completely different auras fluctuated, and as he changed his hand seals, mysterious runes appeared around him. He rushed towards Xia Xing with the force of thunder. A solemn expression appeared on Xia Xing's face. He changed his hand seal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the air. Immediately, weapons of different shapes appeared beside him. Each weapon was formed from the energy of the world. There were many of them, and there was a variety of them. He stretched out his hand, and the countless weapons slashed downwards as if they had received an order. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk more violent sounds rang out, and the dazzling light engulfed the figures of Xia Sheng and Wu Chang. For a moment, no one could see the two figures clearly. They could only hear the explosions of energy and the sounds of fists and feet clashing in the chaotic void. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the battle above. He was also dazzled. This was a contest between the top rising stars of the two top sects in the Southern Territory. In other words, it represented the highest level of strength in the entire Southern Territory. It was rare for him to witness such a battle. Not only could he compare his own shortcomings from the battle between the two, but he could also gather some information. Brother Xia, will he be okay? Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of self-blame at this moment. If she had not accidentally flown over Wu Chang's head, this kind of trouble would not have arisen. How could anything happen to him? Xiao Bai Yi coldly snorted, as if he was not worried about Xia Sheng's life or death at all. He said lightly, even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm attacked him, he would still have a chance to escape. What can a trivial Wu Chang do to him? Yang Kai's heart moved when he heard this. Xiao Bai Yi obviously knew some details about Xia Sheng, but he did not say anything, so Yang Kai naturally did not ask more. However, judging from his tone, Xia Sheng's true strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course, Wu Chang probably did not use his full strength. Naive. In a remote place in the valley, in the encampment of a sect called the Octagonal Door, a young man sitting cross-legged and meditating watched the battle in the sky for a while and commented disdainfully. Although the Octagonal Door was not a top sect in the Southern Territory, it was still not bad. It could be considered to be on the same level as Flying St. Palace, and there was a master from the Emperor realm in the sect. Therefore, when the Four Seasons realm opened this time, the Octagonal Door was lucky enough to get 7 spots to enter. Among these 7 people, their cultivations varied. Some were Third-Order Dao Source realm while others were Second-Order and First-Order Dao Source realms. The young man who spoke was only a Second-Order, but the attitude of the others seemed to be following his lead. The only Third-Order Dao Source realm cultivator was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan, do you think this kind of battle is not worth your attention?" Luo Yuan said, "They're just testing each other, what's there to see? They're still testing each other?" Another woman in the Second-Order Dao Source realm exclaimed, "Why do I feel like they can't wait to kill each other?" "That's because your cultivation is not enough," Luo Yuan said bluntly, not caring about the face of his fellow sect members. The woman choked for a moment and could only laugh awkwardly. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan really has sharp eyes. This time in the Four Seasons realm, we will have to rely on you, junior brother." Luo Yuan heard this and frowned. "Don't worry, this time in the Four Seasons realm, I will definitely make the Octagonal Door famous in the Southern Territory, but I have no interest in bringing along trash like you. When you enter, don't come looking for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone saw how arrogant he was, but they didn't dare to say anything. They even seemed to be a little afraid of him. The middle-aged man said, "Naturally, we won't drag junior brother down. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want." Luo Yuan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. The others looked at each other, feeling depressed. Everyone was a Dao Source realm cultivator, and their strength wasn't too bad, but being called trash in front of them was naturally unacceptable. But knowing Luo Yuan's temper and character, they didn't dare to refute. The battle in the void was still going on. Xia Sheng and Wu Chang were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The void was collapsing, and the world principles were in chaos. Enough. Suddenly, a furious roar filled with majesty rang out. As soon as this voice rang out, Xia Sheng and Wu Chang, who were in the middle of their battle, froze in midair as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces paled as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Two rays of brilliance flashed and appeared under the feet of the two. Immediately, the brilliance suddenly radiated out like a spider's web, turning into two cage-like existences in the blink of an eye, imprisoning Xia Sheng and Wu Chang in midair. The voice sounded again. Azure Sun Temple's Xia Sheng, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Wu Chang, acted without permission and started a fight. This king will punish you by confinement until the opening of the sealed world. I hope you will learn from this. Xia Sheng heard this and his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Master Xiao, disciple is innocent. He immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang from Star Soul Palace, so he quickly begged for mercy. Xiao Yuyang had no intention of paying attention to him. On the other side, Wu Chang, who was also imprisoned in midair, glanced at him and coldly snorted, No backbone. It's none of your business. Xia Sheng rolled his eyes at him and continued to shout, Master Xiao, please understand. Disciple has always abided by the rules. If it wasn't for someone provoking him, he would never do such a thing. Master Xiao, please let me go. After shouting for a while, he probably felt that it was hopeless, so he changed his tune and said, Fine, Master Xiao, it's fine if you put me in confinement, but can you put me down? Being imprisoned in midair like this? It's so embarrassing. Can you shut up? Wu Chang didn't think much of it at first. After all, it was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who punished him, so it was natural that he couldn't resist. But after Xia Sheng said this, he suddenly felt that it was really embarrassing to be looked at by so many people, and he immediately became angry out of shame. Xia Sheng glanced at him and said, What's wrong? Did I disturb you? Noisy. Wu Chang coldly snorted. You still dare to blabber? Xia Sheng was angry. He pulled up his pants and said, Believe it or not, I'll still hit you in the face even if I'm like this. Wu Chang heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and tactfully closed his eyes. Others might be shameless, but he couldn't. He just left a harsh sentence, Wait until we enter the sealed world, then we'll fight again.